And we're live. Hello and welcome to the third day of the fourth annual Hex Conference. I'm your host, Maddie ALLin, and we've got a great show for you tonight. We're going to have some amazing panels and speakers, but first, let me show you a 7-minute video explaining how to hex.
Money work for them. Traditional banks' highest rewarding. With governments printing money left and right, many individuals are looking for ways to let their money work for them. Traditional banks' highest rewarding options often struggle to keep up with high inflation, which is where DeFi comes into play. There's no better example than Hex, a decentralized application similar to traditional term deposits, allowing users to lock up their Hex tokens in order to earn yield on their principal. Once the immutable smart contract is signed, the terms cannot be altered or stopped by anyone, providing a reliable system. Hex has been running flawlessly on both Ethereum and PulseChain without any oversight of its founder, Richard Hart. I'll explain everything you need to know in this short and easy to understand video. However, bear in mind that there's no financial advice on this channel. I'm just gathering the facts so my lazy friends don't have to. Locking up or staking Hex requires users to sign a smart contract in which they specify the number of Hex tokens they want to stake for a predetermined period of time, ranging from 1 to 5,555 days. Upon sealing this contract, the Hex tokens are taken out of circulation through burning, and users receive a certain amount of T-shares. Holders of these untradeable T-shares are entitled to a certain percentage of the Hex yield generated by the protocol, accumulating daily until the end of the stake. At that point, the contract allows users to end the stake by burning their T-shares, enabling them to remint their principal along with the accrued earnings. While starting and ending a Hex stake is relatively straightforward, understanding the unique and powerful T-share system requires an in-depth explanation. There are two factors to bear in mind before sealing a Hex contract. Firstly, users can receive a bonus of up to 10% more T-shares based on the amount of Hex tokens that they stake. While these additional T-shares generate more Hex yield on a daily basis, it takes a whopping 150 million tokens to get the maximum bonus. This bigger pays better feature is more of a whale's game, which is why the most significant bonuses are reserved for longer pays better. Staking for over 10 years grants users an extra 200% of T-shares. This not only boosts earnings exponentially as the daily payout per T-share rises over time, but it also locks in T-shares, which become more expensive every single day. This T-share system is designed that users receive fewer T-shares when they choose to restake both their principal and yield for the same duration after ending a stake. For instance, a 1-year stake of 10,000 Hex earns you 1 T-share, resulting in a 1,000 Hex yield after ending the stake. If you decide to restake the total of 11,000 Hex for another year, you would receive less than 1 T-share, as its value would have been recalculated as soon as you ended your previous stake. This becomes even more obvious if many other users have also ended their stake in the meantime, driving up the price even further. This design ensures that longer stakes are always rewarded with more T-shares than shorter successive stakes. To grasp the fact that profits for maximum stakes have reached as high as around 38% annually, it's essential to understand the two methods in which Hex yield is accumulated. First, there's Hex inflation, programmed at a maximum rate of 3.69% per year, exclusively benefiting the stakers. Given that only around 10% of all Hex tokens are staked, outpacing this inflation is relatively straightforward. Secondly, penalties are imposed on stakers failing to comply with the smart contract rules. Users who emergency end stake before their predetermined period is up might regret their actions. Those who have served more than 50% of the stake will incur a penalty calculated from the accumulated yield, likely not losing any of their principal. Those who fail to reach that 50% mark risk losing both the yield and a significant portion of their principal. Stakers who have successfully completed the full stake duration have a 2-week grace period to end their stake. For every week they're late, a 1% penalty is applied to the total payout. It's important to know that half of these penalties benefit the other stakers, while the second half goes to the origin address. This no expectations address is known to remove these tokens off the market, reducing sell pressure by never having sold a single token since launch. Whenever a stake matures, stakers can either end stake, initiating the burning of their T shares and minting of their total payout, or they can choose good accounting, which burns their T shares without immediately minting their total payout. This function can be activated by any wallet on behalf of a staker, preventing them from incurring penalties for ending the stake too late. Ending these stakes can be quite gas expensive for stakers on the Ethereum network, as the Hex contract has to go through every single day of the stake to calculate the total payout. Recognizing this problem, Richard Hart created PulseChain, a cheaper, faster, fee-burning Ethereum fork. This development has saved many DeFi applications from becoming worthless due to the high gas expenses. For those who prefer staking on Ethereum, alternative options are available, such as joining one of the pooled Hex stakes. The Maximus DAO protocol enables larger bonuses and eliminates gas fees entirely. Watch the video in the top right corner for more information. Staking, also referred to as mining Hex, can be a powerful financial tool as long as you stick to the rules of the contract. It is designed to transform the mindset of traders into hodlers, eliminating the stress of should I hold or should I sell in this extremely volatile crypto market. You can reap the benefits of this longer pays better bonus and regularly mint some of your rewards by creating a staking ladder. This enables you to carefully plan an exit strategy before any emotions kick in, whether it's on a monthly, quarterly, or annual basis. If you truly believe in the power of a T-share, you can also create a snowball effect by cashing out only the yield and repeatedly restaking your principal. Whatever strategy works best for you, please share it down below. This way, people less familiar with the ecosystem can benefit from your experience. I'll include some useful links in the description for those interested in learning more, or feel free to ask your questions in the public Telegram room. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you found this video useful, and click the bell icon to get notified for more content like this. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.
All right, that video was made by Crypto Hexplained on YouTube. Go and subscribe to them. A huge fan. They've done videos on tons of different things in the RH ecosystem. So thanks again to Crypto Hexplained for that video about how to do Hex. Now, next up, this panel is really amazing, full of 4 amazing people in the crypto space who all specialize in onboarding people to crypto. So without any further ado, I'll bring up our next panel.
And with that being said, let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way, so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical, and my life pivotal.
How's it going?
Yo.
What's up?
What's up? What's up?
What's going on?
So we've got Corey Costa, who's streamed with more founders than just about anybody. We've got Mike and Crypto Coffee, who both have way more subscribers than I do. They've been amazing people to onboard people into Hex and crypto. And Fashion Coder teaches crypto courses in person now, I hear. So I know you guys are going to be a wealth of knowledge, and I'll let you take the conversation where you see fit. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having us, Maddie.
Thanks
Well,
for
I'm
having
so excited to get started with all of you. Should we go around and introduce ourselves first?
Yeah, let's get it. Definitely, I'm down.
Corey, take us away.
Okay. My name is Corey Costa. Corey Costa's Crypto Coins is my YouTube and Twitter channels. My main focus is to onboard people to crypto. Specifically, I'm PulseChain and Hex centric on my channel through multi-chain cultural inclusion and cultural diffusion between understanding the principles of one blockchain and sharing it in a non-bias or adversarial or kind of used car salesman paradigm platform. And I find major success with that, interviewing individuals such as David Gokhshtein, Roger Stone, Charles Hoskinson, many founders in the PulseChain ecosystem, Da Vinci, BitBoy, Crypto Wendy, who I'm also having on. I'm supposed to have her on at the end of the month talk about a little bit about the market and Hex and PulseChain. So yeah, I'm grateful to be here.
Cool. I'll go next. Crypto Coffee 369. I'm basically everything. My goal is to try to make the world financially free with the power of assets like Hex, PulseChain, and PulseX. You guys might know me. I mean, I've been here a while. I specialize only in this ecosystem primarily. I venture out here and there, but I stick to what I know, and I just try to teach people why we have superior products and kind of rally the community together. So I just think there's so many more people outside of crypto, and that market relative to the very, very small group that is in here right now is a huge untapped market. So I love community building. I love, interacting with all you guys, but I just realized also like this whole panel does, that there are, we should really be focusing on outbound messaging. When you think about the number of new users to the potential versus the number of current users, right? There's a lot more out there that are just waiting to buy, a lot of new money waiting to be onboarded into a better financial ecosystem. So that's what I do.
I guess I'll go next. So some people may know me. I'm not super known in the Hex and PulseChain community, but I'm Mike the Investor, and I kind of talk about everything for the most part. Blue chips, meme coins, they're always fun, great for onboarding as well. And I always thought meme coins was great for onboarding, not just because of the fun that it brings, but like when you think about when crypto is at an all-time peak, a lot of people aren't really looking to get into Bitcoin or Ethereum. They're looking to find that community they can relate to, that camaraderie, right? And if you think about it, there's a lot of communities, and not calling Hex a meme coin community, because it's definitely not, but strong communities like Hex are known for helping new people that come into the community, as in, hey, what does this mean? What does this mean? And so a lot of new people that come in, they're looking for ways that they can find that information without being judged. And so that's kind of where, I come in.
That's awesome. I'm Fashion Coder, and I am on all the different social medias under Fashion Coder. My main goal is to get women into crypto, and more specifically, I'm here to get women that are in their 20s into crypto. So that's my target audience, but it's been awesome being a part of this community because, Mike, just like what you're saying, like Hex is such a great community to get into because there is a community and it's strong and people are kind. And so I've enjoyed being a part of the community in that, but I've been able to do so many different things within my videos for onboarding. One of my big things is doing code reviews because I used to be a software developer. So that's been really interesting, is going through cryptocurrencies and looking at their code and actually saying, oh, this actually meets up with what the white paper says, which is always a good thing. And yeah, so that's me.
That's an intimidating skill you've got there. A woman in crypto that's smarter than 90% of the dudes. Everybody watch out.
Yes.
No,
indeed.
but that's a great demographic, and I think it's untapped because look, everybody wants to make money. Doesn't matter, man, woman, whatever race, anything. Like it crosses all boundaries, and so that's why we're such a diverse mix of people. It's like I like freedom and I like money, and I think a lot of people can get on board with that. And the memes, yeah, it's different strokes for different folks. Whatever narrative meme kind of gets you in, we've got a lot of them over here in Hex and PulseChain. We've got guys that just generate memes all day, and I laugh my ass off on Twitter. It's hilarious. But then we've also got, deep DeFi. Like if you want to understand the T-share system and all these derivatives, if you like complexity, we've got that for you as well. But it can really be as complicated or as simple as you want to make it. And so when new people are getting into Hex, I don't know, I guess I'll just ask this back to everybody. What are the biggest roadblocks that you find with what do people not get when you're trying to onboard?
So for me, as an individual who's interviewed and have been on Around the Blockchain, have been on Crypto Crossfire, have been friendly with the guys at Altcoin Daily, all the big names that people know of. One thing that I've noticed empirically is not that they don't understand Hex or PulseChain. It's that unfortunately they are either I guess unfortunately they're very trepidatious to speak about Hex and PulseChain on their platforms, and they want to convey a sense of neutrality rather than being adamant about the ecosystem, unfortunately, because of the, I don't think controversial anymore, but controversy surrounding, I guess you could say, Hex and PulseChain. This is what I have seen. But the thing I'm noticing now, since Hex has become a layer one community instead of an ERC20 community is that many different crypto YouTubers that are in the mainstream light are giving it a second chance. You know, Crypto Wendy made a segment on her channel recently. I know Superman has talked about PulseChain avidly. He's been around since I can remember. So I really think it basically is now a question of not if they don't understand it, which of course I think some of them don't, the big influencers, but I think it's a matter of how do we mend that image to be that layer one community that is both welcoming and inclusive, and I'd say also not as gladiatorial as we used to have to be before I was even here.
Yeah, we were really forged in fire. You know, it was not pretty in those early days, and we still do a lot of the controversy, animosity stuff online. And you know, some people would actually attribute that to the success of why everybody's heard of Hex, heard of PulseChain. Of course, all prices are in the gutter right now, but you know, it's on everyone's radar, whether they love it or hate it. The fact that I think they have an emotional reaction is something that you don't really get with anything else. I haven't seen that in a lot of other cryptos. You know, people don't, you know, make their whole profile about hating on Cardano, or maybe they do, and I just haven't been focusing on that kind of stuff. I'm sure we have those weirdos in every community, but
Yes.
yeah. What about you, Mike?
You know, I think any strong community like Hex kind of gets that, and I think this is a good and bad thing. And I've said this, you know, in the past. I think Hex kind of has that cult-like following, right? Which I think it's good and bad, and I kind of explain both sides. So the reason why I think it's good is because, like you said, now when prices aren't as good as we may like them to be, you still have that strong niche community that is going to go to bat for Hex and what's being built and what's being done for the ecosystem, no matter what. However, on the flip side to that, sometimes that cult-like following can be so strong, it's harder to bring in new people. You know what I
Yes.
mean? And so finding that balance between that can sometimes be a challenge. And that's kind of what, you know, I've seen, you know, for Hex and PulseChain.
I could totally see that being a thing. I think something that I've seen with my followers is something that is hard technically is the t-shirts. They don't understand that. They can get around Hex being a token that you stake, but the t-shirts is what's confusing. And honestly, I don't even think it's something that absolutely needs to be used when onboarding people, because it's not really the point. It's something that is in between, you know, your start and your finish. But that is definitely something that I've seen in the people that I've onboarded, is that the t-shirts is confusing.
I agree. You know, it's you only really need to go as far as people want to go as well. Some people just want to say, oh, lock up, make more Hex, hopefully number go up. And that's for most of the people. I mean, you don't really know how a lot of your you know, products at a bank work through and through, like all the ins and outs of where the money is going. You just know, oh, you get this APY and longer pays better, bigger pays better. But you got to meet people where they're at. You know, everybody's at a different stage in life, and you know, I've said it before, different strokes for different folks. Some people like the complexity, some people don't. I think for people like you, Fashion Coder, your course is great. And people that also like complexity and really want to understand what they're investing in fundamentally on the code level, that's great too. But, you know, the other segment of people out there says, oh, coin has dog with hat on. That's pretty cool. I want to put my money in that one. So we got the whole spectrum. But luckily with this layer one platform, we've got thriving ecosystem communities, you know, miniature subgenres of everything under the sun. You've got DeFi clones, you've got tons of meme coins, tons of different dexes, and all this kind of innovation happening. So whatever you're into, we've probably got it for you over on PulseChain, and it just really needs to be explained or approached in the right way, meeting you kind of where you're at in that stage of life. If you're kind of guy that's looking to join a cult, well, then come on in, because we, you know, we got a cult following, and we got our Lord and Savior, Richard Hart, right? But and some people like that. You know, we're like a really rabid sports team mixed with stocks, mixed with religion to a degree. But also to another point I'll make is that, you know, some people might just not be ready for crypto in general as well. Like some people say, oh, I want the gains, and then they don't realize that, oh, this thing can drop 50% in a month. Like, you know, and you could say that, yeah, hey, crypto is really volatile. It's going to do that. And then some people will experience that and be like, nope, I'm out. This isn't for me.
Right.
Or maybe they just won't even start. And that's okay too, because, you know, there's 7 billion people in the world. So like, let's, you know, it's important to, I think, remember, let's not waste so much energy on people that don't want to really get into crypto now anyway. But for the people with the eyes to hear and the eyes to see and the ears to hear, then, you know, it's the place to be right now. It's what's happening. It's where the innovation's happening.
Yeah,
absolutely, 100%. And like what I think is something that we need to realize is this is actually coming from the Prince by Machiavelli. Basically, one of his undertones is you have to be able to, and basically of the ethos of the conversation is you have to be able to appeal to people's self-interest. You have to be able to convey what they want, how they want it. I think one of the major, I don't want to call it a flaw, but I think one of the major points of onboarding people into Hex that has obviously worked, but has been possibly overused that could have prevented other people to get in is the staking mechanism. I think that the way to onboard people is to say that you can stake if you want, you can accumulate T shares, you can garner trustless yield, but it's not necessarily obligatory, because the other flip side of it is you don't necessarily have to have yield when you have a very, very strong community. And if you want total liquid Hex, the proposition or the value proposition could be simply this community is strong, and one of the major factors of price appreciation and longevity on a chain or an ERC20 platform is a strong community. I mean, you see it in, I would say, the top 10 community. I'll just name a few off the top of my head are obviously Hex and PulseChain, Cardano, Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, Doge, Sheep. Like all of these communities are still alive and well even during the bear market because of the strength and principles thereof. So if when you onboard individuals to Hex or PulseChain, you know, specifically Hex in this scenario, give them the option and show them the numbers of trustless yield, but don't make it to a point where it's obligatory for them to stake, because maybe people don't want to stake. Maybe people want to just hold liquid and find value in the proposition of holding liquid in a community that has the potential to allow number to go up. Again, not financial advice, but that could also be a point of reference as well to individuals.
and to kind of, you know, piggyback also what Crypto Coffee was talking about, and also Corey, you kind of was piggybacking a little bit as well, is not only meeting people where they are, but like as people like in our position, figuring out what the actual people want. You know what I mean? Because so many people may get into Hex and they hear about all the bells and whistles, and they're like, okay, I need T-shares. Well, maybe T-shares don't necessarily make sense for that individual right now, right? And I think if we push certain things on them and they're not ready for that, that's what kind of give people maybe a bad taste in their mouth, and they're like, you know what, this is too much for me. And it's not just with Hex or PulseChain, but it's with any crypto project, yes, right? Figuring out what exactly does this person want. Are they just a hodler? Are they a trader? Are they a staker? Are they in the DeFi? Are they in the passive income? Are they in the NFTs? All of that matters, right? It's so easy to get into, hey, I want to chase the next big thing, and then you're lost. So the big thing is figuring out what exactly do people want.
Totally. I have another question for everyone. So 2024 is going to be a big year in crypto for many reasons, right? My question is how do you envision onboarding going this next year because of where we're at?
It's going to be fun. I mean, people are going to be rushing in, and I think we have to make sure we explain all the options available to everybody, right? Like, explain that this is generally a long-term hold for a lot of us, and a lot of us do believe in it. For an average of, I think, 7 years is the average stake length. Of course, it's optional, but when you're not staked, you know, you're virtually lending the value to the stakers who are getting all the inflation. And it's going to just, when it comes to like, you know, meeting people on their particular journey or path, people are going to be coming in chasing hype trains, and it's going to be important to remind people that if, let's say, PulseChain or PulseX has already done 100x and someone's trying to get onboarded, we got to tell them, look, it might do another 2x from here if we're lucky, maybe 3 or 4x from here. But, the time to be buying is right now and the past year and maybe, another 4 months or so. But, just be careful of getting sucked into that whole hype wave 1 or 2 years from now when it's survived till 25 and we're all at, hundreds of X's returns. Knock on wood, of course, and no guarantees. But keep in mind, that's the only time when people want to come in. It's called a Veblen good, right? It's like more demand only comes at a higher rate when the price is already higher, which sucks because we're out here trying to tell people that no, now is the time when everybody hates it is actually the best time to be buying. And your friends, family, grandma, mom, dad, it's all going to be asking you only after it's done a 500x or whatever. I'm just making up numbers here, but
How it goes, right?
yeah,
always.
Happened before, it's gonna happen again. Just keep beating that drum that crypto is the most volatile asset class in human history, and the price you pay for the mad gains is extreme volatility. It's not for everybody. It's a very emotional game, especially the more you're focused on it. But one cool thing about Hex in particular is that you can set it and forget it and take your mind off of everything, unless you want to participate in the community, which is also amazing. Like that comes with its own trials and tribulations, as we've all been dealing with. And it's when you're out there on the battlefield of ideas trying to, pitch yours and everyone's mad. The prices are down and this and that, the drama of the day, that's all optional. If you want to just set it, forget it, walk away from the charts. A lot of people, I wonder sometimes, how many people are holding that aren't even on social media that just look at these as investment vehicles. Hey, I'll check back in 2 years. Hopefully it didn't go to zero. And, there's that mentality, that segment of people as well. So it's going to be interesting. You're going to have people from different communities. So I think it's important to also be friendly and inclusive, not exclusive. Like I use the Bitcoin maxis as an example, the toxic ones only, not all of them, just, the ones that say everything sucks, but we're awesome. That's not a good look, and so, there's coins out there that I think are not, kind of lame, not that great, but I just, if it's really that bad, I will try not to talk about it. And if it's like just some NFT collection that I just have no interest in, I'll say, if you like NFTs, we've got a whole bunch of cool creators over here. Just because I'm not buying them doesn't mean that they're not good. You've got, Beatbox or whatever it might be, Mintra, and then you've got Pulse Punks and all these things going on. So it all has to, ties back to what people are interested in. And then if you get them in with what they're already into, whatever narrative they're already kind of following, maybe they can transition into some PulseX, some Hex, some PulseChain.
Absolutely. And I wonder because like Fashion Coder, that's a really good question, because like we saw, like there's always this pendulum in history, and it's funny how it manifests in blockchain. We saw and I'm going to take this little interesting route here, take it back 2,000 years when Europe was highly centralized under the Roman Empire, and when it collapsed in 476 or 530, whenever you want to put it, Europe became very feudal and became very decentralized in its governance structure. And to relate that now, the last 4 years, so 2020, for a perfect example, we saw a DeFi summer. And then in 2021, we saw DeFi masquerading, CeFi masquerading as DeFi, and it got a lot of people wrecked. So there was this quasi-consolidated narrative that was confusing a lot of people, and as a result of that, a lot of people lost their money from FTX, Celsius, BlockFi.
Voyager.
And I wonder now, I wonder now with the ETF approval coming, will the narrative swing back to centralization, or
it's at risk?
It is at risk, and that's exactly where we have to be able to placate to the narrative, in my opinion. So if the narrative is centralization, the community has to find a way to appeal to the self-interest of centralization while being juxtaposition in our decentralized ecosystem. How that can occur, I don't know. You could utilize the past as examples here. People,
I think absolutely you should, right? People, unfortunately, they have the attention span of an ant, and they forget oh, did you realize billions of dollars were lost in FTX or Wormhole? DeFi is not totally safe either. We need to keep preaching for true decentralization, real minimal admin keys, if anything, and just real decentralized, real freedom of speech crypto. I mean, that's the ethos that I think we all stand behind and share. And it's going to kind of suck to see people sell out and just, oh, I bought the Bitcoin ETF, so I'm in crypto now. It's like, not really, not, if the banks go down, you're kind of screwed anyway. So the whole point of this was to, bring the power back to the people, take your money, your self-sovereignty financially into your own hands and separate money and state, because whatever they're doing over at the banks, they're really shitting the bed over and over and over again. So, this is a way out. We're building a parallel financial system, and that's what's so cool about it. Some people might be into that, and a lot of you guys watching, you guys on this panel, we understand that inherently. But it's kind of like the Steve Jobs quote of like, you need to tell somebody what they should want before they know that they'll want it, because it shouldn't take people losing their 401ks or losing all their life savings in a centralized failure, whether it's another exchange or a fake DeFi failure, or even a bank, a too big to fail bank. One of them might go down. What if the internet goes down, right? What if there's a cyber attack or some shit?
Yeah,
go ahead. So
no, because I wanted to agree with you, because like in PulseChain, the good thing is that PulseChain itself is decentralized in that paradigm structure, but we also have centralized things that are building on it, which is, I would say, if you can get the best of both worlds, and again, like I said, back in the beginning, appealing to people's self-interest. If they want an on-ramp that's sort of centralized to PulseChain, they can have it. If they want to use decentralization through IPFS links or one of the community links that are trustworthy and able, they can do that. If they want to use one of the decentralized protocols that have limit orders, let's say, for example, like Omnis, or they want to use a wallet like Internet Money or something like that, or Liquid Loans or Power City, and use DeFi, they can do that. So it's PulseChain. What I think is good about it is that it's not a one-size-fits-all paradigm where it's just all centralization or all decentralization, because we have a mix of both. And I think that that's a net benefit no matter what narrative we have, whether it's centralization or decentralization going forward, because I do think the ETF is going to play a big narrative going forward.
It absolutely will. To kind of piggyback on all of that, there's been this big shift, like at my job that I work at, and the whole thing has been, you have to remind someone 7 times before they remember what you've told them. And so now at work, I'm like, okay, I'm going to repeat myself literally so many times that I'm going to be so bugged with myself. But I realized that as we're creating content, and as this year comes up, that so many new people are going to get into the space, and that it's going to be something where we are going to have to say the same thing over and over and over again. Because even if they see like one of your videos, do they see every single one of your videos, And it's nice. I feel like a lot of us have the same narrative in this community, that they would repetitively, hear the same thing, maybe in different ways. But it's going to be a fun year, because it's going to be scary having new people, and just for their own safety and security.
Yeah, we got to keep them protected. And, Richard Hart's running Twitter list of all the DeFi failures, right? Like we can always refer back and just say, look, crypto is dangerous, but there's also a risk of keeping your money in the traditional system where it's getting devalued every day. Mm-hmm. And what are the odds of you retiring on your stock portfolio, having to wait 30, 40 years? What if you could shortcut that by, 10, 20 years? Bring that down to a get rich slow scheme, but instead of a 40-year retirement plan, maybe it's a 10-year, maybe it's even a 5-year. Wouldn't that be nice? But the repetition thing is crazy. I didn't know 7 times. I'm wondering if there's a way to like shortcut that down. I know slogans, stake it till you make it and all that stuff. But repetition is something, me personally, I used to hate doing it. And I realized that it's kind of what works. It's like the foundational NLP thing, natural language programming. It's like, just repetition works. They use it on the mainstream media. You'll see them anchor around a specific slogan and refer to that like 4 or 5 times. And once you start to notice it, you can use these tricks, on your own. And so for my own previous videos, I used to try to cram too much information, I think, into one video. Whereas like people can maybe at the most handle like 3 topics, or maybe, a list of a little bit more, but it's got to be structured in a way where it's short enough and sticky enough to remember. And the opening hook matters a lot, and also the closing recap as well. But having it flow in a sequential way where you leave the audience with a sense of confidence and understanding, not like, what the hell did I just watch? Because then they're just like, fuck this, I'm going to go somewhere else where things are simpler.
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about Rect, I found this FTX Chinese
Fortune cookie?
Yes. So
No.
my dad and I were at lunch one day. This was years ago. Okay. And we like both opened our fortunes and it said FTX. It was like, oh my gosh, I have to redo my fortune. Okay. You're just getting started. But it made me think with them, they're just getting started and bankrupting everyone.
Sam Bankman-Fried, he
Yep.
predicted your future for you.
Yep.
That's creative marketing, though. Honestly, I want to
Yeah.
see some Hex fortune cookies out there, guys.
That's cool.
Yeah. No, I'm just glad I couldn't use FTX or anything like that. And the one I have to say this with a joke with serious undertones is that why New York is so damn restrictive, where I can't literally basically do anything in this state surrounding crypto. It's very, very restricted. You'll see exchanges say, oh, you are not allowed to use this exchange in North Korea, Iran, China, and New York. And I'm like, oh, it's nice to be in. It's nice to be in that mix. And it's like, you know what though? We couldn't use those things. I guess that was the only net benefit. But it's when it comes to onboarding in crypto in New York, there has to be different ways. And I think one thing that's good about people in the tri-state area in New York, whatever you want to call it, is using that using it as an advantageous tool. Oh, you can't be onboarded into this exchange, that exchange, this exchange, that exchange. Well, why don't you try DeFi? Why don't you try these IPFS links? Why don't you try these different blockchains that don't necessarily require you to have to go down that route? And I think that that's very beneficial for individuals. Because I remember in, a couple of years back, even today, like there was projects that I couldn't, find, even want to research because I just couldn't get into them because the markets didn't allow me to, because I wasn't able to. Yeah. So, with PulseChain, it doesn't matter if you live in New York or Argentina or Antarctica, whatever the case may be, you're able to onboard through the paradigm of not having restriction, which I think is a very net benefit going forward. If cryptocurrency regulations become more regulatorily draconian.
I mean, trustless interest is the innovation with Hex. Trustless censorship resistance is the innovation on PulseChain. And like PulseX, same thing. Nobody can tell you what to trade. Nobody can stop you from trading any coin that you want. So you don't have a gatekeeper anymore. This is a new paradigm. And once people realize that the opportunities really are in the decentralized ecosystem, it doesn't matter what you want to buy because you can trade it on a decentralized peer-to-peer exchange, no off switch, no middleman. That's why we're all here. So those are the value props that are kind of common to all real DeFi, Hex, PulseChain, PulseX, but also a lot more. And I think that's what we can really hang our hats on, and always rely on those value props for new people, because you just look at all the restrictions worldwide. Look at all the censorship going on. It's a hot topic that if we lean into it, a lot of people will resonate. A lot of people are already here because they resonate with that.
Exactly. I mean, censorship is unfortunately, we've seen it avidly over the last 5 years in the political arena. It's obvious here that censorship and the lack of privacy is compliant. Every single app, not every single, but a large majority of apps that we use, they sell our privacy. They sell our information. I mean, like in 1776, one of the main reasons why the American Revolution happened was because of the fact of the forceful lack of privacy from having to quarter British troops in your home. Like, privacy is what makes us. Privacy is a value proposition for any civilization, and when it's violated, people tend to become very disgruntled. So I agree.
Mike, do you have anything to add on what you envision with onboarding in the next year with everything coming up?
I'm going to kind of take it left field a little bit.
Do it.
So I think onboarding is going to get a little better this year, but I think it's going to be, I don't think we're going to see a major improvement in onboarding until after this major bull cycle, in my personal opinion, because we're Bitcoin halving here in a few months in April, shock hits after a few months after that. I mean, we're not, developers isn't focused on that at that point. Everyone's focused on money. So I think, once we get back in the bear market, I think that's when we would truly start to see that development going into making things a lot easier for our grandparents to get into crypto.
Yeah, we got to have one-click buying. We got to have everyone's got an ENS or a PNS. I hate saying it like that. A PulseChain domain, PulseChain name service domain, right?
Yeah.
Cryptocoffee.pls, right? And it's that should be the way that we do transactions. And we shouldn't even have to realize that we're using IPFS. We shouldn't have to realize that, maybe the downloads happen automatically. Maybe the updates are all automatic in the future. Things are going to get better. But yeah, I got to agree with you there. Like it does suck right now, but that's why I think the opportunity for the people that can figure it out now are going to be rewarded. Because think about the internet when people were too scared to put their credit card info into pizzahut.com. They're like, what, who's going to get that info? What if some hacker steals it? Right. And it looks weird right now. We're sending money to 0x1234abcd. Like, what the hell even is that? Like, that's your address, dude. Like, well, it's not like my email address, but like, no, it's your address. It's your crypto address. And then like when MetaMask gets faster, maybe there's going to be better options. Maybe like, hopefully there's an option that's more decentralized in the future, right? Maybe internet money steps up and takes the place of some of these co-opted wallets, right? But there's always going to, just kind of like there's VPNs right now, I think there's going to be wallets with enhanced security as well. And the future is going to look a lot different. But yeah, it'll probably take 5-10 years before we get full Web3. Because right now we're in kind of a Web2, Web3 hybrid.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think it's interesting how like Venmo has integrated crypto into their platform, which I think it's great because it's an introduction into crypto. I would never recommend anyone getting into it there, but it's about that introduction. And so we are a long way from where we should be, but slowly but surely it's interesting watching what different companies are doing and how they also see the potential in crypto too.
PayPal, Robinhood. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry, Coffee. Go ahead.
I was just going to name more mainstream normie stuff. But yeah, it's good.
Yeah, no. The funny thing is, not the funny thing, but like the good thing is that like, so one thing I've noticed in the Hex and PulseChain community, and I've noticed people are very passionate about this, and they're really, it's not that there's no gray area, but there's perspectives on both, and I understand both. So there are the pure decentralization advocates that don't want Hex and PulseChain to be on centralized exchanges. And then there are those who are advocates for getting Hex and PulseChain and PulseX on as the token on centralized exchanges. And the net benefit of that, in my opinion, is that there are people, big names in PulseChain right now, to my knowledge, that are trying to do work to get us listed on centralized exchanges. So if people are trepidatious on doing the DeFi route, if people are nervous on doing the IPFS links, or maybe, somebody's not familiar with IPFS links or something like that, they can go down the traditional centralized route. Like you want to change things for people in a way that they don't realize change is happening. So like, I'm sorry I use historical quotes. I'm a history teacher by trade. But like there was a emperor in China that said that he found Confucius's writings under his house and put his political agenda in these writings and shared it with the populace. And the populace didn't even realize the paradigm of their thinking was changing until the change already happened. So what I'm trying to convey here is that if we're able to change the model where decentralization fits for the individuals who want it, and centralization fits for those who want it, and PulseChain and Hex and PulseX are in multiple avenues, being able to be having the acquisition ability in that way, I think that's a very big net benefit going forward. Because I agree with you guys. I don't think seamless onboarding will exist for I'm a little bit even more far. I don't see seamless onboarding going on for another 10 years. I don't see it happening, especially with when you think about like a 60, 70 or 80-year-old person. I mean, I'm not speaking in ubiquities, but the majority of them don't have the technological prowess to be able to do all of this. I mean, even my friends that are in crypto, that have the attention span of a fork. They don't know how to do this. So, you know, when I have to be
my grandma's still not even on the internet, dude. Like some people just, you know, how do you get people to be comfortable with the whole not your keys, not your coins thing? Because that is the root of all crypto. That's crypto done the right way. Is are you holding your private keys? Because that's really at the end of the day what matters, from people being able to censor you, being able to confiscate your stuff, being able to bust down your door or shut your bank account off, or shut your, you know, PayPal account off, or whatever you think you're holding your Bitcoin in. If you don't have your own keys, like, you're not really doing real crypto the right way. So I think Hex, PulseChain, PulseX, that's the foundational step one of even getting into the community. And I know it's ironic because you mentioned, you know, I'm now on that team that's looking into exchange listings. And even though I kind of hate it,
congratulations.
Thanks.
It helps with onboarding.
Awesome, man. I'm a big fan of them. I did not know that. Congratulations.
I'll probably be the 1 out of 5 that downvotes the move. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, there's a push to get stuff on centralized exchanges. And so, like, even though I understand the need, because it's an on-ramp, it's a fiat on-ramp, and it's eyeballs, it's attention, and everything's a battle for attention.
Yes.
But at the same time, they get hacked all the fucking time. Everybody forgets. Everyone loses all their money on there, and they're too lazy to learn how to get it off into a better ecosystem. Yeah. So, double-edged sword. I think that it still is a net positive. I do, but I might cast my downvote just so people know that, hey, I'm trying to help, but I'm not thrilled about it. But you know, I get it though. I get it. You got to start somewhere. A lot of people, you know, they get into Coinbase and they think all the cryptos that there are whatever the 20 that are on Coinbase are listed.
Yep.
Right. So.
And the thing is that, like, and again, like, are the things on Coinbase going to pump the most? Not necessarily, but they'll be the easiest to buy. And I think that is something that is necessary moving forward if we're going to have this boomer generation come in with the ETFs, where they're buying crypto, but they're not buying crypto, where at least if you're buying on, not advocating for it, but like if you're buying on something like Coinbase, it's seamless, it's easy. You don't have to, not that you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about going the 50 steps sometimes to get into DeFi. And for the people who love DeFi, you know, let them use DeFi. But like, though, I feel like those centralized exchanges that people get onboarded to, those are the ones they're going to look at first. And that's why, like, first of all, I applaud you for doing this, because I know that group, and I've been trying my best to, I'm not part of the team by any means, but I'm trying my best to help them. I've had a stream with them, and I'm looking forward to hopefully streaming with them again. So I do think there is a need.
We should talk after. We should talk after if you
yes,
if you want. Yeah.
Absolutely, we will, definitely.
But to expand a little bit, and this kind of goes with Fashion Coder's question to go off what Crypto Coffee was talking about. That's so ironic, and I think that kind of goes with the onboarding process. Is the quickest way to onboard is through centralized exchanges, which takes us out of the traditional way of crypto, not your keys, not your crypto, right? So it's a major to it. So, and then when you think about it, people that's not hip to crypto or already in this industry, they look at crypto and say, well, if I'm going to get into it, I'm going to get into something that I'm familiar with, that I trust. And the closest thing to that would be getting on with the centralized exchange, because they know, okay, I know to put in my name, I know to put in my address, right? Whereas where you're onboarding with the DeFi, it's completely different. You know what I mean? People have to kind of have that technology knowledge to really go that level. And so I think once we can get away from having exchanges be such a big thing for onboarding, I think that's when we start to see the twist of truly onboarding and seamless onboarding with the actual technology itself. But I think right now we kind of have the exchanges playing a too big of a middleman, if you will, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And it sucks, kind of like it almost feels like you're taking a step in the backwards direction, right? Like, because all they're buying on an exchange is a little ticker symbol that claims that they own the coins. Only until you withdraw, the coins might not even be there. Like, you don't even know unless you try to withdraw, and then they might fuck you over with the, oh, you got to wait 1 week, or, oh, oops, we were going to shut your account down for no reason. I've had that stuff happen, and it's not fun, right? And I don't want the main way that people learn not your keys, not your coin to be through pain. But unfortunately, I think a lot of us have been burned, you know, at some point, whether it's like $1,000 or maybe more, right? We've all lost a little money to a scam here and there, and it kind of sucks. So, you know, we're out here trying to beat on the drum, not your keys, not your coins, but sometimes you got to learn through experience.
Yep. Yeah. And I'll just play a quick devil's advocate here and say, like, so Spirit Hex, I'm reading the chat, said Pulse Hex on Coinbase is a good thing normies can buy. Advanced users will transfer it to a self-custody wallet anyway. Like, if we look at Bitcoin in its first early days, like in 2010, you had to download files in order to get it, or go to some stranger at some corner store to get like Bitcoin. Like, I guess my question to you guys, in a playing devil's advocate here, but do you guys think that Bitcoin has become more valuable because it's been listed on centralized exchanges and it's more easily accessible? Because in 2010 it was so difficult. So I guess does that have staying power? That
Hex did a 10,000x.
That's true.
Primarily not on centralized exchanges. In a way, you could say that if the liquidity is on chain, it adds one more layer of transparency, and it's closer to buying spot than, like, Sami had a really good tweet about this. Like, if you buy a whole bunch of the coin on a centralized exchange and they're not actually buying spot, they're just going out of their reserves that you had to bribe them to get anyway. They're not moving the price as much as somebody going to a DEX and literally changing the ratio of USD to Hex. So I think that's a very good point.
Changes the liquidity.
Yeah.
You know,
so
yeah.
It's just it's not. I do have to like take a firm stance at some point on that, and so that's the hill that I will die on. Is there's real crypto and there's fake crypto, and I like to do it the real way. Everybody in the chat, I'm sure, would agree, but of course we all admit that it's not the easiest way right now. That's the predicament.
No.
Okay, so we have like 10 minutes left. So I'm gonna ask another question, but Corey, I like that question. That was a good one.
Thank you.
So what advice would you give people for onboarding people?
I would, kind of going back what I said earlier, figure out what that person wants. You know what I mean? Like, if you're dealing with them individually, I mean, of course, if you're dealing with a mass of people, it's kind of harder to do that, to read the room. But like, if you're dealing with someone individual, family, friend, or something like that, figure out what they want. Kind of like, how does a person learn, right? Are they hands-on? Are they visionary? Figure out what type of investor they are, right? Are they someone that's going to be active? Do they just want to put their money in something and forget about it? I think all of that matters, right? And I think that can eliminate I can't even talk today. Eliminate some of the problems that may happen. However, I do still think, like Corey said and Crypto Coffee said, pain is going to be that teacher. Because if you think about it, the stock market has been here for how long, and people still get burnt from the stock market. So when you think about a whole new industry of technology with crypto, is still so early. So people are still going to get burned coming into this industry. But I think if we can help point them in the right direction, we can definitely help minimize some of those losses that they may have along the way.
Yeah, I mean, my best advice is to, as someone, as an individual who literally has tried to make a channel PulseChain centric while appealing to other content creators' self-interest, to be able to have an honest discussion about other cryptocurrencies while they understand that I am a Hex and PulseChain centric channel. You have to appeal to people's self-interest. Like, becoming friends or acquaintances with someone is the first step. The first step is not being a used car salesman or a radical missionary, because people get very turned off at that. Like, if I'm trying to onboard somebody, it has to be in a way where I'm becoming friends with them first, so that I can have that intellectual discussion. Let's say I'm having a discussion with an influencer. Like, when I used to go on Around the Blockchain, we talked about all assortment of projects. And through that, by proxy, people knew me as, the Hex guy. And the reason why is because they knew my channel was PulseChain centric, but I was able to speak to other people about different chains. So I would say appeal to people's self-interest. Don't act like a used car salesman. And if you see a post on Twitter from a influencer that's talking positive about PulseChain and Hex, even if they're not really in the community and they're engagement farming, so what? Like, it's a good thing. People are getting eyes on it. And also, take advantage of green candles. The best marketing is green candles. We have massive green candles right now. Use that. Leverage that to onboard.
We do, don't we? It's nice girthy ones today. I'm glad that I'm
Yeah.
talking on the last day where we just got lucky on this one. But you're welcome, guys. This is all us right here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, gotta take credit. But no, I agree with you. In real life connections or even virtual, I guess you can kind of still call that IRL. What you're talking about with making authentic connections matters a lot, but those aren't necessarily the same as, tweets. And it's easy to be impersonal on tweets, so it's easy to get a little more abrasive, start fights and all that stuff. But I think it's really hard to be kind of an asshole in real life when you're at crypto conferences and stuff. And a lot of these relationships that we're making, whether it's virtual or IRL, you got to be inclusive. And I'm just kind of agreeing with you, Corey. Like, just don't be a jerk. I mean, kind of rule number one. But what else was I going to say? I had something, but it's not always going to be easy. You are going to have people that don't want to be in crypto right now. And for those people, you just got to move on to the next one, or just not everyone's going to be receptive to the message of freedom and gains, but that's what it is. Freedom. And like when I think common ground, I'm like, who doesn't want more freedom? Who doesn't want to get rich? And maybe I should say wealthy or, make mad gains, whatever terminology floats your boat. We all want to be in a better financial position, and we all want to be able to move in the world more fluidly, be able to buy that plane ticket, be able to pay the rent, be able to, take a vacation, buy a nice car for yourself, whatever it might be, just higher quality of life. That's all the stuff crypto offers. And that's such a universal message that, if you pitch it in the right way to a particular individual, I think almost the entire world should want that.
100%.
Confirmed.
Yeah. I think for me, my advice is the way to win people over is to talk about your own experience, because it's relatable, and not just the good experience, but the bad experience too, right? And so talking about the wins and the losses, but everyone also reaches a different audience, right? So like each one of us here, we all reach a different audience. And so if there's someone watching this and you want to start a channel or you want to do something in some way, do it, because you're going to reach a different audience than any of us would. And then I think one of the last things is, and this is something I'm starting to like work on more, is to actually give something that's tangible and to give call to actions instead of just being like, do your own research. Actually say how to do your own research, or, something in that realm, because, we can be so generic, and sometimes you just have to say that, right? But it's actually taking the time, slowing down, and doing the nitty gritty of the step-by-step to be able to get into that. So that would be my advice.
I agree. Yeah, everyone wants to hear your personal story. It's that resonates a lot.
Yep.
And tell people how you lost 90% of your net worth before multiple times.
Oh my God, yeah, bro. 2017, man. 2017. Oh my God, 2017 was a good time.
We're gonna come back, bros, boys and girls, bros and brodettes,
fellas and fellettes.
Oh my gosh,
homies and homettes.
No,
wouldn't it be sisters? I feel like the feminine of bro is sister. Oops.
Everyone wants my meatball recipe, and I've never cooked a meatball in my life. I'm sorry, guys. I have been trolling Jim Cramer. What are you talking about? Lights out. Have you seen? My God.
You've never cooked a meatball in your life?
No. I got
hard to believe, Corey.
Yeah, maybe not. Gunnels.
Should we go around and say where everyone can find us?
Good call.
Sure.
Well, I guess I'll go. Yeah, hexpassiveincome.com if you're brand new to crypto. Also, Fashion Coder has a course. Go check that one out. I've heard it's pretty good. And yeah, follow me on YouTube, Twitter, Crypto Coffee 369 on everything.
So you can find me. So I'm reading the chat. You can find me on Twitter at Corey Costa 123. I know how original. My YouTube is Corey Costa's Crypto Coins. I've interviewed so many founders, big names, small names, politicians too, like Roger Stone and Laura Loomer. I only have a Twitter. I only have a YouTube. So make sure to identify first. But yeah, make sure to feel free to subscribe to my channel, Corey Costa's Crypto Coins. I'm in the live chat right now. and Twitter, Corey Costa 123.
Cool. I'm Mike the Investor. You can find me on YouTube and Twitter. I do have an Instagram, but it's not really crypto based. So I mean, that's up to you if you want to follow. But yeah, Twitter and YouTube is mainly where you can find me.
That's where the good stuff is, on Instagram, huh? Go follow him there too.
That's actually where I mostly post is Instagram.
Is it?
But
Okay.
my
Really?
target audience is women, right? So
Okay.
that's
Makes
like
sense.
what I'm trying to get towards.
Yeah.
But if you want to
Yeah.
see more of my life,
Yeah.
that.
Nice.
Where you can find me. So if you want to look at my courses or any of my crypto guides, it's at cryptocompetent.com. And then I'm fashion coder on everything. Sometimes there's a 6 added to it, just depending on if other people are already using the name. But I'm on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, all the things.
Nice. And pleasure doing this panel with everybody.
Likewise, I'm
Good
gonna have some,
times.
gonna have some
What's up, Maddie?
bolognese now to celebrate.
All 4 of you are really amazing leaders and educators. So thank you so much for kicking off the evening tonight. I really appreciate you all.
Maddie,
Absolutely.
thank you as well,
Thanks
man.
for
Thank
having
you for all you're doing.
This
keeping
is
the faith.
legendary. I hope
Yeah,
you break
man.
the record. Guinness.
Likewise, man. Thanks for uniting the community in this time, in these trying times. God bless you, man.
My pleasure. Take care.
Thanks.
Take care, guys.
All right. Next up, we just have only 2 minutes of ads. Here we go.
GoPulse was founded in May 2023, only a couple of days after the PulseChain mainnet launched. Initially called plsburn.com and only showing a couple of basic statistics, it quickly grew into the PulseChain suite, a fully fledged suite of tools with a direct PLS on-ramp, portfolio tracker, Hex frontend, and so on. The team behind GoPulse has been adding useful functionalities non-stop, with their latest addition being GoPulse X. GoPulse X is PulseChain's all-in-one trading platform designed to both save and earn you money. It's a DEX aggregator, which is like a search engine looking for the best and cheapest route across multiple decentralized exchanges to swap your tokens. It will determine the most efficient route at the optimal rate within milliseconds. This eliminates the need to use multiple services and having to worry about getting the most bang for your buck. It is designed to onboard many users to PulseChain through its simple and user-friendly interface that works on every device, in every browser, with every wallet. It is 100% decentralized and censorship-resistant and has no token duct taped onto it. Simply put, it is nothing like Uniswap. Its focus lies on PLS and PLSX as it burns PLS with every swap and buys and burns PLSX with almost every swap. There are more than 450,000 tokens available on GoPulse X. Even the newest tokens will be available within seconds of their release. There are no signups, tracking, personal data, KYC, or ads. You can use GoPulse X completely anonymously. Save money by taking the cheapest swapping route and earn money by creating your own referral link, which gets you 0.25% on every swap your referees make.
All right. So up next, we have a talk from a builder in the space, Hex Scout. Welcome.
Hi, Maddie. Thank you so much for having us on, and thanks for the invitation.
My pleasure. So you're going to do your 20-minute talk here, and really looking forward to it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right. Maddie, could you share my screen, please?
You need to change the page first.
There we go.
There we go. Perfect.
Perfect. So welcome, everyone. Thank you for listening. I'm Felix from Hex Scout. Hex Scout is an amazing onboarding tool, literally the best onboarding tool for Hex, and the best tool we've seen so far that has been built for Hex. I would like to start off with making sure that you are aware that that isn't marketing. This is all about Hex. We serve Hex. We serve the community. We built this for all of you, and we built this to make the next bull run amazing. Hex Scout makes Hex accessible in an easy way and solves all the issues with onboarding we've had for 4 years now with one simple tool. We've seen several challenges onboarding new people into Hex over all these years, and we've seen it getting more complex year by year with the community building amazing tools around Hex. Like, we got different staking methods. Nowadays, we even got 2 hexes. So there's tons of challenges that we solve. with the easiest one that have led to discussions and explanations and all of that, onboarding new people, which are what is Hex and what is staking. Our onboarding tool solves these questions in an easy way, in an easy manner, easily understandable for everyone, and wakes positive emotions about Hex. Like, yeah, we just guide you through what is Hex and what is staking, explain T-shares to you, and just, yeah, get emotions in people and get them to want to buy Hex. And it's not just a simple explanation, but it's also make them feel Hex, like the excitement and all the amazing positive emotions we feel for Hex need to be awakened in someone who's new to all of this and to this complex material and all of that. So we literally solve this in an easy manner and guide you into all the Hex related stuff in a super easy way, and most importantly in a feelable way. I'd like to show you guys the onboarding tour real quick and guide you through some of the steps. This is the what is Hex part, explaining to you what Hex is in its basics. So all the metrics, all the explanations, what you need to know are explained right here. The second step is what is staking, which has this amazing tool integrated, which allows you to generate your own staking ladder within just 1 minute. It's only 4 clicks, 4 little questions you need to answer. And there you go. You're all set up with your own personal staking strategy. The next important thing is, which is super important since PulseChain launched, which Hex should you go with? So many people get into Hex and don't really know which Hex to buy because there is 2 of them, and most people, especially beginners, don't understand why and which one is better. So we built this amazing website or this amazing page here to explain to you which Hex does what and which one you might want to buy. So we give you all information necessary to make your decision yourself by guiding you through the most important questions and showing you around which are the advantages of each Hex. So at the end of this page, you will be able to make a clear and smart decision on which Hex to buy. Moving forward with, in this example, P-Hex, we guide you through every step necessary for buying, for actually buying Hex. So you can decide to go with a fast process, with a cheap process, or with a safe process, which contains one-on-one support. So for everyone who doesn't feel safe with crypto and needs guidance, we provide you with an assisted call, so you don't make any mistakes and you just can feel safe getting into this whole complex space. But that's not everything. If we do this little staking generator real quick, I did it before, so that's why the results already popping up. But if we go through it together, choose a long-term growth perspective, set a capital of $5,555, and choose an age. Let's go with 30 for now. We will get this nice little staking strategy right here. So this is your personal ladder with long-term growth in mind. And if you then, after learning how to buy, are to stake Hex, we guide you through the different staking methods that the community has built over the years. So there is not only native stakes, but also Hedron and pool stakes. And we explain the advantages and disadvantages of each method down here, so you can make a educated decision again and choose the way that suits you best. So this little starter tour solves all of these 7 amazing questions, which have been super complicated in the past. So when you wanted to onboarding someone, you needed to give them personal advice and personal guidance. With this onboarding tour, all you need to do is to share this link, and a beginner can just learn about Hex and actually put their staking strategy to action at the end, all by themselves, without you helping or without you having to guide them personally through it. So this is a true revolution in Hex that we haven't seen before. And it's just a tool unlike anything we've seen in the last 4 years. So in the coming bull market, it's all about you. you have to share this tool. You have to make it a success. And yeah, it's literally what hexagons make of it. We build a tool for you to share, for you to provide you new onboardies, which makes it easier than ever. All you need to do is give them that link and let them read through it and let them go through it. And yeah, this is really deciding for how successful the next bull market will be, as we don't have this hurdle of getting new people in anymore. Yeah. Besides the onboarding part, Hex Scout offers a variety of features to already existing hexagons, which is tons of features actually. First of all, we offer this amazing market page, giving you the optimum market overview over what's going on with Hex at the moment, not only for PHEX, but also for EHEX. So you can you just have all data in one place and can literally inform yourself about what's going on right here. But that's not the coolest part. The most important part is the actual portfolio, which allows you to have an overview of what's going on in your wallet, or what you are doing, what your stakes are doing. But not only your stakes, also your other assets like PLSX, PLS, and everything that's related to the Richard Heart ecosystem. And yeah, it's just an overview you don't get anywhere else. It's super easy, super user-friendly, and we designed it for anyone who is in touch with Hex, is in touch with the ecosystem, and needs a place to go. You can do anything on everything over here. It's not just a portfolio overview. You can also manage your stakes, manage your assets. So for example, you can trade your Hex, you can trade other assets. It's all doable right over here. It's the perfect wallet portfolio management system. And yeah, I don't have the time to highlight all of our 70 amazing features and highlights surrounding Hex. And yeah, so I invite you guys to check out hexscout.com and get a picture of it yourself. But as I said, the most important part is the starter tour, which is super easy to share and allows any hexagon, anyone who wants to join us, to get in Hex easily and within just under an hour. So yeah, Hex has never been easier accessible before. And this tool literally is the game changer for the coming bull market, which might be right around the corner with some OA, or not, let's not call it OA, but sacrifice related wallet buying Hex today, which is, by the way, amazing news, because whoever is behind this entity seems to want to see a change in the market sentiment. So whoever is controlling these masses of money seems to think that the bull market might finally be over, and we are slowly transitioning into an upcoming bull market. All right. So this is literally Hex Scout. Maddie, if you have any questions or anything you'd like to say, I invite you to hop on, because it's actually all of the little presentation we prepared.
Awesome.
My bad, it didn't
Hey,
into
how's it going?
into the 20 minutes.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, so you're providing an incredible service to people. What's your take on profitability and that sort of thing? Are you doing this as a public good or as a business?
Thanks for asking. That's actually an amazing question. We are not doing this for any business purposes. So this isn't about the brand Hex Scout. This is about Hex. We serve hexagons and we serve this ecosystem. And we actually do not earn any money off Hex Scout at all. Like, we don't ask for any swap fees or whatever. We just don't earn revenue at any point. And yeah, it's completely for free, free to use. We don't ask for data. We don't ask for any subscriptions or whatever. We just don't make money off Hex Scout. This is all a service brought to you by us for free. And yeah, we all have the common goal of making Hex succeed. And that's why we built this amazing tool.
That's very generous of you. What's your background
you.
in crypto?
Actually, I personally started with Hex. It was my first crypto I ever bought, and actually my last one I ever bought. Like, no, not actually, because I, of course, participated in the PLS-X sacrifices. But yeah, I started off with Hex and never exited the Richard Heart ecosystem since then.
Wow, you really got the best of crypto off the bat, huh?
Yep, lucky catch.
How did you hear about Richard Hart?
Actually, it was super random on Twitter. I just saw some retweeted stuff from Richard, and I was looking for cryptos at this time, and yeah, was just giving everything a try that I have seen. So I looked into this guy a lot more, and learned about his yeah, not only personality but also about Hex, and this led me to buying Hex in the end, and it was the best decision I could have ever made.
That's great. Yeah, that's really exciting. I hope other people get to have the same experience where they have a positive experience with crypto, especially with this bull market starting to heat up.
I hope so. Like with Hex Scout, it has never been easier before to join the right ecosystem.
How long did it take you to make Hex Scout?
2 years actually. So it was tons of development and tons of logic in the background, and we had to face many challenges. But yeah, we've been building since around the top of the bull market.
Wow, impressive. Yeah, it
Yep,
takes a long
thank
time
you.
to get things in crypto right.
Yeah, it took tons of time, and it was at the beginning we started off with a simple portfolio tool, but we noticed that there are several challenges with Hex and with onboarding. So we decided to add the onboarding tool and yeah, just deliver an all-in-one package. And yeah, it was the most important decision to deliver a tool that we haven't seen before in this space, but which was necessary because I'm sure you onboarded people yourself and sit down with them and guide them through every step and answer all the questions. And yeah, it's just tons of work and takes so long and is so complicated. And Hex Scout manages to answer all questions that you needed 1,000 sources before in just one place and just within 1 hour. So yeah, it's truly a revolution and making this all so more more efficient and easier for everyone participating.
That's really valuable. Yeah, to have an onboarding tool that is so powerful and kind of does everything in terms of explaining and giving people the right steps in the right order at the right time and all that. It sounds like you've been very intentional with your design, and
Absolutely. Yeah.
you've solved a lot of problems. Now, there's one solution I do want to ask you about. It's kind of a tough question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So how did you solve the problem of like the phone support people like stealing people's money? Like, you know, typically if I were to set up a crypto help center that was like a call
Mhm.
center, I wouldn't be able to trust the people working there, that they wouldn't like guide the person to give them their seed phrase or whatever.
Well, we actually make you aware of these dangers in the onboarding tour. And what we
Okay.
literally did is we only built on top of Hex. Like we're only using official contracts. We didn't develop anything on our own. It's literally just a front end. And yeah, we actually actively decided to not provide people with wallet services or anything else, but we just lead to the industry standard like MetaMask or Ruby Wallet or whatever. So it was intentional to not take custody of anyone's money or tell them what to do with it, not literally give financial advice. All we do is give you the information you need to make a decision. And we never ask for any permissions or money or whatever.
Cool. Yeah. Come to think of it, I guess there have been some crypto companies that will play a pre-recorded message before you get on the phone with support to instruct you never to tell them the seed phrase and that sort of thing.
Yeah, we do that as well. It's all a part of the onboarding tour.
Cool. Yeah, that's very impressive. Well,
Thank you.
yeah, it really sounds like you're crushing it, and I think that's why you have so much support so quickly in the community. Once people saw what you had released, they started singing your praises. And I know
Yep.
KDP is in the chat here, hyping everybody up about Hex Scout. So
yeah, we received amazing feedback, not only by beginners using the onboarding tool, but also by existing hexagons who face the challenge of onboarding new people for years now. And also for the portfolio and wallet management, it's just been positive feedback all over the place. And yeah, we are super grateful for all your guys' feedback. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming on the conference, and people can start using the tool at hexscout.com. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. And thank you for organizing this whole thing. Appreciate you, Matty.
My pleasure. Take care. All right. Next up, we have another great panel. So moving right along, next up, we'll bring up Dylan and Buck.
That's a hex flex, making money, yeah, we growing by the excess. Yeah, hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a hex flex, hey, that's a hex flex. Making money, yeah, we growing by the excess. Yeah, hex, all we know about is excess. Turn a fiat on ramp to an expressway. That's a hex flex, hey.
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good, sir. We're pretty happy with the price chart here today.
Ooh, yeah. Is it true the OA bot?
Oh, geez. We don't like to speculate on we don't like to speculate on those things, Matty.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I'm going to let you guys take it away for your 20-minute talk to discuss whether the Hex bottom is in and anything else you see fit to discuss regarding Hex.
Okay. Thank you, Matty. And hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Let me know if not, Dylan.
Yep.
But yeah, I want to first thank Matty for doing this conference every year. It's not easy to put all these things together, even in good times. And I think arguably this has been pretty difficult, probably 6 months or so for Hex. Maybe if you zoom out, it's been difficult for a few years, but it's really, I think, wonderful and important that we keep doing these things. And I'll talk a bit about why in my chat. I'm going to move through this at a rate of knots. So I apologize. I'm going to be probably moving through a lot of things quite quickly if we're doing this in 20 minutes. But about a week ago, Matty kind of asked me at the last minute to speak. And he said, would you speak something related to Hex? And I said, sure. I'd like to talk about why I think the bottom is in. And so that's kind of the chat that we're going to be having today. We're going to make the case for why the bottom is in. Disclosure: Dylan and I are both Hex OGs, so I think you can safely assume that we have some RH bags. So obviously that makes us a little bit biased. I'm personally pretty much a long-term investor. I tend to think in 2-3 year time horizons minimum for things. But I do trade. I do buy low and try to sell high, which is what you should all do, I think. But I'm a professional investor in real life, so that's kind of the ethos of my training. About a year ago, exactly this time, I think Hex bottomed at around 1.6 cents, if you think about it. And this conference was going on then as well.
That's true.
So it's kind of funny. We always the timing of this conference is always hilariously bad or good, depending on how you look at it, because it often is a harbinger of a really good opportunity, at least historically speaking. So Hex went down to 1.6 cents, and I tweeted something along the lines of, you can go find this on my Twitter account. I said basically that sentiment has gotten so bad in the community, and so much pessimism about whether or not PulseChain would ever launch, that the second any kind of good news, whatsoever comes, you could see Hex, probably double like pretty quickly. And I think it probably went up to 12 cents, probably a few weeks
April.
After. Yep. Yeah. Between that tweet and April. So it was a lot more than double. And such was the anticipation. So I'm going to say this a few times, but the time to buy is not when it's easy to buy. The time to buy is when people are walking away from value, when people are scared when people are disinterested and giving up and going and doing other things. That's oftentimes the best time to buy. Warren Buffett has become, a billionaire, going around finding companies that are basically on their last legs, but what he calls, they're basically cigar butts. They still have another puff in them, right? And he breathes a little bit of life into them, gets them really cheap, and makes a lot of money. So I think a year later we're in a pretty similar position. Obviously, we went to 12 cents. We had the launch of PulseChain. We topped pretty quickly. I don't know exactly how long it took, but probably about a week.
Yeah, about a week and a half. Yeah,
a week and a half. And then we've kind of been hit with a whole bunch of FUD, as you guys like to call it. I think FUD is just information, and I think FUD is useful, and as is all information. So effectively, you have all the SEC stuff that's occurred. Richard kind of seemingly on hiatus from public life. You have a lot of recrimination and basically finger pointing is probably a better word for Dylan than recrimination. Finger pointing within the community, a lot of people attacking one another. The reason price is going down is because this guy with a hat is drunk, or this guy did this or that guy did that. And really looking at anything but just actually how cycles actually occur, and actually what the root causes of our problems are. So you see all the kind of usual behavioral issues popping up that kind of show you that we're in that sort of despair phase, or at least we have been. Maybe today you're feeling good, but you weren't feeling good probably the day before yesterday. But we've had guys that have put a lot of effort in this community, basically selling and walking away. We've seen that a few notable cases. The leading app provider basically shutting down, liquidating their business, and I think now being replaced probably by the guy who just spoke. So you can see that we're in this environment where things look pretty dismal, pretty terrible, and Eric Wall is tap dancing all over us. He was making fun of me yesterday in my bottom call, saying but it's going down and all this stuff. And then we pumped 25% or something like that.
30% now.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah, I haven't even looked. So my point is that when you buy it should feel hard. If it feels easy to buy, that's probably means you're about to get wrecked. It feels really easy to buy Solana, when it's above $100, and everybody, including guys like Moritz, are showing up saying, hey, you must buy the Solana. It's going to destroy the ETH. It's really easy to do that when it's topical, it's in the news. It's a lot harder to buy things that are sort of been really punched in the nose, but that's really where you get the value. For a little bit of ancient history, but the first 30 days of Hex, you can't even see this price history anymore because it's not really actually in the chart. Most charts, I don't think, but basically you saw Hex drop 98%, right? The guys that got really wealthy in Hex were the ones that bought, and after that first 30 days, they're the ones that bought in January 2020. The guys that went in hard right off the bat, they've done okay, but not like super great.
Yeah.
But it was hard. It was really hard because once again, we had, Richard sort of suddenly not so friendly, suddenly not so holding our hands. He banned half the chat, including me, and threw us out because he didn't like what we were saying. Yep. I mean, it was a tough time. So this has been a longer, more protracted, tough time. I think, I actually do think the bottom is in, and I'm going to explain why I think it is. So first off, there's things that are kind of indirectly, helping us bottom here, that are super important, but maybe a little bit obvious, but still super important. The first is macro. We were in a rate rising environment all of 2020, two, that really kills crypto. You guys would have told me in 2021 that macro has no impact on crypto and T shares and things like that, but it did. And I think now suddenly everybody's a macro investor, including Richard, by the way, who never really used to talk about macro. His chart skills were literally just, Bitcoin fell out of its parabola, therefore it's time to sell. That was like literally his thing. But macro actually has an impact on all assets. But macro has now switched back to a more favorable stance. Interest rates are dropping, and that is just broadly going to be good for risk assets, basically anything except for the US dollar. Rates go up, the US dollar rallies, and everything kills everything else. That's kind of how markets work. Rates go down, more than the market anticipates, then you basically see risk assets, and crypto as a risk asset. So basically, Bitcoin guys are getting rich again, ETH guys are getting rich again, Solana guys are getting rich again. All of that sloshes, and all that liquidity is sloshing into the market. Additionally, it's not just crypto; it's asset prices in general, tech stocks, all these things. They're going up as well. So there's liquidity re-entering the market now. The second thing is obviously ETFs and TradFi. It's a big deal. It's obvious, but that is going to bring lots more institutional flows into Bitcoin, and the rising tide of that is going to be broadly, a good news story for crypto in general. It's gonna make a lot of Bitcoin guys rich, and they're going to start to sell, and they're going to start to look around for other opportunities because they're smart and they know that lower market cap things in this sort of environment are gonna pump harder, right, than Bitcoin over the bull market. So that's going to be broadly good for us. The third thing is regulatory compliance clarity. We've been in a regulatory regime since the FTX and Terra Luna debacle a little over a year and a half ago, basically kicked off. That basically killed Celsius and all these other things. The government has been going really hard on crypto because that's what they have to do after something like that. They did this after Lehman Brothers, right? They made our lives miserable in Wall Street for the next decade with compliance bullshit. So like that something similar like that has been happening broadly in crypto. And then lastly, I'm less confident about this, but I think there are decent odds, pretty strong odds, that a more crypto friendly administration is in the White House and in Congress come 2025. Right now we have about the least friendly thing that we could have. And I think over the long term, that's inevitable anyway, regardless of which parties win, just because I think the people in those positions are going to be younger. They're going to skew younger, and the odds of them having crypto or at least wanting to be well-liked by crypto people is going to be higher. Baby boomers, they don't really own crypto. The silent generation, which is what Joe Biden's a member of, they don't own crypto.
Definitely don't own crypto.
They
there is a lot of boomers in this community, though. I will say
that. There are. Yeah, shout out to the boomers. So those are the things that are outside of Hex that are super important, but nonetheless, basically speak broadly to why I think Hex is going to do well, in the coming period. And even in past bull markets, Hex doesn't necessarily always run at the same time, exactly as Ethereum or exactly as, Solana or whatever. It runs out of step. There are basically people, whales in the market who look around and they go, what hasn't pumped? What has pumped? I'm feeling pretty good in Solana right now. Hey, what about, Hex? Hex has been kind of kicked in the teeth. But maybe things are starting to turn around there. So smart whales are definitely out there, and they're looking for opportunities all the time. And a little bit about how these guys think. Like, first of all, you guys got to understand whales matter. They're not wrecked. Some of you might feel wrecked right now. There's lots of guys that feel really good, right? And those guys are sitting on potentially hundreds and hundreds of millions, if not billions, of stable coins and Ethereum and Bitcoin. And they're looking at massive returns so far this year. And where are they going to deploy them, right? Some element of that is going to come to us on PulseChain at some point. I'm fairly confident of this because we have a very strong community, because ultimately it won't take too much for sentiment to turn around, right? We're already super
Look
negative.
at today.
Look at today. Look at today. Yeah,
Sentiment is entirely turned around. All the chats are lighting up.
I'm actually
It's
really
great.
pissed. I'm actually really pissed this pump happened yesterday because, like, to be honest, like, yeah, it was like, well, fuck, this is exactly what I was going to predict. But okay, but anyway, you're seeing it happen in real time. So these guys are going to look around and they're going to go, well, that's interesting. Bitcoin, is up, I don't know, like 1 or 2%. This thing's up 30%. Okay, and what happens if it keeps doing that? And then a lot of you guys, who did sell, but still have long-term staking ladders. You want this thing to continue. You want this community to keep going. I think we all feel this way,
Yep.
right? And that's really, in my opinion, the greatest invention of Hex. It's not the T-share. It's not something that you guys really ever talk about. The greatest invention of Hex is that it incentivizes a core group of people to really stick around and try to make this thing a going concern, right? I just sold all my Solana just after Christmas, right? And told Dylan and the other boys about it. Basically because I could see it was getting toppy. I don't know if I'll ever buy Solana again. I may, but like it's got to drop a lot.
Yeah, there's no stickiness to Solana, so like there isn't Hex. Let me tell
I
you.
I bought my Solana a year ago after Sam basically axe murdered it with his incompetence, right? But and it's done really well. But now I'm going away, right? And I may never go back to Solana, but I see it even within our own chats and our own community. A lot of people that I haven't spoken to in months suddenly popping up and reappearing recently. So I feel like it's just a matter of time before we run out of sellers and people that are and find basically a few healthy whales that are looking to buy. And so that's a super important aspect of why I think the bottom is in. What else? So I guess the last thing is probably Richard himself. I won't go into any specifics. That I see a lot of you guys tweeting this. I don't necessarily think it's the right thing to do. But to Maddie's question about the OA buying, I won't talk about that because I think that's like a Fight Club thing. You just shouldn't talk about that stuff. But yeah, maybe you guys disagree with me on that. But in terms of Richard himself, he obviously did almost everything you could to kind of make you lose faith, I think, over the last 6 months, right? Arguably. And it's been effective. And I keep going back to December 2019, where Richard went from being this really lovely, cuddly guy to kind of being like, no, fuck you, you're banned from my chat, get out of here, right? And we've had a different version this time where it's just kind of ghosting, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, like we start to get signs of life, signs of activity. We get I think an excellent little Christmas speech from him, and kind of indications that the wheels are still turning. I think you guys that are on chain looking at those machinations, I think that's the confirmation that you really need to understand that. Most people they're not looking at that stuff superficially. They're looking at most things superficially, going, well, the price is wrecked, I don't want to buy this. But for me, I get excited when I see something like this start to turn around, because that's when you get massive inflection. And
damn right.
There's Crypto Moo. There's a funny story there. Moo was basically, I hope he doesn't mind, because I mean this in the nicest way. Moo was very negative the day before yesterday in the chat, and we've just been teasing him, and that's great to see. So Richard himself, everything terrible about Richard, I think, is already priced in. Right, we can only be scared by this government thing for so long, and as I said earlier, I think a better regulatory compliance regime is coming with the next administration. I don't think Gary's going to be in that job for much longer, and I don't think we necessarily need to be so worried about that. But it's been very useful in getting the price down, and now we can go up again. And all it takes is for a lot of these guys who've been dumping really hard to just mentally go from the standpoint of, oh my God, I need to get out what I still can, to, oh, actually, I'm holding the best hand in crypto at the moment, right? And so, yeah, I honestly think, when Eric Wall is basically doing the equivalent of dancing on your coffin in a church on Twitter, which is, what he's been doing recently. And to be honest, we deserve it because we did it to him in the opposite sense.
That's true.
It kind of goes to show you. And I think that I really love this conference because this thing just shows you a 4-day conference about Hex, with whatever terrible things have happened this year. And we're all still here and we're all still excited. I think it just goes to show you how sticky this community is. And I think things can only really get better. I can't really think of too much else that can make this worse. Right. So, lastly, I'll just finish on, Richard's speech was very important. He said, we need to kind of get organized. We need to kind of make things happen ourselves. I think that's a very important message for all of us to think about. We need to get out, be the ambassadors. We need to get out and, get, I think, PLS on CEX is not necessarily Hex, but definitely PLS in my opinion. And really make sure that this thing gets the most out of what I think is going to be a really exciting year. I've met Richard. I got to sit at a dinner table with him and question him for a few hours a few years ago. This guy loves what he does. He likes to win. He's competitive, and this thing is his legacy. So I have full confidence that he is going to be back, and I think the chain is showing you that, to kind of answer Maddie's original question without answering it, but without really speaking directly to it. So that's probably all I wanted to say. Dylan, I don't know how we're doing for time. Are we over? Are we done?
I think we're reaching that point where we're a little bit over our time, sir. But
okay.
That was excellent. Yeah.
You guys crushed it. Thank you so much, Buck and Dylan. You guys both speak so well to the Hex ecosystem, and you're not just always repeating positive stuff. Like if there's something critical, you'll say it. So I know the community really appreciates you guys.
Yeah, when we're pushing new all-time highs and you guys are dancing on coffins again, I'm not going to be dancing on the coffin. I'm going to be really.
Hey.
I'm in the back room selling some stuff. Yeah,
I'll be selling. So just so that's true. That's exactly right. Yes.
That sounds like a plan. Well, thanks for being on the conference, guys. I really appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having us, Maddie.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. So next up, we're going to have another great 20-minute talk. We're going to have David Feeder and Gamma DevOps. Welcome. And now I'm going to welcome them to the stage.
You're still broke as fuck.
This goes out to all my hexicans flexing. We all be repping these investments with no stress. Richard blessed us. We're getting Rolexes, Louis V, and a new Benz. Tell all your true friends. Sacrificing coins to this new sense. Stake it till you make it 55.55. But don't cry, dry your eyes when your old coins die. PulseChain will be insane and the gains will reign truly.
How's it going, guys?
Great. Hey, Maddie. What's up, dude? Just hanging out over here.
I know the community is so excited for your guys' talk because you won't hold any bars when it comes to being technical and going deep into whatever content you choose to present. You're both known as master validators and people who understand PulseChain in deep ways. So really looking forward to your talk.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Definitely, it's good to be here.
Thanks.
Cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, David, we were just talking about like what we were going to talk about. So you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Let me just introduce myself real quick. So I'm David Feeder. You may know me from such places as hex.com/testimonials. At the time, 3 years ago, I made Richard Hart's favorite thank you video at the time that he enjoyed. And then a couple months later, I actually got one of the first ever Hex tattoos. There it is. Which I think you guys still got it right here, guys. And I was one of those guys dancing on Eric Wall's grave all those years ago, and that felt good. I'm still dancing on his tombstone. So yeah. And then nowadays, yeah, I'm the #1 PulseChain validator, and I run validatorstore.com. And collectively, we have the #1 like graffiti on the PulseChain. So all the validators who are using my open source free script on GitLab, you can just go there and copy and paste the commands, and then you can become a validator. So that's what I've got, and that's me.
Yeah. So I'm a Gamma. I used to go by Gamma DevOps, but now it's Gamma G4MM4.io on Twitter. You can follow me. That'd be great. So I run a community validator. I run validators, which is what I'm mostly known for, like educating people on validators. But I'm running a community RPC endpoint right now, which is G4MM4.io, hence the username. You can go there, get RPC settings for MetaMask. The official RPC and my RPC, very similar. You can use either of them. Doesn't really matter. Sometimes you might have a problem with the official one, and then you have a backup. Is really what it comes down to. If you're a team that needs a reliable RPC access and you don't want to run your own, you can reuse mine. It's not rate limited. It's free. No API keys. The only thing I ask is if you use it, tell people how great it is and direct them there. And I mean, that's basically it.
Yeah. Shout out to you. So people at home who don't know the RPC, it's like up in your MetaMask when you connect to the Pulse chain. So Gamma here, he's been running, in my opinion, the only like #2 free open RPC server for the Pulse chain. I know for a fact there's actually a number of projects which connect to your RPC server, Gamma, and you've helped them out big time. So yeah, shout out to you. I know folks using it for sure.
No, yeah, we obviously there's a lot more people that use the official RPC because that's kind of makes sense. But every EVM network needs to have multiple reliable RPC endpoints, which is RPC endpoint is your computer, your MetaMask instance gets balances. You send transactions through the server, right? You send it through from MetaMask to my servers, no logging. Like I don't keep any data. I basically shut off everything I can just to be real, like that. No IP tracking, any of that stuff. I've actually just deleted it. So it doesn't even track or log anything.
Perfect.
Because I don't care about that stuff. You can get the data like your balances. And like I said, your transactions go to mine and all of my servers are connected to hundreds of different other peers. And so they will get to validators very quickly.
Yeah, the mem pool, the transaction mem pool.
Yeah.
Yep.
The transaction memory pool.
Yeah.
So my servers will see those transactions and they will pass them along to all their peers, which are validators, right? Like those servers don't validate. They just pass the transactions to the other validators. So all of David Feeder's clients that are running like 26,000 validators or whatever, like all of them get it and they validate the transactions.
Yep.
And I run my validators, of course, but
Yeah. So that's cool. So between like your RPC, which lets people connect their MetaMask, lets projects connect to the Pulse chain, and then that's how people can do their transactions with MetaMask. And then when people broadcast those transactions, then they go out to all the validators all over the world. And then one is randomly selected to like mine the block.
Yep.
And that's basically what we've got going on.
Yeah. Web3 applications, any of the apps that you talk about, like all the DEXs, really all the applications that run on top of PulseChain can use MyRPC, GraphQL, archive indexing for block explorers. If you're a single user in a MetaMask instance, or you're a team that's running some application you're developing, it's fine. I don't care. Give me traffic, give me feedback, give me stress on the server so I can make them better. Because eventually a bull run will come, And the expectation is hopium, right? We have the hopium that eventually all these users are going to come to PulseChain one day. And I'd like for my service to be one of the very best ones on PulseChain. And that only happens if I start now with a little bit of traffic and I slowly scale over time and get more information and get, like right now, I'm redeploying a configuration change to testnet RPC to test it, just to make things better.
Like a stress test for like usage. Basically, we need to make sure in the future we can handle enough users at the same time in the future.
Well, sure. So this is what normally happens. Like any application runs on testnet with like barely any load. It moves to mainnet and then almost always breaks under strain. And then you gotta fix a bunch of stuff. And then so that's what I'm doing is like I ran for 2 years with barely any load. And now that I'm on mainnet and people are actually starting to use my service, then like recently I've had a few timeout problems.
Oh wow.
A few, like not very many. Saying 30 million calls and there's like 100 timeouts. Well, okay, great. That's 100 less. That's 100 more than I'd like. What's the problem? Find the solution, redeploy the fix, test it, and then do it again.
Yep.
Right. And you do that enough times. And then as my service scales up to billions of calls a day, one day that'd be very awesome. And then it can it can handle it.
Excellent.
Right. That's what everyone wants.
Yes.
Because people ask me what I get out of it for running a free service. Well, I'm here on talking to you about it. So follow me on Twitter. Like listen to my content, I guess I'm networking with you on this. And that's has some utility.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then whenever projects talk to me, usually in Telegram, I point them right to gamma.io. And then right on your site, it's got all of the settings. You can just copy and paste right into your server or MetaMask. It's just right there. Boom. You just paste it right in. So it works like a charm. And then on my side for the validatorstore.com. So what I've started once PulseChain, I was already like during testnet for PulseChain back like 2 years ago before it launched. PulseChain, you had to vote for validators. It was a different model. It wasn't the proof of stake we have now, like Ethereum. This was before the Ethereum merge. Back then, you had to vote. It worked, and we voted and did all that. And I was able to get to number 1, which was really cool. And everybody voted for me, and I loved it. So shout out to all you guys out there. But things became better when Ethereum did the merge, right? And then we went on to like the real proof of stake that we have today, just like Ethereum, where everybody can be a validator at home. All you need is the computer to do it, or any computer really, and then you run the software, you make your stakes, you're up and running. So that's what I wanted to do, right? I just started with just the hardware kits. That was my first idea. Just mail them out to people, get them going. Let's get this PulseChain up and running. We were able to make like 10,000 validators in like a week after PulseChain started, and then the original 4,000 Genesis validators from the very beginning of the PulseChain, those were able to be shut down. So we reached full, what do you want to call it, decentralization, I want to say in like 30 days. And then we were all up and running all on our own. And it was just people all over the world. And it was pretty quick. So that worked out great like a charm. And now that we've done that, now me personally, now I offer a new service for people where if you're not technical, I can host validator computers for you basically, and then you can just put the stakes right in. And then what we just came out with, like I want to say a week ago, hot off the presses, was validator NFTs that just came out. I just partnered with degenprotocol.io, and you can go to /NFT, and they're like mini fractionalized NFTs. So 64 NFTs equals one PulseChain validator of 32 million. So even for folks who don't have 32 million Pulse, they don't, it's like $2,000, it's a lot of money. For folks who don't have that, they can mint a cheap NFT and they could participate in being part of a validator. So that's something new we've just kind of invented to help folks get involved. So there's a lot of ways for folks to help support the PulseChain out there.
Yeah, that's great. And I just thought about one other thing about my services. I could handle all the traffic that's happening on PulseChain right now, to make that clear, because sometimes teams are like, "Can you handle my load? The amount of traffic that I have, like there's something big."
Yeah,
You're
it's
like,
like,
"No,
oh, the
yeah,
whole thing.
you're good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the whole.
you can throw everything you can at my service, and you're fine.
Wow.
I've thought of these things.
So if we had to, everybody in the world could switch over to your server, and we're all up and running.
Yeah, you give me you give me some problems to try and deal with, like this timeout problem that I have, like, a little bit.
Yep.
But I'm actually deploying that fix right now to mainnet
Nice.
while we speak.
That's
So
awesome.
hopefully that's not even a problem. Little tweaks along the way. But other than the RPC service, I'm actually helping educate people on Fetch Reporters, which is the decentralized price oracle like Chainlink, but native to PulseChain.
Yes,
So
very
it's
exciting.
developed in conjunction with like the management of Teller by
Mhm.
Liquid Loans. And I'm helping kind of on the education front of like, how do you run a Teller reporter? So you can't run one right now on testnet or mainnet, but you will be able to very soon, say months away, be able to run one, at least on testnet at least. And you will be able to report the price of PLS, report the price of PLSX, any asset on PulseChain. You can get the feed either through a DEX or through a centralized exchange, wherever. Report that price on chain, and then the other applications that are on PulseChain can get that for free, or they could pay for it by tipping reporters to give them a price. And of course, you need fetch tokens. It's like $1,500 worth of fetch tokens
It's
to
staked
report every
inside.
12 hours. And then
Yep.
you can report multiple times, and that means you can report more often throughout the day. And you do get fetch tokens for payment for that. And then also tips, if they're going to tip. So that's not available right now for the community to actually run, but I will
Yep.
be doing voice chats in the Telegram, which is fetch Oracle, t.me, right? Fetch Oracle is a Telegram. Go to my Twitter account, which is at gamma.io, which I was on the screen. And then you ask me a question about it, or I'll post the content after this, just so everyone can get the links to Fetch and also to my own RPC service, just as as a reminder that what these links are. But we're going to be, I'm part of the education front on that anyway. So it's great to have a native price oracle for PulseChain that isn't, now we're not relying on some third party to like, hopefully like Chainlink will come to PulseChain.
Yeah.
No,
We don't need
Liquid
them.
Loans in partnership with the Teller like team, like executive team, like those founders. We forked Teller over to Fetch, got it up and running. It's live on mainnet. Liquid Loans is using it right now for the PLS price. Any application that's on PulseChain could actually use the PLS price right now because it's being served on PulseChain, but that's the only asset. And so I guess in a couple months, we'll be able to get together on a live stream, whatever. I'll do YouTubes and stuff and kind of do the rounds on talking about Fetch as a platform to run more servers, like running a PulseChain validator. Now you can run a Fetch reporter on
Yes.
different hardware.
Yeah.
Different,
Yep.
right? Much lighter hardware requirements.
Right. Yeah.
Cheaper to start out with, right?
Yep.
$1,500
Smaller database
versus.
size.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of reasons why you'd want to run a Fetch reporter. But you kind of have to do the analysis, but really you need it to be live so you can test it out and you can see, how it's all going to work together. So I'm looking forward to being able to educate everyone on that.
Yeah, that is awesome. Personally, I know a lot of validators who are very interested in running their Fetch reporters. Absolutely, because then we'll have decentralized oracles for the Pulse chain, and then we don't need chain links. We got our own, and it's really decentralized, and everybody can run a Fetch oracle at their houses. You know what I mean? It's not centralized. Yeah.
Yep.
That's
You
awesome.
can get to that information through Liquid Loans. People like Walrus and Jeff and Christian and all these people that are on Liquid Loans. So you go to the Liquid Loans chat, you can get directed to the Fetch information, or you can come directly to the Fetch website, which is fetchoracle.com.
Yes.
And then Fetch, Oracle, Telegram.
So cool.
Whatever.
So cool.
Yeah.
That's a huge tool on PulseChain, right? That opens a lot of options for different possibilities and projects and price feeds you can plug into different dApps. Yeah, that's very exciting. Very exciting.
There's a lot of interesting applications that can be developed if there's actual prices on chain.
Yep.
For PulseChain.
Yeah, like a Pulse X version 1 and version 2 would be two.
You get those that pricing information either from the LPs directly, or you get it through the PulseX subgraph, right? If you run an application, you want to like display the price of any asset on PulseChain that's being on PulseX, then you can query the GraphQL, the subgraph of PulseX, but that's not on chain. You're just pulling the data, right?
Oh, cool.
So it's on chain data, then it's in a database, but that's for front ends. You're not basing like actual on-chain decisions, like executing
orders and loans.
You're not executing actions on chain through a decentralized protocol through a subgraph. You're doing it on chain.
Yeah.
Right.
Totally.
With security incentives, with that's what Fetch gives, is a decentralized a group of Fetch oracles that are all paid to secure the network to provide a valid feed, a good price feed on chain that anyone can access by having their own full node, because it's on chain. So there's no central point of failure. You're not directed to a single server getting your price data. You can get it from any server, any endpoint through my RPC service, the official RPC, run your own full node.
That's cool. Yeah.
And it's all decentralized, right? Which is the whole purpose of blockchains, right? The main reasons I love blockchain is decentralization, censorship resistance, right? Like those things make it interesting, right? Now, there's a lot of things that aren't censorship resistant, that aren't really decentralized, that are all like faux decentralization, faux decentralization, or censorship resistance, or they just like don't really talk about it. But like I like PulseChain. I like the ETH2 model, because you talked about going from delegated proof of stake, which was kind of a fork of BSC, over to a true fork of Ethereum.
Yep.
Taking all of Ethereum mainnet's improvements over the next 10 years and merging them into PulseChain.
Yeah,
is very exciting, because I like the Ethereum roadmap, and now the Ethereum roadmap is PulseChain's roadmap. I like PulseChain, and it's cheap.
Me too.
And it's fast.
Good call.
So I like that. You got to plug that. You know what I mean? As a blockchain guy.
Hell yeah. All right, Maddie, how we looking? We good?
You guys are great. Yeah. Thanks so much for all your technical expertise. Where can people find your content?
Yeah. You can find me at twitter.com/DavidFeeder, David Feeder on YouTube, and validatorstore.com.
Yep.
Awesome.
So at gamma.io, like on the screen, g4mm4.io is my Twitter account. It's also my Telegram. And you go to g4mm4.io chat is my Telegram chat, to talk mostly about this, technology, PulseChain, validators, really anything technical. So
awesome. Well, thanks so much, guys. We appreciate you.
Thanks for having us, Maddie. We'll see you next time.
Great. Thanks, Maddie.
All right. We have 510 people watching live, about 10 to 20,000 on the replay. Hit the like and subscribe button. When you hit the like button and share on Twitter or X, that also makes a big difference in providing social proof to people who aren't in Hex yet that we got something good going on here, and getting us on the radar of all the other people in crypto. So appreciate you all for sharing out on X and Twitter, hitting the like on YouTube, and really excited for this next panel as well. We have a group of people who show great leadership when it comes to Hex meetups. And so without any further ado, I'll bring up the next panel here.
the only one that ain't prepared. Oh yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, 5, 5, 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got a set to win. We're a family, we all the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man, just call us Hexicans.
What's up, y'all?
How's it going, everybody?
So one of the biggest reasons why meeting up in person has been such a big deal in the history of the Hex community is because Hex had launched and then there was a pandemic and shutdowns. And then suddenly people were able to have freedom of movement again. And so that really made a lot of online friendships into friendships that were 3D instead of 2D. And so I'm really excited for your guys' panel for you to discuss in any direction you choose, what it means to you, why the Hex community is special, and about meetups. So I'll let you take it away. Thanks.
Well, thank you so much, Maddie. What a great topic. Meetups, I think that's like really something that is inbreeded into the Hex community, and we as a community have made it so, right? Whenever we are online, we are always talking about, hey, Cosmic Cowboy, how great was the cruise, for example? How great is the PulseChain live tour, the 555 tour, guys? Do you remember? Like, we've always been touring across the world as Hexicans, and I just love to be part of that. How should we do that here today? Should we just do a very short introduction for every single person and then go on with whatever other topics?
Sure.
All right, I will just start. Like, I'm Avid Hex. I'm in Hex since day one. Very, very proud Hexican. And I think it is going amazing now with PulseChain being out. Everything is changing. I have started my crypto journey from the basement. I didn't know anything about crypto. Hex was my first cryptocurrency, and I started out as a meme guy. I just created little memes, posted them, the Hexian community liked them, and then I thought, oh, why don't I do YouTube videos as well? After I did my YouTube journey for myself, I found a team, Crypto Sparbuch or KSB TV, and we have been touring in 2022 and 2023 across 42 cities in America to do free workshops for the Hex community to bring everybody together. We had official events, we had unofficial events, like more casual and so on and so on. It was the time of my life. And now I'm very happy that people like Wild SJ, RJ3 are taking over the touring schedule with the PulseChain live tour. We will be talking mainly about that event I have, I believe, today. And some last thing that I want to mention about KSB TV, we are planning a Europe tour as well. It's all in the plans right now, so we cannot talk too much about it yet because it's not official yet. I just wanted to point that out there, that there is something going on for Europe guys as well. And yeah, that's from my part. Who's next? Cosmic Cowboy?
All right. Thank you. Great to see you, A-Bit, and DJ and Roundtable Will and Wild SJ. Honor to be here with you guys. I am not a day one Hexican. I'm a year one Hexican. I'm a pre-big payday Hexican. I think what I would like to say is basically that for me, the greatest part about the crypto journey, which I've been on since 2017, has been the community that I found. And I really, truly love this community. It's what I've been speaking on lately, is the power of community in crypto. For these projects in particular, and True DeFi, for Hex, PulseChain community, it's not just the traditional crypto elements. Of course, that's important. Of course, we're trying to create true DeFi, and most of us are in this to create abundance and financial freedom for ourselves and others, to make the world a better place. At least that's one of my goals. But we're also, with the time lock commitment in Hex, there's something unique to it for those that are stakers, in that it's not just a quick get rich quick and that's it, and do your thing and get out. It's about the people and the community and coming together to have a vision and create something in the world and with each other. And I just really have always connected and loved the people. We come from very different walks of life. We don't agree on everything for sure. Everybody can see that, you know, that there's usually when the price is price charts are challenged, that's when some of the conflict comes up. But even when things are soaring, you know, so it's not about agreeing on everything, but we have a certain set of values and an ethos and certain principles. And in that we come together, and so it's a pleasure to be here, and I'll pass it to you, Wild SJ.
Well, hello there, everyone. Whew, what a 2-year journey into Magic Land this has been for me. I can't even begin to tell you how different my life is today than it was. I mean, you know, Abit talking about his life too, like the things that we have gone through and seen and become because of this community. And to me, it's for me personally, it's not because of gains in Hex. It's solely because I ended up immersing myself in this community and wanting to do nothing but work for this cause, which is the cause of true DeFi, which is what sets people free. So it's been so wonderful to go from my journey of learning what Hex was. Shout out Crypto Kool-Aid and Chris Side Effects, because they're the ones that kind of held my hand through that whole process. And listening to someone like Whales Only One for months on double speed, because, you know, there's a lot of content there. And once that idea of a T-share, which Abit and Hexline, that presentation you guys gave was great. It's awesome to think about, you know, that's really what our worth is in, right, is the shares. So understanding that concept, I then wanted to know who Richard Hart was. And in that journey, I found SciVive. So it's so trippy to me, because I actually, I was thinking about this the other day. There was a moment when I had started doing SciVive, and Richard had reached out to me because he wanted to kind of go over some stuff. And I was just like, I didn't really know who he was at the time. I mean, I knew who he was, but I didn't know how much of an impact he'd had on the crypto world already. And not just the crypto world, but on many people and their lives through SciVive, through already doing SciVive, through just that mess of PDFs that's still pinned in the SciVive chat, right? Like, he's affected so many people. And there was a moment where I kind of, we were chatting, and I was like, hey man, like I'm really tired right now. Like, can we pick this up like another time? So in hindsight, I'm like, wow, I told Richard, like, I need you to hold on. Like, you know, I'm like, who does that to billionaire genius philanthropist founder Richard Hart? Just me, because I didn't know who I was really dealing with at the time. So it's really humbled me and taught me a lot in this journey of getting to know who he is, and being the one who became the voice of SciVive. Like, I really honestly didn't know what kind of impact that was going to have, or that it was going to have the impact that it did. And it's awesome that now I've kind of completed that project and found myself in this new role, right? Working very closely with Black Hexagon and RG3, and doing this PulseChain tour last year. And I have to say, the biggest shout out, I think, and it's such a shame that she can't be on the stream tonight. She was supposed to join us for this section, but she's got family stuff going on. But freaking Black Hexagon, man, if she hadn't been a part of this community, none of these tours would have happened. I mean, like, Abit can testify, you know, like I heard Kaylin tell the story about how you guys kind of started your tour, but, you know, like y'all didn't really have that glue that she is, right, to hold you together, to figure out kind of like what needed to be done and who needed to do what and how these things needed to go. She is literally the glue that holds this whole thing together. And it's really beautiful to me to see that y'all did the tour. It was like 2 years ago now, right? And then we picked it up this last year. And now this year, it's like a combo, right? So it's going to be the PulseChain tour is worldwide. It's going to be like KSB TV is doing the Euro part. And the other team that's in the US, like we're going to join them for a couple of those European dates. We'll get into all that more. But so that's a little bit about my background, where I came from and what is coming up in my life. And I just can't even, like, I'm on cloud 9 and we don't even have green candles yet. I was telling RG earlier, like, I'm a little stressed, but I think what I need to do is flip that mentality and say that I'm excited, because there's so much going on. It's overwhelming, but in a sense of just like, I am enthralled with where my life is at and the trajectory that it's about to just go on. So I can't say enough about the goodness that's come out of these in-person meetups and like seeing people face to face. I'm a people person, so it's naturally what I'm gonna do, and I can't think of a better force, for good to be promoting than this ecosystem and getting people financial freedom.
I think you said it very, very good. Like, without Kaylin, our tour would have not been as big as it was, and your tour is entirely managed by Kaylin. So she's definitely become one of the cornerstones in our community for sure. Everybody's so grateful for everything she is doing. So definitely big shout out to Black Hexagon, which I see she is in the chat.
In the chat, yeah.
Now let's go on to Will Stevenson.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm just a dude who travels around the States like building TV towers and stuff, and I figured while I'm doing it, I might as well just meet some people. That's basically my entire intro. I'm a part of the DGen Roundtable. Big shout out to them. If you want to join the DGen Roundtable Telegram, just follow this QR code. I also have a QR code for a Hex meetup thing that I built, but it's green, so it like blends in with the green screen background. So at some point, I'll turn off my green screen thing, but. Yeah, a little bit about me, I suppose. I'll keep it short and sweet, and we can get back to the topic of conversation. I joined Hex roundabout day like 1,000, so I think I'm the new guy in the club here. But it's a really cool ecosystem, man. I love going around meeting all the people all around the States. Like, if there's one thing in common with all the Hexkins, it's just super duper crazy open arms. I can't remember who was talking about it earlier, but someone was saying in like the Bitcoin community, everyone's like very like guarded. Everyone's like a whole bunch of little hermits. They're off doing their own little thing, and Hexicans are out there like getting after it, meeting each other, and I freaking love it. So I just go around the States meeting everyone. I just got done hanging out with 2 Hexicans yesterday and the day before. So shout out to Crypto Kool-Aid. It's cool to meet you, brother. And I'd always like going down to meet you down there in Central Texas. And then not Raul. I can't remember. I always forget your name, bro. Forgive me. But over there in Waco and shit. So good meeting everyone. But yeah, that's a little bit about me. I'm on the DGen Roundtable, and I travel around the States and meet people.
Awesome.
I want to just quickly send shout outs to, just quick shout out again, Crypto Kool-Aid. He was my onboard who introduced me to Hex. Shout out to Maddie, of course. When I connected with the community, like many of us, it was online, and it was so amazing being able to just go to Vegas for the conference and see and meet people in person, and then expand because I knew so many more people. And then shout out to Black Hexagon, who's done the tour, KSB TV, and the tours and the PulseChain tour and the cruises. For those of you that haven't gone, man, you got to check out these Hex Pulse crypto cruises, because like I said, we're in this to live a life of abundance. And when you're on a cruise ship and you just get to look out at this endless ocean, and you're connecting and celebrating with people, and you get to eat together and go on these crazy excursions in foreign countries, and it's a lot more possible and reasonable financially than a lot of people think. And and we also do a conference. We actually talk crypto, and you learn a lot. Like on this last one, I connected with the PulseChain Foundation guys, and there's validators. There's just all kinds of great things. So keep an eye out for these tours and the Hex conferences that Maddie does in person, online, and just do your best to connect, because it's amazing. Okay, sorry about that, David.
No, don't worry. You were mentioning Crypto Kool-Aid, and I wanted to give him a shout out as well, because we are just like 4 random Hexagons drawn together on this live stream here, and still we all 4 of us were impacted by Crypto Kool-Aid in one way or the other. You were onboarded by him, for example. He was my first Hexagon that I met in or on American ground that was not from my team. So he was also just one of the first ones that I met on a tour. He was helping us out a lot. And this just shows like how grassroots this movement of Hexagons really is. And while Asher, you were mentioning SciVive, for example, and I think that's really where Hex originated in, right? Like this was the very first community Richard Hart has built with his books, his videos. And there, when I remember correctly, it was like 3,000 to 5,000 people in this community already before Hex even started. So I think that's where like the base fundamental community comes from the Hex community is from people that are wholesome, that have a wide perspective on all those worldviews, and therefore it seems to me that we are all really much the same. At least this is what I learned when I went on the tour. I mentioned in the beginning that I was in Germany just in a basement. I didn't pay any rent, right? Like I was living very minimalistically. And I thought my story in Hex, doing 10,000 X from 0 to hero in such a short time, is very, very special. But on the tour, I learned it's not special at all. So many other Hexagons have exactly the same story, where they said they had nothing, they found Richard Hart, and now they can do whatever they want. Like stories like this is really what kept me going on tour. And even though it was very hard to do every day being on tour, it is just meetings with the Hexicans that would tell me their story that made me keep on going and going and going. And now 4 years later, I'm still going, I'm still believing in Hex more than ever. And it is because of guys like you. We are talking to each other every single day, giving us conviction and talking about the amazing things that are going on. David Feeder, for example, was just up here, right? Like he's totally different than me, the meme guy and the technical guy, and we have it all in the Hexagon community, I believe.
Not to mention all the creativity, like SJ's spreading on the tour and with the bus, and but we've got so many music artists and people that are graphic designers and entertainers and clothing designers. I mean, race car drivers, actors, DJs. I mean, and then the other traditional finance, business. Entrepreneurs. I mean, that's again what you get when you go to these live events, is you realize that they're people that might be very different from you, but you also have a lot in common, and you can expand your horizons, so to speak. I've learned so much, like SJ said, just listening to Whales Only at the beginning. I was like, wow, now I'm being schooled in a different way that I didn't know before. And RG3 and Discourse Syndicate, Kinetics, these guys have just also, there's one element that I just want to say when I look around everybody here, when I think of the roundtable, when I think of somebody who's devoting themselves to SciVive or to the tours that you've done, Abit, there's an element of service. And I think that's really significant to mention. I mean, I'm just being honest here. It's something I've witnessed and seen in this community, in the Hex Pulse ecosystem. Of course, like I said, I don't want to make it sound like we don't want to pump bags or we don't want to be successful, but there's a distinction when that's the only goal or the primary goal. I feel like people that are in this community that do what they do, David Feeder, all these people, Maddie, we're talking about people that put in hundreds, thousands of hours and just so much of their time, effort, energy. I feel like it's coming from a place of love and service. That's the primary. It's like a deeper element. And then the other elements of like wanting crypto to be successful are there too. So I just, that's something that I've really connected with, and why I respect so many people in this community.
I like the service aspect. That reminds me of like what is it? Starship Troopers, the service guarantees citizenship. Like the Hexicans are like the most, I don't know, serviceable community that we're the most helpful. Like I've gone to a Cardano event before. I've met Bitcoiners before. I've met all sorts of communities, and nothing quite compares to the level of service. That's a great word, service, kind of like like a salesmanship aspect, and like super helpful and everything. That's a good point. I like that, Cosmic.
As someone who's not ever been in any other kind of crypto community, that's really encouraging to hear, because it's like, I know nothing else. I know nothing outside of the Hex community. And I've already known this in different capacities, right? Such as security and education and, really truly being a part of the cutting edge of DeFi. Like I've already known that Hex is it. Like we are at this, I think someone just said this, like this, the spear tip of all of this technology. And what was that?
Like Sami's spear.
Yeah, the spear tip. So to hear that it's similar in the community aspect is just, it's just another, it's just another thing I'm stacking on this pile of awesomeness that I'm a part of and that I'm surrounded by. I asked a question. Gosh, I can't even remember where I was. Lots going on lately. But I was asking a question about who are the other smartest minds, right, in crypto in general? Like, who outside of our community are the people that are the most influential, or, you know, have the most, I don't want to say clout. Like, I was really curious, like, are there other people that people outside of our group in crypto look to and say, oh, this is the person that really knows what they're talking about? And, you know, I mean, of course, I'm talking to mostly Hexicans, so it was there's not a lot of answers. Ivan on Tech was someone that got brought up. I think there were a couple other names, but it's just like, man, like, we really do have the brightest minds. And to see us coming together, you know, online and offline, right? Like, when we are the type of community who's going to try and solve things instead of just like, oh, someone else is going to take care of that. You know, like, no, we're the ones that are building and working together and trying to find the solutions. Like, I really love seeing that happen. And it's just another testament to the pinnacle, you know, of what this whole community is about. So shout out to y'all, because, you know, that's what Richard says he is the proudest of, is the community, not Hex, not PulseChain, not Scivive even. He's so proud that we exist as a community, and that is his greatest accomplishment, is us. So I just want to reiterate that in case y'all forgot, because, you know, we really need to be coming together and spending our time and energy on doing things that are going to build one another up and take care of one another and not tear each other down, because that's useless energy. That just, it goes nowhere. It's not good for anyone. And, you know, as the PulseChain positivity princess, self-proclaimed, you know, I just got to put that message out there, because it's important that we use the time and energy that we have to do things that are going to build not just this ecosystem, but build one another up. And that's going to be really evident, I think, this being my first bull run. Like, I don't know, but I'm going to guess that it's going to be a lot of, you know, people coming together again and kind of kumbaya spirit and things like that. But if we've built a solid enough foundation here through the bear market where everything sucked, you know, then we're going to know what's real and what's tangible and what we're going to be able to, like, really accomplish when we have more resources to do so. And that's just, again, like, that blows my mind to think about, you know, what the possibilities are going to be.
Actually, I have a question for you for some research purposes here. PulseChain is out since 9 months or something like this, and since then you've been on the PulseChain live tour. For yourself, like, has there anything changed on your view, how you see Hex, how you see PulseChain, how you use the product, maybe? Because that's the case for me. And here's now the question for, like, the research. Has there anything changed for the people coming to the events? How were they 9 months ago when PulseChain just came out? How are the people and the questions nowadays that 9 months already has been passed and PulseChain is out? People are using Hex and PulseChain differently than we were doing it in the past. And you are the woman with booth on the ground, so I'm expecting you have talked to a lot of Hexicans by now about Hex, about PulseChain. How it was it back then, how it is today?
That's a good question. I mean, I would say that I feel like part of the narrative of staking was lost. Like, people forget that that's what the use case of Hex is. And it's hard. So for me, I'm actually just starting to, like, dip my toes back in the waters of actually working with my own bags, right? Because I haven't had a lot to work with. So I'm gonna kind of, like, roundaboutly answer your question, because I don't feel like I'm the best voice to answer in terms of, like, the way people are, because I know what you're asking. I definitely know. I know what you're asking, but, like, the answer I can give you is, for me on this tour, what I've seen or what's changed for me in terms of, like, the view of PulseChain and Hex is to be able to speak to a more general audience. Because, for example, going around in a bus that says PulseChain Tour, people thought I was a band. They thought I was a medical group. They thought all sorts of things. Now, when I have this conversation, which almost every time I stopped that bus, if I was getting gas, if I was going to eat somewhere, if I was just going to rest somewhere for the night, almost every single time, like 80%, 85% of the time I stopped the bus, somebody would ask me a question. So in return, they, because they'd ask what the tour was. In return, I would usually ask, do you know what crypto is? Now, most of the people I asked that question to said no. And then I asked, do you know what Bitcoin is? And they would say yes. So that's a big reason why we wanted to use the Better Than Bitcoin headline for this tour this year, because people might not understand that Bitcoin is crypto or what crypto even is, or they may not have ever heard the word crypto, but they've heard Bitcoin. They know what Bitcoin is. So that to me is what personally has changed in terms of like my outreach and like my wanting to onboard people and bring people in, is changing the wording, because you can't just, like there's just so many people's level of knowledge about this stuff. They're scared of it. I actually just had a conversation with someone. I'm learning a lot of AI tools, and I had a conversation with someone who's running this whole AI suite. And I mentioned, he asked me what I did. And so I mentioned, the tour and everything. And he says, can you make crypto less scary? That's what we need is crypto is scary to people. So it's really a matter of us like reaching, because for me, Abit, on the tour, I didn't really talk too much. I mean, just being busy, right? Running around doing whatever I was doing. I didn't really have a lot of time to talk to people that were already in the ecosystem, right? They've already got the coins, right? Like they're there to just hang out and mingle and talk. And I'm sure if they had more, questions about what to do with the tokens and, how they were staking, what was going on, they were probably talking to people like Coffee and Access and RG3, right? Like, so I'm not the expert on those topics, but when it comes to wanting to onboard people and wanting to tell people about this and get that message out, that's where I really started to see, okay, like we need to go about this a different way, because the people we're trying to reach are not on Twitter. They're not on, they're not in the places we already are. So yeah, that's kind of my roundabout way of answering your question. Cause yeah, it's a little harder for me because I'm not the one that's really like too inundated in working with the actual crypto stuff. Right.
I've got a little tag to that. Just, as members of the community, a lot of people don't recognize that we all do have purpose, and each of us has an individual purpose. One of our collective purposes is onboarding. And the way I would think about it is there's something in this that has kept you here and that you love. And I think everybody needs to identify what that is. It's like, imagine you love a certain slice of pizza. It's your favorite slice of pizza in the world, and you love pizza. You're going to promote it. You're going to tell your friends, hey, you got to check this out. You got to have this slice. But for a long time, that slice was 99 cents. And so you were like, oh my gosh, it's the best pizza. You can get it for under $1. And then the pizza price goes up. So unlike crypto where you want it to go up, like now you're no longer able to promote that price, which is price. People get totally caught up in price, but there's something beyond that you love about the pizza. It might be the sauce. It might be the cheese. It might be how crispy the crust is. Like in Hex, it could be the staking component. It could be, the true DeFi element, or in PulseChain, true DeFi. There's going to be elements of these products that just are exciting to you, that make it, like, in your opinion, better than Bitcoin, or the aspect of getting in something before it's thousands of dollars, the opportunity for it to grow. It could be the community. It could be like, hey, there's this amazing community here. Whatever it is, I always try and tell people, like, the world is an open canvas. The world is like this canvas. It's a painting, and it's just constantly changing. It's morphing, and anybody can get out their own spray paint can and change it. If you want a big blot of purple or pink or whatever, if you want to scratch it up and make it interesting, that's what we're here for. And so the crypto, it grows with us. And the more, if you're excited about something, people can feel it. And I just say this because when it's going from 1 penny to 2, or 2 to 5, or 5 to 10, that's the easy part. Of course, then you're going to have that on your side. But that only happens if the excitement is there, if the encouragement is there, if you're still going out to people and saying, hey, I'm a part of this new crypto movement, and I'd love for you to join. I'd love for you to be a part of it too, because it's exciting, and it can create financial freedom and a lot of other amazing things.
I see Robert Keller Jr. in the chat talking about we need printable QR codes for PulseChain and crypto knowledge. Can someone make one for the community? So making a QR code. So I got this QR code to join the DGen Roundtable. I've recently learned how to make QR codes. It's very simple. You go to like the Bitly website, and you can either like pay a premium and print out a whole bunch of them, or you can do like 1 or 2 free ones a month. But I think that a fantastic idea, Mr. Robert Keller Jr., is to go on the Bitly website and just make a QR code for something as easy as what's that? Hex Scout, because Hex Scout does a fantastic job onboarding people. They were talking about it all earlier today and yesterday, and I don't remember if they had the founder or the developer on, or the website guy, but I was listening to him speak earlier on in the conference, and that would be a fantastic opportunity for you, Mr. Robert Keller Jr. Go create some QR codes. Go find some or like oh shoot, what's that other guy? He's like the whiteboard crypto dude, but he's for PulseChain. There was an advertisement for him at the very beginning of today's conference. What was that? Crypto Hexplained. You guys watch any of his stuff?
Oh yeah, he's great. I just watched all of his YouTube. I just saw him like last week, and then since then I watched all of his videos. Explained, yeah.
That stuff is awesome. Yeah, go get some QR codes. Go print some stuff out. DGen Roundtable saying, Will, what's your idea on QR codes for Pulse? That is my idea, DGen Roundtable. Thank you.
And if I can add on that, like when it comes to QR code, it actually makes sense to, maybe put $10 into your hands and use dynamic QR codes. Now you can print them out, you can bring them out, and then later on you can change those QR codes into any product that you want, into Hex Scout, into hex.com. Maybe you want to change your URL, and with dynamic QR codes, you can do exactly that. And this is also something that I've been doing since almost more than 3 years now. Since I started traveling, I was printing out business cards with QR codes, handing them out on the streets, hand to hand, one person to another. And I learned that's just not scaling at all. It takes me a long time to hand out 10 cards. Later on, I just step them into car doors, for example, like slip them in there, way more scalable, because now I was able to hand out like hundreds in 1 hour. And now here's the key. If you are able to do that with 10 people, like we did in the NASCAR event, for example, we had 10 people, everybody had their business cards, and you put it into cars, now it's actually scalable. Now you're actually reaching people. And if you reach 1,000 people and 1% looks into it, that's already a success. Like, I think in marketing, or we Hexicans, is what we have to do, is spread our message wide and far. Like, I think we should concentrate less on quality and concentrate more on quantity, and really putting out the message through social media, and really have all of those medias going and working for us. If we produce a picture, now this picture is on Twitter, the Twitter algo keeps, picks it up and brings it out to thousands of people, which I would never be able to do it hand by hand, right? Putting out business cards. But with the power of the internet, we are able to scale. And that's why I think it is so important always, when you do a live stream, to always say, please like and subscribe. This is an awesome conference here. You should have done that already. Whenever you do anything on social media, always try to remind the people to participate, to engage, because this is what we Hexicans are doing best in crypto anyways, right? Like, the engagement we are getting on Twitter, the likes and retweets and so on, are just huge compared to other cryptocurrencies. And if we're able to notch that up a little bit, I think I could imagine that's going to be very, very important for onboarding. If you just increase the engagement a little bit. That's what I've been advocating for a long, long time, that we just hit the like whenever it is possible.
I have a question for the circle here. Maybe you could start, Abit. If you had to, what would you say, like, what was one of the absolute highlights for each of you of these live in-person, connections? Like, for you, you toured the whole country. SJ, you're doing that right now. You've been doing DGen Roundtable. If you guys could each just share like one absolute highlight that you got from doing these live events.
For me personally, it was my personal growth. When I started the tour, I just wanted to go to comedy events and have fun with my friends. halfway the tour, we have done like 20 events by that. I realized, damn it, like actually what am I doing here? I'm wasting my time. I have to do that professionally. I have to stop partying so much and drinking and focusing more on bringing out the message. And the half of the tour, I was like just elevating so much. And that was my personal highlight, that after those 42 events, I can say I did my very, very best to grow myself and, to make that a success. And where does that come from? It comes actually from the Hexicans that I met along the way that made me realize, well, you have a great opportunity here. And now let's step it up a notch. So level up. That's what happened to me on tour. And that's what I'm most grateful for.
How about you, SJ?
One thing. The thing that pops up in my head first, I'm just going to share this because it's the first thing that comes to my mind, is there is a Hexican named Julie, and she's from the Pacific Northwest. And she's come to more events, tons of them. She's come to a ton of our PulseChain Tour events. I'm going to have her on my show. I keep saying I'm going to do this, and I haven't done it yet, but I want to have her on my channel to tell her story, because she ended up becoming a Hexican because of the conference. I want to say it was the PulseChain conference that happened in Vegas. She was in Vegas at the time. She just kind of loves to travel. That's part of what she does. And she was going to go to her hotel pool. And then she's like, I guess she went out there. There's just tons of kids, just not her vibe. She was just not feeling it. So she goes over to the Resort World hotel pool. And at the time, the Hexicans were throwing a big old pool party. And so she goes over there and ends up kind of like in that section. And if I remember it correctly, she was just kind of like chilling out in the pool, and Abe Lincoln, like stumbles onto her somehow. And they start having a conversation, and she asks what's going on. And that was a year and a half ago, right? And now she is one of the most diehard, comes to all these events, is onboarding people left and right. That's the power. To me, that right there is the power of our events. It's not just the people that come to the event because they're invited. It's the power of all of the people around us that see what we're doing, see the excitement on our faces. Anytime I talk about this, I light up. And I had someone just verify that the other day. I was at a mall, and this guy saw a shirt I had on that said HODL and had the little Hex logo on it. And I don't think he knew what Hex was, but he knew the word HODL. He's like, oh, so you've invested in crypto. And so I start telling him about Hex and the tour. And I said, I'm really passionate about this. And he goes, yeah, I can see in your expression, how much this means to you. So just that interaction, right? That you never know. It's those ripples, right? You never know who you're going to affect, right? All the waiters, the staff at the restaurants that we go to. I'm thinking about off the top of my head at the cruise. I ended up having a whole conversation several nights in a row with the waiter that served us at that same, because you go to the same place and you have the same waiters usually. And he had got scammed. He got scammed out of some Bitcoin scam thing. I couldn't even tell you right now, but I go on to tell him, hey, this is something that's trusted. It's true. It's tried, and he's like, I'm willing to try it again. I'm willing to take a chance again. So it's just, you just never know who you're going to affect when you're doing something like this and you're bringing people together. That's it.
Yeah, 100%. You never know who you meet, right? I remember 3.5 years ago, I made a YouTube video about the adoption amplifier. 1 year later, somebody hit me up and said, I saw your video about the adoption amplifier. I put my Ethereum into the adoption amplifier. I got Hex. Hex went up 10,000x. It changed his life. And I recently, chatted with him again. He is today one of the top 100 holders of PulseChain, at least top 100 sacrificers in PulseChain. I think that's amazing. This just tells you, I would have never known that I would have reached somebody like that. He was already fairly rich before he came into crypto, and then with Hex, it just changed his portfolio immensely. And now he's being one of the top 100 sacrifices in PulseChain. And this is really the power of the internet, right? I just make a video, and now I do not worry about who sees that. I'm not trying to fight and find the right people to give it to. No, I'm just putting it out, and the people who want it, they are taking it. And I think that's very, very powerful.
How about you, Will?
I was gonna say the like basically the same thing that both of them have that both SJ and a bit have been saying, is that the best part of like all of these meetups and all of these everythings is just the real life transmission of energy you get from meeting other people and hanging out with other people. Like streaming's cool, it's nice to be chatting with you guys and everything, but like real life in-person interaction. I want to shout out Ramon. I'd forgotten your name earlier, but I remember now. Ramon, thank you for hopping in the chats there. But like just meeting people in real life is so much more powerful than like chatting with them over the phone or seeing them stream or something. There's something very real about tangibly going out and meeting other people and hearing their stories and interacting with them, like in the as Larry would say, like a real life adult would. But yeah, that's my favorite part, man. It's just the I don't know if that's what your question was. Was that your question, Cosmic?
Yeah, no, it's just to mention one of your favorite things. I just want to tap on. I think I've got a lot of them. I totally agree with what you're saying, Will. It is different in person, and for me, there's an element of manifestation, which I love. It's one of my favorite parts of life, and taking ideas and visions and goals and then translating them into the physical can be very challenging. It can take time. It definitely requires hard work and patience, determination, a lot of things. When it happens, there's just certain magic involved. So for me, like I said, when you learn and kind of connect with the community online and you're watching, whether it's RG3 Discourse Syndicate and Kinetics, or mostly Richard Hart, or Crypto Coffee, or like Hexologists, all these people, and then suddenly your intention is, these are really interesting, cool, intelligent, creative people, and I'd love to connect with them. I'd love to actually meet and befriend them and all of that, and then it happens. It's just, I mean, like I said, I felt like I blinked and all of a sudden I'm in London. Coffee's like handing me a martini. RG3's got his arm around, we're all laughing backstage. Richard comes in, and his personality is really magnanimous, and he's also, I really would just say, he's amazing. Having that opportunity to connect with Richard in person, and see what SJ said, in terms of see his true, sincere joy at the community, and knowing that there is a community around these products was really special. And doing it like on the cruises, with that Black Hexagon and KSP has put together. It's just, yeah, it's amazing, and it's really inspiring. So let's keep that going.
I gotta say, on your just real quick thought, SJ, and then you can have it. But I gotta say, like on your thought of manifesting, like tons of people have ideas, right? But like 95, it's like it's super easy to get ideas about things, but making things real, going around and meeting people in real life, like doing actual work. Everybody's always having ideas all the time, but very few people actually act on them. And so when you go to an IRL, when you go to a real life meetup, when you like shake hands and hug hexagons and kiss babies and shake hands and all that stuff, when you go around doing that, you're actually making a real life impact on the world, instead of just like thinking about stuff and spreading thoughts on the internets and talking. So I wanted to say that's a fantastic thing. What were you going to say, SJ?
I was going to switch it up a little bit. There is an event that I really want to put a lot of energy on and try and get as many people to. So shout out to Matty ALLin, because we definitely were inspired by him hosting this Vegas conference during these dates. So PulseChain Tour, March 6th through the 9th of this year, is going to be amazing. We're doing a whole 3-day event, so March 6th through 9th. And we are going to be doing this whole, like, we're coming together with DCC, Dollar Cost Cryptos community, and Cultivate Crypto. So it's going to be a full day seminar, and then we're going to actually have, guys, this is really cool. We're going to do a PulseChain pitch fest. So if you're doing a project, if you're a developer, if you've got something that you want to show out to people, we're going to be having this pitch festival where we're going to have like basically these people, you can come in and we're going to take, I think it's the top 6 projects, and then you'll be able to pitch to the audience of hopefully large audience at that point. But it's going to be really awesome. So there's the whole seminar that's happening. We're going to have several speakers, including Dollar Cost Crypto and Cultivate Crypto. Their whole crew is going to be there. There's going to be a huge VIP after party thing going on. So it's going to be a little bit of everything, right? So really awesome. There might be some kind of hackathon that we're going to do. But you can already see most of that info and get tickets on the PulseChain Tour website. That is going to be probably one of our biggest events of the entire year, and I'm really looking forward to it. And again, shout out to Black Hexagon, because she just makes makes everything work so well. And she's put a lot of that together, most of it together. So that's what's up. I'm really looking forward to that, and we really want to promote people that are building on PulseChain, right? Like this isn't just about onboarding people into the ecosystem, but it's about onboarding projects and onboarding, other communities and having more eyes on our ecosystem just in general. So that's going to be a huge, huge event. There's going to be a live AMA panel. I'm reading my little notes. So yeah, it's going to be a blast, and I'm really looking forward to that one. And then after that, we have April and May are kind of open. So if you are in a certain city and you feel like there's going to be enough of a draw to have a PulseChain Tour event there, we're thinking about Salt Lake City for April, possibly. I know that there's a pretty big community out there. And then May's kind of up in the air. So if you feel like there's enough people in the area that we can get a lot of eyes on this, maybe there's some kind of blockchain based group already out there, or some kind of blockchain events that happen that draw a lot of people, or if there's any blockchain events going on in April or May that you think we could kind of come and like do something a day before that or a day after that and have more eyes on the project, like let me know. Let RG3 know, or don't talk to RG3, let me know, let Black Hexagon know, and we'll get the message across and get that all taken care of. But that's the other thing I want to say. You can also do this. There doesn't need to just be one PulseChain Tour. If you want to start your own tour, you can and you should. I can't wait for the day that we have multiple events going on in multiple cities all around the world, because people are stepping up and putting them on and doing this thing. Like RG3, for him to just want so much to teach other people about this ecosystem, that he's taking his time, money, and energy and putting it into this tour. Like, what a champion we have in him. And I'm just so enthralled that I get to work alongside him and Kaylin and be a part of something that is so much bigger than myself, and just really see that ripple effect, right? Like, I can't wait. I can't wait, y'all. We're just getting started and we are so early. We're so early. So early. Okay. Rant.
Yeah, very, very early, 100%. And you're right, SJ. Everybody can make their own event, right? I would have never thought that my thing would have become such a big thing. Now RG3 is bringing it to a totally different level, but you don't have to make an entire tour. Look at Will, for example. He's just organizing his own meetup. And this is, I think, what we're seeing in the Hex community so often. So many meetups around the world all the time. And I think this is just what we should do. Like, if you want to meet Hexagons, try to organize something, and I'm 100% sure people will show up. I just want to remind you of one very important extra step. Make it public on the internet, maybe live stream it, as now you, Wild SJ, have done that very, very often, where you just live stream your meetups, for example. In the past, I love that. Because if you do not post it on the internet, did it really happen? Well, of course it happened. I just wanted to point out that if we post it on the internet, we can make the algorithm work for us. And he's really the best employee that we can have.
But can I touch up on that for a second? First off, sound check. Is my microphone working? It rugged me a second ago. All right, we're good. Sweet. So I want to hit up on that because we're spending a lot of time talking about large scale meetups and things like that. And the thing that I want to empower the Hexicans with is the ability to go and meet other Hexicans 100% on your own. The thing that I see that is missing from this ecosystem is some sort of hub for Hexicans to go into and meet each other and stuff. I know that in my little Hex meetup folder I got here on Telegram, we got the Hex Guild, we got Hex Conference, Hex Texas, Hex Design, Hex Postcards, all sorts of other things, but there's no real, as far as I'm aware anyways. If there is one, please send me a message on Telegram or Twitter or something and let me know. But the product that I'm trying to build is just a simple little Excel spreadsheet. If you guys are interested, you can go to bit.ly/hex_meetup_template. I am typing it in well, shit, I guess I could just paste it in the chat right now, but it's essentially just an Excel spreadsheet on the internet. I don't have it open for public editing right now because I figured if I like blast this out on the internet on this fantastic Hex stream, there's going to be oh yeah, t.me Hex meetup. Yeah. Oh snap! Look at that. Somebody's already got it. All right, sweet. So
that's Maddie. That's Maddie.
Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff, Maddie. I like it. I like it. So t.me Hex meetup, go there, and also that bit.ly link. But it's essentially just a little spreadsheet on the internet that people can put their information to whatever extent they want to dox themselves. Or if you're really, really clever, you can follow this super simple QR code that just so happens to be the same color as my green screen, which I didn't think up very well as I was making it. But anyways, catch that on the replay or whatever. But people can go in there and you can put in your information. You put in like what city you live in, what part of the country, blah de da de da de da, and you can reach out to other Hexicans and you guys can go meet each other one-on-one. Go like throw axes or like grab a beer or crochet a quilt or do whatever it is that Hexicans do, right? So that's the thing that I'm looking to empower Hexicans to do, is go meet other people and not necessarily have to wait for a tour or wait for an event. You guys should go reach out and hang out amongst yourselves. So that's all I wanted to say there.
Well, what is also very fun to do is just go on a world tour yourself. Like Randy here, for example, he met Hexicans in London, Cardiff, Manchester, Belfast, Paris, and a few in Amsterdam. Like you will find Hexican all around the world. I find that so interesting. I think, of course, most of the Hexicans are in America. And there it also happened to me that, I just was recognized by a couple of Hexicans throughout the whole year that I was traveling there. So that was amazing for me. But my point is, it doesn't matter where in the world you are, you will always find some kind of Hexicans. And trust me, I've been in Colombia, found Hexicans. I've been in Mexico, found Hexicans. So you will really find them everywhere.
Also, there's a Hex cruise coming up this summer in Greece. So check that out. That's PulseChain KSB. I'm not good with the website. I don't know. SJ, you might know the website. Black Hexican, of course, I'm sure would promote
I shared it earlier. It's ksb.tv.
Okay, good.
And then you'll see the links there. It's like pretty prominent on the page. KSB.tv.
I want to take 1 second to post a challenge to everybody watching this. It doesn't matter whether you're watching live or you're seeing it at any point. And like I said, you're watching this for a reason. The challenge is, what is your dream? What is your vision? How can you contribute to the Hex Pulse community? We all have unique gifts, whether it's, like Will said, individual meetups, maybe it's touring, maybe it's streaming, maybe it's educating, maybe it's being creative and incorporating it into that. But whatever it is, like, take a moment and think to yourself, how can I contribute? How can I build this up? How can I make the community even better? And then do it. Because that's what'll make the community even stronger. And yeah, like they keep saying, we are just getting started. If you're here, you're early, and the future is bright.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it sure is.
I am right now freeing up this public Excel spreadsheet. So don't be dicks. Don't delete everyone's information. And go have fun and meet each other. I see Maddie's back.
Hey guys. Yeah, it's been really inspiring to watch the energy that you all put into this community when it comes to the different ways that you inspire people and organize meetups. Look, the only thing more exciting than organizing meetups, in my experience, is attending meetups. And so I am thrilled to hear that there are other groups that are trustworthy who are creating conferences, meetups, tours, all this kind of stuff. This community had a bad experience with Tony scamming people, and that put a lot of pressure on me to like keep doing in-person stuff. And now I'm just so thrilled that there are other trustworthy people like RG3, Wild SJ, A-Bit, and everybody that they're working with. I love that I'm going to get to attend some stuff that I don't have to plan. So, and yeah, I just think it's really great for the community. So really looking forward to the events that you guys are going to be putting on. And I love Will's attitude. That's the reason why I wanted to make sure he was on this panel, is because he's inspiring people to do these micro meetups, to do meetups on the fly, and just how we all started doing them very organically. And so I'm really inspired by seeing the next wave of people who are, doing what worked before. And I'll remind you that Bitcoin, it has meetups every month in lots of cities all around the world. And so,
Exactly.
Definitely as the tours come through your area, make sure to organize going forward in that same area. So when you go to Salt Lake City, make sure the Salt Lake City people know when and where a good monthly meetup would be. And that way I think there will be a new all-time high of meetups. How about that?
Oh yeah, 100%. Maybe you really hit the nail on the head. You know what is really important, that we obviously the ones that are organizing the meetups, the conferences, and so on are very loud and inform our hexagons. But then on the other hand, we also need the community, the hexagons, to support the tour, because that's really what I learned on the 5555 tour, that it is essential to have everybody on board, to be loud, to make the noise, because that is then really helping to elevate the message. So I want to encourage everybody right now, if the PulseChain live tour is coming close to your city, help them in some way or another. Sometimes it's just by showing up, that's already help. Sometimes it's just by elevating the message, retweeting, and so on. There are multiple ways there where you can help. I think the best is to go into the Telegram, ask what can be done, maybe organize your own meetup around their time schedule and so on, and just try to contribute. I think that's like the lowest hanging fruit that we can do, because the tour is already going on and now we just have to build on top of it.
I can tell you I'm going to be there in March for what you guys are putting on there in Vegas. I think everybody else should go too, March 6th through 9th. I'm going to be going to the Bitcoin conference in, I think it's July this year. And so that's going to be really exciting. And of course, in July every year, I put on an online Pulse conference that will be happening again this year. So let's go around the room here and have everybody say where people can find you. And then we'll thank you for being on. Cosmic Cowboy, go ahead.
Hey, Cosmic Cowboy now on most things, and I just wanted to leave with this. This is an affirmation, and it's been really powerful in my life. It's beyond crypto. If you say this every morning, it's a great way to change your life and experience the best life. I experience my life as the most precious gift in all existence. I experience my life as the most precious gift in all existence. Just wake up, say that in the morning, and have the best day.
Love it. A-Bit?
That's awesome. And yeah, I also believe in manifestation. I believe it's amazing that we hexagons, 120,000 people so far in the whole world, are manifesting the hex price going up all together. I truly believe in that. My name is _hex. You will find me on all the social media platforms, but mainly I'm on Twitter. That's where I'm trying to post every single day. But I'm also on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. You will find my Richard Hart videos everywhere. But right now, what I'm working on the most is pumphex.com. You will see it here in my name. It's just the central hub for the PulseChain ecosystem, because I found it so hard, to know about every single thing that is going on, to know all the links. And I made a site, pumphex.com, very easy to remember, where you will find all the links you need to participate in the PulseChain ecosystem. This starts from PulseChain links, Hex links, to community links like internet money, and so on and so on. And one of my favorite sub-communities in the Hex community right now is the Tangang. So they have a special section there as well, with all the links that you need to join the Tangang, to participate and to reach financial freedom.
Let the oranges fly in the chat. Go ahead.
Exactly. Let's see some oranges in the chat right now.
That's right. A wild SJ. Go ahead.
Hey everyone. So you can find me personally, AWildSJ, on all the socials there. And I just a moment ago, I linked a Facebook group that I would love it if you're on. I got off Facebook a while ago, but I got back on for this purpose, because I think that a lot of the people that we're trying to reach through these meetups and like the what's the word I'm looking for? The target audience, for lack of a better term, the target audience is people who are on Facebook. To be honest, it's like people that are kind of my parents' age or younger, like around that. They have that extra money, right? Their 401k is not doing much for them, but a lot of them are on Facebook. So I started this Facebook group. If you can, please join that and spread the word, and like get people that you know in. Just like Maddie was saying, like get people that are around that area to, link up and meet up and know that these things are happening. So me on all the socials, pulsechaintour.com, and then check out that Facebook, and please share the word, because that's how we're going to do it. We got to work together to get the word out about everything. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. And Will, go ahead.
Hell yeah. Everyone, you can find me on bit.ly/degenerate_roundtable, or you can follow this super duper fancy schmancy QR code, because QR codes are the way of the future. It's like the easiest way possible to get people to do something if you just like make it super duper simple for them. So anyways, follow this QR code, go to the Degen Roundtable. That's where you can find me. Other than that, you can find all my socials anywhere on Linktree/Will Stevenson, dropping it in the chat.
Awesome.
And other than that, catch us every Sunday night at 8 Eastern.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much for being on the panel. Take care.
Yep.
Thank you, Maddie.
See you guys.
All right. Well, we have our next talk coming up here, a 20-minute talk that I'm really looking forward to. And so without any further ado, I'm going to bring up our next two guests.
We're the hexagons coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the hexagons. Yeah, I'm a hexagon. Now, we're the hexagons coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the hexagons. Yeah, I'm a hexagon.
Woohoo!
Woo!
Hey. Superman!
Superman. So we have Superman, aka Hex Token, and Crypto Heartbeat. Welcome.
What's up, Maddie? Thanks so much.
Thanks, Maddie. Doing
Well,
amazing.
You both are outstanding community members that really inspire a lot of people. And I don't think you've been on screen together before, but what I do know is Crypto Heartbeat, you really bring a lot of heart to everything. You're extremely well-spoken, and you stand for a lot of the values that we care about here in this community. And Hex Token, are you the one who's made the most Hex streams out of anybody ever?
Yeah, I think it's probably somewhere between, I don't know, I'm just guessing, but 2,500 to 3,000 on all my channels. Yeah, since Hex launch.
That's so incredible. So congratulations to you, and thank you from the community. I want to make sure people go follow both of your channels, and I'll put the links here in the live stream chat. But other than that, I'm going to let you guys take it away and discuss whatever you want to talk about when it comes to Hex.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Maddie.
Superman, what's up, man?
Good to see you, Crypto Heartbeat.
Great to see you. Hey, let me ask you this. What's going on? You like green candles? Because you've got some right now, my friend.
I see them. They're not orange. They're not oranges, but they're green. They're green.
No, they are green. And GoPulse.com, we check it out. I mean, we got close to 500 people watching right now. Folks, this feels good. It's been a long, long road in a bear market. And to see what's happening right now, everything that's happening in the world, the Bitcoin ETF, rumors and everything. What do you think, man? What do you think?
I think we're looking good for the 10th of January. If it does get, it's probably more likely deferred. It's not a matter of if, but when. And so even if it's for the unlikely 10% chance it gets deferred to March, I think it's a 9% chance that we're on for the 10th. We're already seeing some of those rushed final updates from the ETF groups, which is like 13 of those. That's a bullish sign. The top analyst Stefan from Bloomberg is already super bullish. So I think we're in the pocket. I don't think it's going to be something that's going to upset the market. And you know what happens when the market gets upset. But I think the market's going to be smiling green, and we already see that first opening salvo. Really, it's pretty good.
Fantastic. Well, I figured we'd do some introductions. Not everybody knows us. I think doing some introductions would be helpful. You want to start, and then I'll go.
Yeah, sure. So I'm running 3 different channels: Hex Token channel, Superman Crypto, and PulseChain YouTube. So those are 3 YouTube channels. When Hex first launched, I had another channel called Crypto Mania that was out of the gate. One of the early YouTubers out there doing that. Unfortunately, early on in that time, a lot of the channels were getting taken down at that time in 2020, and unfortunately, that was one of the ones that did. But in any case, started back up again, and obviously across, doing a lot of stuff across crypto on Superman Crypto is kind of my general channel. Hex Token and PulseChain YouTube are all pretty much PulseChain and Hex content. And I guess the biggest thing I'd like to say is that basically the goal of Hex Token channel is to be documenting all the projects launching on PulseChain since the day one. So it's been 246 days, and pretty much covered, I think, every important launch, even a lot of the small ones. So it's been fun doing it, and I think everyone in the community that follows my channels at least has really enjoyed that.
Absolutely. Well, your channel and your streams are perfect timing for me, so it's always good to check in with you. Well, my name is Matt, and I have a YouTube channel called Crypto Heartbeat. And let's see, 2 days before Big Payday is when I got into Hex. But I want to tell you a story. I think you know this story, but I was up in the middle of the night. It was 2 a.m. I couldn't sleep. And of course, Gen X, old man Crypto Heartbeat is watching late night television, literally cable TV. And on cable TV, sandwiched between, I think, a Geico ad and a local car dealer, was this guy. And it said, "Do you want to be a millionaire or a billionaire? Do you want to be rich?" And it had like yachts and all this stuff. Little did I know the voiceover was done by Richard Hart. And it talked about this thing, and it was so out of place. It's the middle of the night. And of course, I'm like, what is this? So I pull it up on my phone, and I find out it's crypto. And of course, they're talking about all these insider baseball terminologies, like, things like Big Payday. And I didn't know what it was about. And I started watching Hexo on D Live, if you can believe that. And boy, that's where it all began. And I'm so thankful I did. But it just goes to show you never know where somebody's coming from. You never know what reaches people. And so you're a guy who's put so much pieces of content out there. This net is wide, and there's nothing better than doing it with green candles. But my background's in nonprofit fundraising. I've done that for the last 23 years. And so I'm also the founder of the Texan token, the first endowment token on the blockchain that works with a political movement, which is the independence of Texas. And so we got some really exciting things going. But to me, my first love is Hex, and just so thankful for the PulseChain. It's the reason I started my channel. And I'm just I'm ready to be done with the bear market.
Absolutely. And I think that it's coming, man. We're at the beginning. And hey, look, there's always ups and downs, even in a bull market. So remember that out there. There's even ups and downs. But no, I think we're here. And I think since November, it's really been the trigger. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And this year, the perfect lineup is on this year for crypto. And the only thing there's only 2 things I watch, and that is the stock market as well, because obviously the wealth and speculation impact of that, and also geopolitical risks around China and Taiwan. Those are the only 2 things that could cap the knees or anything. I think other than that, we have a glorious green road ahead of us in the next 18 months. So I think that's going to be fun. And I think we've got the opening,
That's good to hear.
stuff. Yeah.
Well, when it comes to alpha, and I think most people that are following Hex on Twitter and everything know this, but there's been some report today that the SAC address is waking up, and to me, I've been watching this for quite some time, just like you have, and there are certain kind of leading indicators, and we've always known that SAC address that was sitting on 600 million in DAI. But also you understand that, whales move price. And if there's anything I've learned from founding a token, it's that liquidity and more buyers than sellers, right? But when you are in a down market, people are waiting. And I feel like the starting gun just hit. And I think we're going to see this week, I think we're going to be able to mark in history. We're into a new year. We're coming up on the Bitcoin halving. But to me, the number one indicator for me is this pump we're seeing right now in the impact of that, because it's almost like there's a starter gun that gets blown off and people go, okay, it's now time, and they all kind of collectively know that. So I would say to anybody watching this, if you haven't been in Hex or you've been in it before and you're like, when is the right time and all of that, I don't give financial advice. I just look at my foggy crystal ball, and I would say this to me is the number one indicator is that everyone's waking up to it. And of course, it's exciting finally that we're seeing these kind of green candles. And I know that there's that Richard Hart and his vision is so much more than about him making money. I look at all these other kind of scam things that are out there, and it's a bunch of poor people. And what we've got is a guy who's got he's got real value, and he understands how crypto works, and he understands how to protect price, and he's got a lot of people around him. Folks, this is going to be exciting, and you have a chance, an opportunity that is extremely unique. Because even though we lament the fact it's down 94%, that's a humongous opportunity, because I was onboarding people at 42 cents. And so to have this kind of opportunity is huge. And I couldn't be more excited about the next 18 months.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And I think if everybody that's watching right now, I think you should get excited, because it is now, right? I think the capitulation phase is over. It doesn't mean there's going to not be pullbacks on the bull market, but I think really we're at the beginning, and you guys can already see Bitcoin's, gone from 15K to 47K, and it's game on, right? So we've got, I think with opening up that Bitcoin ETF, we've got the biggest financial money in private hands, and probably some sovereign money as well expected to come into crypto over the next couple of years. It's going to be absolutely massive. We have 13 big institutions that are going to have their marketing desks on the phone to all their big rich institutional and boomer accounts to bring the money in, and even something up to 1% would be dramatic multiplier effect on crypto. And so I'd get excited, folks. It really is going to be fun. Obviously, we've got our own magic carpet ride playing out a little bit early today, and that's going to be something fun to watch as well. But I think SJ Wild, just before us, she said, talking about what Richard liked the most, which was the community. And that's something that we focus our channels around, is community. And so if you're out there, you guys play a huge role in the success of PulseChain going forward in particular, and Hex as well. So just get out there, spread the word. It's game on. It's game on. So, yeah.
No, that's a really good point. And I say it, I know you say it a lot too, is, this is a great training ground. You really can't make mistakes. And I would say this, if you have any interest at all about communicating about crypto or giving your perspective, becoming a streamer, for example, just do it. Literally, just do it. A ton of people, this is the time to do it as well. When I started, it was we were going to fork this thing called Ethereum to PulseChain, and I was so excited about it. And it was exciting time to be doing it. And this would be the time, if you've ever considered, messaging for crypto in general, or you want to get some practice. I mean, being on camera and doing these type of things, I highly recommend it, because there's always going to be somebody, there's always going to be an audience for you and your voice. The key though is consistency, and there's nobody more consistent than you.
Yeah.
There's no more consistent person than you. And what advice would you give people who are like on the fence, or like, what, I'd really like to do this, but it's a key. That's why this is so special, is because there are so many people who have been willing to take the leap and take personal responsibility for promotion.
with consistency, the number one thing is you need to enjoy what you're doing.
Yep.
Then that's the easy way of being consistent. And I think that's probably the number one thing. If you enjoy something, maybe it's doing social media, maybe it's doing being an influencer, maybe it's just telling a lot of people about all the projects and your excitement, whatever it is, you can get out there and play your part. Everyone plays their part, absolutely everybody. So get out and do that.
Well, I got a question for you. You're very, very current with the news of the day. One thing I don't think we've talked about a ton, but I see it as a huge leading indicator, is the fact that really starting in January here, businesses can put crypto on their balance sheet. And it's unique. The way it's priced is different. It's obviously going to be changing also in 2025, but you have early rules, the ability to count crypto at fair market value. And in the past, it's been at the low. And this is a game changer, in my opinion. And so I just want to make this point and kind of get your feeling about it. There are a lot of businesses that are sitting on cash, and they look at ways in which they can, have returns. I ran a business for a long time, and if I could push 25% to the bottom line in EBITDA, I was in great shape. When we look at the kind of potential gains there are within, especially the altcoin world, but Hex and Pulse and PulseX and all the things in our community, I really think that we're going to see a tremendous amount of money come into the crypto space because of the fact that they're allowing people to count their, put crypto on their balance sheet, because there's many cases you may not have a good year in your business, but just because of what you held on your balance sheet, you may see something incredible.
Absolutely. Hey, look, there's going to be, you've got all the fund managers and investment advisors. They're a lot of the key targets of a lot of the investment houses. They're going to be running a lot of these ETFs and stuff like that. That's going to be really important to educate a lot of the firms and entities that might have funds on their balance sheet that they're going to invest. I would say my addition to that is that it's going to take a little time. You're going to get a lot of the low-hanging fruit first. Then it's going to take a little bit of time for the risk profile to change. And we already saw, BlackRock CEO talk about that now crypto, along with gold and a fixed interest, are now a flight to quality. I mean, that's an insane statement. And that is a juggernaut repositioning and marketing. It's insane, that comment. I couldn't believe it. Yeah.
Well, that's Larry Fink, right? He's
Larry
the
Fink,
one. I mean, what's amazing to me is he has not been whistling this tune, and this is new. And you're right. I mean, the way that things are going, they want to take it over. And Axie's Alive came on my channel, and he said one of the greatest quotes I've ever heard. And he said, you know what? We may have to sacrifice Bitcoin on the altar of decentralization, meaning that these centralized parties, these players want to take it over. And that's obviously what we're seeing.
Absolutely. We're going to get the financial benefit big time, and you guys are all here at the right time, right place. That's the key. But there's a political side of all this, right? And that's the negative. That's something that's going to play out in the future. But in any case, at least you're going to get paid.
That's right. That's right. Well, and that's something that you and I both, see eye to eye on, is that Richard Hartz, understands, and he saw ahead of time how important freedom of speech and freedom of movement and how relevant it was going to be. And he was talking about these things well before I think it was really at the front of everyone's mind. But you look at the things that he's concerned about freedom of speech, concerned about freedom of movement, concerned about privacy, freedom to transact. And if you look at all of the regulatory things that are going on, I mean, they literally want to, crush this as much as possible, at least the SEC in the United States. And why? Because ultimately they want to roll out, they want to control the money. And the problem is it's gotten away from them. And they're trying to do anything they can to put this thing back in the box. And the exciting thing about this is, folks, right now, I think we kind of consider all this kind of crypto stuff to be the same. And if you're new, you think, well, I know about FTX and I know about Bitcoin. Folks, DeFi is something that right now, I don't think a lot of people are like, oh, that's crypto. Folks, what's happening in the PulseChain ecosystem? The fact that we have someone with principles like Richard Hart leading, to me, is the most important thing. Because when I look out there, I do not see another founder, maybe Hodgkinson, maybe, that has principles that he will stick to. Because I think when all the deals come and, everyone is just swimming in money at the top of the next bowl, I believe that other founders will compromise their principles. They will do deals with the TradFi folks. And Richard Hart will not. And if we're going to have an alternative in this future that is literally a parallel ecosystem or financial system, it's going to be in the Pulse chain. It's going to be with people like us. And that kind of sovereignty we have to defend, because it's going to be incremental and they're going to try to take it from us. And to me, that's why I love this community so much, is because I think we are going to be the alternative to the CBDCs, the alternative to the centralized players long term. And I'm proud of that. I'm just proud of being a part of this with independent minded people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's a perfect pivot into the future of PulseChain this year in 2024. You know, we're already seeing some opening stuff happening in the market, but we've got a lot of projects coming, folks. I mean, we've got something up to over 180 projects. We've got some incredible devs leading the DeFi revolution in PulseChain. We've got Alex McPherter working on a Cozy Hedron, doing some amazing stuff with cross-chain staking and other things like that. We've got a Dipcatcher and Maximus and Goldkey out there doing some beautiful stuff on top of Hex. So both those Hex derivatives doing some incredible stuff, just like they did in the bear market. They're doing beautiful stuff in the bull market. And so it's really exciting. I mean, in the other DeFi space, just on PulseChain generally, we've got so many high quality people. We're talking about PhD mathematicians, programmers. I mean, access to top university professors in Europe and places like that. We've got some really good talent on PulseChain. We've got teams like Tetra coming along, doing some super products like Stratus and Atlas. I mean, it's going to be amazing. We've got front ends for liquidity forks, liquid loans, and Power City coming. Obviously, Power City coming with PulseX. It's going to be super bullish. We've got super innovation in DeFi coming from Jacob's ecosystem around the world's first peer-to-peer crypto casino, which just launched 2 days ago. We're already doing fantastic. We've got GameFi. We've got full-on challenges to Binance through Binance DeFi coming through from Jacob's ecosystem as well. These are all front end. We've got algorithmic stable coins coming. This thing is going to be so lit on PulseChain in 2024 from a DeFi point of view, and it's going to play a pivotal role. And I just want to give a shout out to some teams that have already delivered some incredible stuff. PH Universe, Coast, many of these teams are doing amazing. Patias, Power City Portal X. I mean, a lot of these teams have been just delivering so much good stuff. PulseALLin. I mean, there is a fine list of projects already out and about. Internet money. I mean, they just go on and on and on. So, and it's only going to get better. So 2022 on PulseChain and DeFi and freedom is looking really good from my point of view.
That's fantastic. Wow. And it's the thread that ties us all together is that we believe that we should be able to transact without centralized players being a part of that. And that's really the main message, right? What does Somi say? You know, it is Hex and Pulse is true DeFi and in its truest sense. It's a perfect message. And that's the thing, folks. You know, if you're out there sharing with people, you know, I'm kind of jealous in a way, because as I built my channel and watched it go up to the all-time high, you know, I saw some people really put a lot in at the very, very top. And of course, I'm thankful that there are cycles, but we've waited a long time. And the thing about it is, I think a lot of people get very discouraged. And I just want to encourage you is this is it, right? The people that can hang on are the ones that win. And you got to pick a horse to ride. And there's a lot of things, especially when you go from kind of ERC20 land to layer one, there's a lot of things. And of course, obviously, you know, Superman, you know all about all those projects coming. And it's hard, right? It's hard to know what to get into and whatnot. But this is our opportunity to take advantage of. And, you know, I just really believe that we're going to be really surprised, because there's a lot of people in the ecosystem who are doing things behind the scenes that we don't even know yet. And then we've got some big whales who I think really care about, they care about people. They're not just out for themselves. And I think that's critical. And so, yeah, I'm bullish, man. I'm really bullish.
I'm super bullish too. I mean, let's look at some more metrics. I mean, we've got PulseChain validators. We've got 10% of Pulse off the market through the validators, which is fantastic. We've got validator NFTs just come out just the last, week or two, with the GOAT token and Dave Feder and that team. Amazing. So that small players with people less than 32 million Pulse can go stake with the validators and start earning some Pulse. So it's really, PulseChain is leading this DeFi. It's so good. So yeah, it really is exciting where we're heading, folks. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, and I'm really curious of your introspective thoughts on this one. One of the things that I look out at DeFi, and especially this space, and I recognize is that the big players with money, if you look at how much liquidity total in all of DeFi comparatively is small. And
Yeah.
I think that the long term, the key things that people look at that have the big money, the institutional money, or people that are just big players, they don't want to get into something they can't get out of. And of course, liquidity is key. But the
Yes.
other piece of this is lock liquidity. And in my opinion, we've got to increase the amount of lock liquidity within the DeFi space, but especially in PulseChain. What are your thoughts on that? How do we accomplish that? Because I think confidence is a big thing when you're talking to people about trustless yield. They're like, I love the idea, but I don't know. I want to put, I want to press down on this and put some big money in. I'm not sure I can get it out based on this thin liquidity. What are your thoughts? How do we bring more and more locked liquidity into DeFi?
Well, I think it's a chicken and an egg type of question. But let's try and answer that. So at the moment, we've already got a lot of protocols which are trying to incentivize people to go in, right? So anything from obviously PulseX itself through to a 9inch or any of these sort of Daytona, any of these sort of farm pools. We've got lots of people trying to incentivize people to go in. So that's one way you can do it. Now, we've already had up to this point what that impact's going to be. We're going to have more projects like that, I guess, in the future. We'll have tens of DEXs probably over time, offering that sort of incentives. We also need innovations from the actual founders and devs when they set up their liquidity pools to time the liquidity step up, specifically if they're big protocols like Liquid Loans, Power City and stuff like that, had big capital raises. They could do step ups because you want to let any dumping whales out first. So you let them out with low liquidity, right? And then you can add a bit more as time. So that's up to them to do, right? So that's just some ideas out there in terms of doing that. But we also have the biggest issue, and I think it's a question I had with someone just earlier, and that was around attracting the capital. And a part of that's going to be green candles, right? Green candles up to the right. I mean, that's probably, and often in crypto, 90% of the thing is green candles. Let's be frank about that. The other thing is about conversations. We hear people like Funding Jim and other people talking about how do you talk to these big people, big money. You have to be in their networks. You have to educate them. You have to bring them on board. So there's a lot of that to go on. We've got some sophisticated people in the community that work on that already. So just more of that is probably another play. The other thing is, of course, raising capital is actually quite hard. We've had a lot of people question around sacrifices and things like that, overcapitalization, stuff like that. So we've got a lot of issues in that place too. And I think it's a lot about structure, the way people structure things. So we're looking at PUSD algo coming up, and they're looking to structure 75% of their sacrifices going straight into the protocol straight away. And so that's the idea of funding the whole pool, and that could be $1 million, for example. So those are some of the potential solutions and things that people have to do.
Well, Maddie, Superman did something right tonight because we're up 31%.
Hey, Maddie,
you're on mute. Yeah, you're on mute.
There's so much alpha here. I should have scheduled you guys for longer.
Thank you, Maddie. I appreciate it.
So where can people find your content?
Well, I'm on YouTube, Crypto Heartbeat, as well as on Twitter is probably the place to find me.
Yep, Crypto Heartbeat is amazing. Follow him. I watch the stuff, even though he doesn't know I watch it all that much, but I watch it a lot, and he's always an inspiration. And I'm on Hex Token channel, Superman Crypto, and PulseChain YouTube, 3 YouTube channels. We also have, I think, one of the biggest Discords dedicated to PulseChain X on Discord. So if you're not on Telegram, a lot of people on Telegram, come to Discord. We're there too.
I just want to say, Maddie, before we sign off here, Hex is up 31%. Just want to say that for the record.
Hey.
It's been a long time since I said that.
Yeah.
Right to the right.
People have finally figured it out.
That's
All
right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maddie. Yes.
Awesome. Well, as people know, there are donors now to the online Hex conference. They are only brands that I believe in and inspire me, and GoPulse.com is one of them. It's definitely a powerful portfolio tracker and much, much more. That's why we're going to basically take this Hodl Dog video that has already been created that kind of sums it up the best. And that's what's been submitted by the GoPulse team. And yeah, I'm really excited to hear it. Hodl Dog, he has amazing production quality, and really, really appreciate this video that he put out on his channel. So without any further ado.
Welcome to another video. I hope you're doing all dope. In today's episode, we're going to have a look at the GoPulse.com website, a wonderful website for the stats in the RH ecosystem. There you can find some stats about PulseChain, about Hex, about PulseX, even about incentive tokens. But as always, don't forget first to smash the like button, smash the subscriber button, and of course, if you like, leave a comment down below at the bottom of this video. And as always, we're going to start right into it. If we have a look at GoPulse.com, you can see first some overview stats on the front page. We're going to talk about this in a second. Up here you have the money with the stats, apps, Hex, portfolio swap. Don't forget to buy the buy button on the right side over here. So let's start today in this red Wednesday. You can see the current price of the Pulse token, the PLS token, currently down 11.8%. You can see from the sacrifice value it is 0.46x currently, so almost half of the value which was the sacrifice price back 2 years ago. Current market cap around 700 million, supply about 15 trillion Pulse. We don't go into all the stats in details, because I'm just going to show you the main functions. A little bit above here you can switch in between 5 minutes, 1 hour, 6 hour and 24-hour time frame. We're going to leave it this normal at 24 hours, that's enough. On the right side you have, as of course, the chart. If you would like to have a quick look at the chart, you can see this for all the tokens for Pulse, PulseX. In the middle we have the incentive token, and on the right side we have Hex. Let's start quickly with Hex. You have a lot of stats to digest. In here you have the current price of the Hex token on the Pulse chain, and if you have a look down here you can see the price of eHex currently sitting at $0.0045, and you have a combined price of Hex and eHex currently just above 1 cent. You have always for the 3 tokens here the sells and the buys. As you can see, currently there are more buys going on, except in the incentive token there are a little bit more sells at the moment in the last 24 hours. You see as well the volume, the market cap, the supply. If you scroll down a little bit, you have 2 buttons here. You can either include or exclude the OA, the origin address, which nobody really knows how much tokens there are holding, but if you click to exclude or include, you can see how the market cap and the supply changes. So if we exclude the OA, of course the market cap is a little bit smaller. If you include it again, the market cap is way higher. You can also switch in between USD or coins. That is just a little extra up in here. So if you would like to have a quick overview, GoPulse.com is your main site to go for the moment. If we scroll further down, the last stats on the main page, we can see the total transaction on the PulseChain blockchain. And just recently we surpassed 300,000 active wallets on the PulseChain. So that's about it for the main page. If we go over to the stats, we're just gonna hop over the 5 most important stats for the PulseChain blockchain, and we're going to see here first the block explorer. You can see roughly every 10 seconds a new block is spawned, so right now there should be a new block coming in. Boom, voila, here it is. You can see how many transactions in each block was included. And further down, we can see the average block time, what I just mentioned, is 10 seconds compared to Ethereum, which has an average block time of roughly 12 seconds. On the right side, you can see it's a fluctuating value, but since you're on the website, how much Pulse tokens is burned by the fee transactions. So that's really cool. A nice little feature on top of that. You cannot see much more on this stats site here. If you go over to the validators, you have first a chart of the last 7 days. We can see we are reaching the goal of around 40,000 validators, active validators in the ecosystem. At the moment 11 are entering. This needs a little bit time until they get activated, but once they're activating, they're starting to earn the fees. If you click the show globe, you have a nice animation of the world, which you can see the distribution of the active validators on the globe. You can maybe scroll around how you want to find your validator if you have one. And on the bottom of this page we have 4 different stats. We can see currently the total staked amount in validators. We have 1.24 trillion Pulse tokens staked. That's roughly $57 million staked at the current APR of 16.7%, but this goes down at the moment as more validators are joining the ecosystem. You can see how much an average balance is or how much a validator is in price. If you would like to run a validator, you need at least around 1,400, would say 1,500 US dollars. You can see some stats about the current epoch and the current slot we're in, and this is about it for the validator stats page. The bridge is maybe something which is a little bit more complicated to understand. It connects both worlds. It connects the Ethereum world with the PulseChain world. And we can see so far there is an amount of US dollar value with some different tokens which were bridged into the PulseChain ecosystem. And the second part is the part which is bridged out from PulseChain to the Ethereum blockchain. So first we can see the roughly 100 million US dollars which were bridged to the PulseChain. Of course, the bridge also accumulates some fee, at the moment 0.3% of the bridging amount. We can see the leader is the DAI token. After that we have some USDC, we have USDT, a bunch of Ethereum, a bunch of Ethereum Hex was bridged over, and some wrapped Bitcoin. The value which was bridged out to Ethereum is roughly 2.5 million in Pulse tokens, around 50,000 in Hex tokens, and 20,000 in Pulse tokens. So these are some stats to see how the bridge is operating, and it's nice to see that the value which is flowing into the PulseChain ecosystem is way higher than the outflow. And if you go to the next stats page, this is the PulseX stats page. This is the native exchange on the PulseChain. We have a lot of different DEXs and aggregators, but PulseX is the native exchange from PulseChain ecosystem. We can see here also we have two views. We have the daily view and we have the cumulative view. So since the start we have roughly 8 million trades. We have a total volume since the start of 5.7 billion US dollars, and you can see for the moment the liquidity dropped a couple days ago to roughly 115 million US dollars, was at the top at almost 400, I would say 460 million US dollars. But as we are all aware, we are still in a bear market, so this is for me total normal behavior. Liquidity is low. This also means more potential for the price to explode to the upside. If we move on to the stats, we have the last page, the gas page. You can see nicely how much cheaper the PulseChain ecosystem is compared to Ethereum and compared to Bitcoin. If we have a quick look, we are 1,321x cheaper to Ethereum in terms of swap to send Ethereum or just to send an ERC20 token. And we are almost 300x times cheaper to Bitcoin. If you want to send some Bitcoin, it costs you roughly 30 cents. If you want to send some Pulse tokens, it costs you $0.001, which is basically nothing. And you can swap a token for 1 cent, which is amazing. You can see the fee situations for the last 30 days, around 1 million Pulse. If we're staying around this fee level and the price level, of course, the fees are really, really cheap. If you move on to the apps, we have different things. Check it out. I just go to pick up some. For example, you can mint your own token, which is normally unnecessary because you don't want to create a shit token. But if you're really interested in, you can easily create a token on the PulseChain blockchain in a few clicks. And the last app I would like to point out is the Revoke app. Here you can take back the control for your wallet every time you connect your MetaMask wallet, for example, to Uniswap or to another exchange. You have to give some permission that the tokens can be traded, and sometimes it's really, really intelligent just to maybe revoke these permissions, take them back, kill them. You don't need to have many permissions for your wallet. Also, don't have too many open permissions on your cold wallet. As always, keep your stuff safe and not connected as much to the internet. Let me move on to the third point, the Hex point. This is a really neat backup front end for your Hex stakes. We're all familiar with the go.hex.com front end. So all you have to do is connect your MetaMask wallet. We're going to choose the MetaMask wallet. MetaMask pops up, next, connect. And you can see currently we have the stakes. I have, I think, 4 active stakes going on. We have a neat little progress bar in here. You can do 2 things for your stake. You can click the 3 little dots. I would not suggest to emergency end stake, but what you can do is you can, for example, mint your Hedron and buy more Hex, for example. And once the stake is ended, of course, you can also end your stake. You can even see the 2 past stakes down in here. And always important, have a look at this button in here. You can switch in between the networks. So if we're going to click switch, we're now on the PulseChain network, and we can see I have, of course, the same stakes on the PulseChain network, because once PulseChain came out, it was a full system state. So I have my Hex stakes on Ethereum and I have my Hex stake on the PulseChain, and I can easily swap in between the networks in here with a click of a button. Of course, I can do a new stake. I can say the amount of Hex, the days I would like to stake, and click start stake. As well, I can do this on both chains. That's already about it for the Hex part here on this website. I think the most interesting parts are coming now is the portfolio, the swap, and the buy. Let's start quickly with the portfolio app. All you have to do here is fill in your Ethereum address, or even multiple addresses if you have so. If you also have an Ethereum name, for example, I have a donation address huldog.eth, it will automatically resolve it to my address. It will fill in the name, but basically you can just copy and paste the Ethereum address in here, save the address, and then you will see how much tokens, how many things you have on this address. So let me just first add a second address. We can click the edit button up in here. You see already add new address. We're going to take our test staking wallet address, going to paste it in here. This is the YouTube demo address. We're going to add it, going to close, and you see it changed already quite a bit. Again, the button up in here shows you are connected for the moment for the portfolio for the PulseChain and the Ethereum blockchain. So you see both combined value. If you click here, you can see the value of the PulseChain portfolio, you see the value of the Ethereum portfolio, or as I said, the combined value. You can see here as well the 2 addresses I added to my portfolio, so I can view them individually by clicking on them, or I just see both as usual. Always good. Click somewhere where you can. You can, for example, click the percentage in here to show the dollar value or the percentage value. You can click on the dollar value of your portfolio just to hide the token amount. You can see overall all tokens. If you're missing something, no worries, just go click edit button, go here to the second tab assets. Here you have again a lot of options. You can see a detailed or a combined view of your tokens. You can also add the validator PLS stake button here if you would like to see your validators which are currently running, so you can see the deposit value amount, and maybe you have another address for the rewards. And down here you have a bunch of tokens on the PulseChain and the Ethereum blockchain, which you can just choose which you would like to see on your portfolio. If you're already hanging around the settings, you can go to the third point here, balances, and you can add manual holdings of some tokens if you wish so. But for now, you're probably going to see all the tokens you need. But for example, you can add here, you own 100,000 Hex or Pulse tokens manually if you wish so. And you can do the same for the Ethereum blockchain. Last but not least, you have an export function. You can either copy your portfolio ID, which means this is just a code which you should never share with anybody, but you can just copy and paste it on your smartphone or on another computer so you can see and watch your portfolio again. Down here you can download a snapshot. This is just like really a picture of the moment of your portfolio, convert it to an Excel file, and you can do whatever you want to do. Let me close the settings again. As you see, you can see from the highest amount to the smaller amount or what I have going on here on my portfolio. As for example mentioned before, I have my 4 stakes on PulseChain and I have my 4 stakes on Ethereum. We have other tokens in this wallet, which are at the moment 2 wallets, and you can also hide the dust if you like. Down here, which maybe some of you are missing, is the current yield in 1 hour, 24 hours, 7 days, 30 days, or a year time frame, which is really neat. You can see Hex earning on both chains as well. You see the Hedron earning on both chains as well. Let me move up to the second last point up in here, the swap function. So if you would like to swap some tokens like you do it on PulseX, you can do the same on GoPulse.com under swap, All you have to do is first to switch to PulseChain because we're already connected with the wallet from before. So once we are connected to the PulseChain blockchain, we can, for example, swap some Pulse tokens into more Hex tokens. So let me do this right away. I'm going to swap, for example, 10,000 Hex tokens for 56 Hex. That should not take so long. Going to confirm this transaction in the MetaMask wallet. You can see I have to pay 368 Pulse in fees. I'm going to confirm, boom, and we're going to wait around 10 seconds until the blockchain going to confirm our transaction. And once the transaction is confirmed, boom, voila, we have our tokens in the wallet. We should have now 56 more Hex tokens. So you can see this process runs really, really smoothly. If we're going to zoom in a little bit, you can see down here, this GoPulse X swap feature is analyzing 18 routes across 3 dexes. Just to clarify 3 dexes, what is meant with that, we have the Pulse X V1 exchange, we have the version 2 exchange, and we have an easy swap exchange, which we're gonna have a look into maybe into another video. So these are the 3 main dexes. At the moment, you are saving compared to EasySwap 0.2%. Sometimes it's written PulseX, maybe it switches. I overall would suggest you use the exchange you prefer the most. GoPulseX really, really works great. PulseX, of course, the native exchange works smooth as well. Last but not least, we're going to click on this buy button up in here, which is a wonderful onboarding site or a wonderful onboarding tool if you would like to buy some Pulse tokens, but you only own Ethereum or you only own BNB token or only Bitcoin. Basically what you can do, you can start an exchange right away. You have maybe some Ethereum and you would like to buy some Pulse tokens. You can do that in here. If you ask yourself how it's going, it will take a little bit. It takes maybe 10-15 minutes overall, but the process is really, really easy. All you do is you define the amount of tokens you would like to swap. In this example, 1 Ethereum. We're going to click buy. So all you're going to do is you paste your PulseChain address in here. This is the destination address where you would like to receive the Pulse tokens. Optionally, you can even add the Ethereum address as a refund address. In case the exchange doesn't go through, you get back the Ethereum to this address. Most of you have like probably the same address on the Ethereum and the PulseChain network. You just switch in between the networks, so don't get confused too much about that. But important, you're gonna paste your PulseChain address in here. You can easily see the PulseChain address when you open MetaMask. You see that we are on the PulseChain network, and if you click on the blue little thing here, you can copy your address, and we're gonna paste this address in here. So in the next step, you have 30 minutes time to send your Ethereum or whatever token you would like to swap for Pulse. You're gonna send this amount of token to the address which is provided here, the deposit address. There you're gonna send your tokens and maybe copy and paste this exchange ID. Like this, you can always go to the menu, the little hamburger menu up in here, and you can check the exchange status in here to see what's going on with your transactions. As I said before, it takes a little while. For my test here, it took roughly 15 minutes, but everything worked really, really smoothly. And maybe last point, if you ask yourself which kind of exchange this is, what is going on exactly with this widget, which is in here, you can always analyze a little bit. And if we go to search for the exchange, we find a link, and I'm pretty sure I saw this also on Twitter. It's 2 platforms. It's like balancing in between the liquidity. So we have either Let's Exchange, which is a basic website where you can already do the same stuff in here, which we just did. Or you can go to changelly.com. This is the same site, which in my opinion, the GoPulse X widget is balancing, as I said, between the liquidity pools and try to get you the best deal. Overall, I have to mention you have no KYC here, you have no limits, you have a worldwide availability, and it runs pretty smooth. Last part, this dude of this website even implemented a shortcut. So if you're going to hit Ctrl K, or you can also click it up in here on the top right, you see shortcuts. So you can always just hit Ctrl K, hit B for bypass, enter, and you're already arriving at the right page of the website. And last but not least, the documentation is always important. If you have any question, click the little wiki link up in here. You'll find some good information about GoPulse.com and GoPulse the exchange itself. For example, you can see how to buy Pulse, how to buy Pulse with credit card. They're going to talk about the on-chain privacy, how to use the shortcuts, how to track your portfolio as well. You're going to have some information about the GoPulse X exchange, step-by-step guide, how to connect your MetaMask wallet, how to get some Pulse. Even a referral program is running for those who are interested in, and a little FAQ for all your general questions. So that was about the GoPulse.com website. I hope you learned something. Please don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to my channel, call somebody you love and say hi, and see you in the next one. Peace.
All right. Amazing talk from Hodl Dog on GoPulse.com. Check it out. And up next, we have a talk from myself and Hex Photographer. Let's go.
We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin. And we stick in the Hex, cause you know it's the best. We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin. And we reppin' the Hex, cause you know it's the best. We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin. And we stick in the Hex, cause you know it's the best. We're live like Maddie ALLin. We're live like Maddie ALLin.
What's up, Pascal?
Yo, Maddie, how are you doing?
I'm really excited to do this talk with you. I know we only have 10 minutes to discuss crypto and mental health, but I know it's an area that you've been working a lot on personally. So I want to hear about that from you. And then it perfectly leads into the next talk we're going to have Aubrey DeGray speaking, and really looking forward to that. I know a lot of other people are too. So hit the like and subscribe button, share it out. How have you been, Pascal? And what have you been using in order to improve yourself lately?
Oh yeah, man, I'm doing quite okay because it's 4 a.m. here. But basically, in the meanwhile, I'm pretty used to wake up early. So yeah, man, regarding that topic, I want to make a little statement actually, because we're living in a world that is more and more driving us into actually like being overwhelmed with information, overwhelmed with things to consume, with pleasurable things. Society is telling us a lot, like what we ought to do in order to be happy. We're getting told all the time we need to be happy all the time. We need to seek pleasure, and if we don't feel that way, then something's wrong with us. Yeah. So basically, we're getting into this world and we are getting told we are broken and we need something to fix ourselves. Yeah, like this consumerism. Yeah, we need to buy, and still we're wondering why we're not so happy. And especially in a world right now where there's more and more subscription things coming. We're getting really overwhelmed with all the extra options, all the extra here and there. There's an abundance of things we think we want. And then it's getting partially also a bit harder and harder to actually like really be happy, because you cannot continuously be happy. There's something like homeostasis that self-regulates your body, also your dopamine inside your system and so on. So if you always push like the pleasure button, it just doesn't really work out. So and I I had to learn this also a little bit the hard way. Like from my personal story, I can tell you guys, many guys know, like that I was with the Hexicans, with you guys on this road trip, like 2021, 22.
40 different cities with Abin and Patrick.
Even more than 40, man. 43 cities.
Wow.
Yes, it was really crazy. Like we traveled 18,000 miles. And you know, like for me, I was before working a 9-to-5. I was project manager and started to a little bit side hustle because I realized I want to do more a bit than just like working for someone. And suddenly, boom, this explosion comes. I'm there with the Hexicans, traveling the world, doing the mansion parties, dancers coming from the ceiling, mermaids swimming in the pools, and living in Las Vegas, living basically the American dream with you guys. And then the bear market came. And what happened then was somehow like things crashed. I had to go back. I was going back into the like normal life, into the gray Berlin. And that time it was for me like quite challenging. And I felt very, very like I was in a quite dark place. So at some point I just thought, okay, so what can you do like to get yourself out of that? So one thing was just for me, like, you need to learn, you need to understand like how things are working, like how mental health is working. And I actually even knew a little bit about it, yeah, but like still it was crazy. So coming back to pleasure versus needs, that's really an eye opener, and I think that's what many of us need to think in which category they want to belong, because in the future, where all this subscription, non-ownership and everything like goes more and more and more, and we more and more become just like a user. We need to think if we want to go the way of intention, or if we want to go like the unconscious way and just getting it all and trying to get it, versus actually like minimalism in our minds, and focusing ourselves on what's really important.
I think being very intentional makes a lot of sense. And what I've noticed in this ride that you and I have both witnessed, of people going from humble means to being suddenly wealthy, getting sudden wealth syndrome, and then going through the longest bear market in crypto history. And now we're starting to see light at the end of the tunnel. We see Hex is up 20 to 30% just today, right? And I really think that it's the mental health tips and tricks that the community encourages each other to learn, this spirit of self-help and mutual help, that it goes a really long way, whether the price is up or down. And it's self-care and self-esteem, combining the intersection of those two things. It's great to esteem yourself. That's healthy to do. Positive self-talk, basically, is what it's called. And as a therapist, I trained people how to do this, or just suggested it basically, and pointed out how well it works. When you speak highly of yourself, that's great. But when you speak highly of yourself at the same time that you're engaging in self-care, and that might be something silly that still has a biological basis, like taking a cold shower or doing a cold water plunge. Now,
oh yes,
you know, that's something we used to talk about on Quant Gang, that we all were trying together at the, you know, not together, but like we were all promoting each other using these self-help strategies. And there's a whole biological basis for why doing a cold water plunge or a freezing cold shower can wake up your brain in a way that makes it less depressed and more finely tuned. And I know, Pascal, me working with you for quite some time now, as like professionally, I would always want you at the events where we're doing stuff in person, because you're such a likable person. You're so good with people, and you do amazing photography. And on top of that, you're an incredible person who cares about these, basically improving yourself. And you don't just talk the talk, but you walk the walk. And so, you know, I'm going to have you on Game Theory Gang or Hex Therapy, so that we can maybe continue this conversation and talk more about how people can navigate the world of happiness and mad gains.
Yeah, absolutely, man. There's some absolutely genius, like, I don't even want to call it biohacks, but things you can do to your system, to yourself, in order to just like feel more the simplicity of happiness. By the way, did you know that cold plunges, like swimming in the lake, pumps your dopamine like cocaine? It's literally like cocaine. your dopamine is being pumped for 2 hours or so. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, I think it can also reset the resting potential of the synapses, and so yeah, there's a biological basis behind all the stuff that Pascal and I try on ourselves, and it works, and then we can tell other people about it. And so,
Yeah.
well, I really appreciate you being a part of the Hex conference this year. When I do in-person conferences and meetups in the future, I'm really hoping to have the privilege of working with you again. And can you tell people where to find you other than as a guest coming on my shows in the future?
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, also pleasure with you. Pleasure to be here. Thank you so much, Matty. I really love that. And you guys can find me under under pulsephotos.art, under hex.photos. You find the contacts, and of course you can also find me under Hex Photographer on Twitter for sure. And yeah, I'm also planning to build up a little like a community or best practice mindset group in order to like exchange about these things, like how you can
awesome
really work on the things. So if that's of interest to you, just reach out to me, and Matty, take you by the offer. Absolutely. Let's talk about the things in a bit more detail when we have a bit more time, for sure. Looking forward, man.
Sounds great. Well, thank you so much, Pascal. Really appreciate you, and everybody stay in contact and follow Hex Photographer here. Thanks.
Thank you, man. Take care.
Take care. All right. Well, I wish with all these talks today that they could have been longer, because we've had such high quality content, not only today, but in the previous days of the conference. Up next, we're going to bring a recurring star who has been with the PulseChain and Hex community for a number of years now with our conference. Next up is Aubrey de Grey.
The only one that ain't prepared. Oh yes, I'ma be a millionaire. 5, a couple trillion shares. Oh no, I ain't getting wrecked again. Richard Hart, he got us set to win. We're a family, we all the best of friends. We ain't a cult, man, just call us Hexicans.
Hey there, Aubrey.
Hey there, Matty. Great to see you again.
Likewise, I'm really excited to have you joining us again this year. And I believe you've prepared a talk. We've got a 1-hour time slot here. And I'm looking forward to the updates that you're going to have for people on all the longevity projects that you're working on, you being a thought leader in the longevity space and a pioneer, definitely when it comes to this idea of cellular repair. Super excited to have you here again. And yeah, I'm really excited to hear your talk.
Well, thank you so much, Matty. So I don't know how to switch. Oh, there we go. Someone did it for me. Wonderful. Okay. Well, yeah. So first of all, thank you so much, Matty, for bringing me back here. I always love speaking to the Hex community. You know, I have enormous attachment, of course, to everybody here. And I'm really looking forward to giving this update.
Amazing. I'll let you take it away.
On various matters. The title of this talk is a throwback to the talk that I gave at the conference that you organized, Matty, the in-person conference in Las Vegas in March of 2022. So that's nearly 2 years ago now. And I thought I would just put up the link to that talk, which you can. This is, you know, as those of you in the audience who know what Matty does, you know, he puts the entire day of streaming up as one YouTube video. And so, as you can see, the timestamp there is something like 6 hours and 50 minutes. Of course, that URL can take you directly to my talk. And I encourage everybody to have a look at that, because I will be somewhat abbreviating some of my remarks today on the basis that, you know, they've only got an hour. And there are things that you can find out from that talk that will fill in some of the gaps in what I have to say today. So anyway, I'm going to, as I say, give two talks in one, and this is why. I am going to talk about the work that I've been doing over a very long period of time and what that work consists of at the moment, namely the implementation of what I call the SENS paradigm, the damage repair paradigm for bringing aging under medical control and keeping people healthy and youthful as they get chronologically older. And some of you are familiar with my work in this area, and some of you are not. But it's also the case that some of you are, and some of you are not, familiar with a topic that is very dear to the heart of the Hexagon community, namely the things that have happened to a very large amount of money that Hexagons, among others, but mostly Hexagons, donated to my work more than 2.5 years ago in July of 2021. And I'm going to be talking about where that stands right now as well. So I'm going to start by pointing out that because this is being live streamed and it will be on YouTube in perpetuity, I have been fairly liberal with regard to density of these slides. Especially in the second half of the talk, you'll see that I'm using a lot of text. And so I want to emphasize that what I'd like you to do today, while I'm speaking, is to listen to what I say rather than to try to read what I have written, because you can always go back and read what I've written later on. Essentially, there's an awful lot to say. All right, so for the next 20 minutes or so, I'm going to talk science. I'm going to talk about what I do, why it makes sense, and where it's going right now. And it all starts out from an idea that I had 23.5 years ago, excuse me, which was a new way of going about keeping people healthy as they get older. So it all is summed up by this very simple slide that I'm showing you here. And I'm going to talk you through this slide for a couple of minutes. At the end of the day, what we want to do, if we're talking about keeping people fully functioning like young adults, however long ago they were actually born, what we mean there is that we want to prevent the thing that currently happens, which is that the longer your body functions, the more it becomes unable to function. And that is summed up by the three words that you see at the bottom of this slide: metabolism, damage, and pathology. Metabolism is the word that biologists use to denote the entire network of processes that the body performs day in, day out, just to keep us alive. And the reason we get sick when we get old is very simple. It's because metabolism has side effects. Those side effects, which I'm using the word damage to denote, those side effects consist of changes to the molecular and cellular structure of the body, of our various organs and tissues. Now, those changes are initially harmless because the body is set up to tolerate a certain amount of those changes. But the key thing is they happen throughout life because metabolism has to happen throughout life. Even before we're born, we have to, we have to perform these processes. So for our entire life, damage is being laid down. And the reason why it's appropriate to use the word damage to denote those changes is because the body is only set up to tolerate a certain amount of them. Eventually, there's more than that of those changes, and we start to go downhill. In other words, that's the process on the right-hand side where damage creates pathology. That is what happens late in life. It doesn't happen early in life because the body can handle the small amount of damage that the body has early in life, but late in life, that's what happens. So our goal, if we think about aging, if we define aging in this way, as this process of metabolism creating damage and then that damage eventually creating pathology, our goal is to separate metabolism from pathology. And there are various ways we might do that. A couple of hundred years ago, when people started to get quite good at preventing the health problems of early life, the infections like tuberculosis and diphtheria and so on, that used to kill at least 1/3 of babies before the age of 1, even in the wealthiest countries in the world, people said, well, okay, let's try and tackle the health problems of late life in the same way. And essentially what that amounts to, if we couch that in terms of the definition of aging that I've just given you, is it's an attempt to separate metabolism from pathology by separating damage from pathology, by directly attacking the health problems of late life and trying to eliminate them from the body in the same kind of way that one would eliminate an infection. And sure enough, it doesn't work, because this thing called damage is continuing to accumulate, and as a result, anything that tries to attack the consequences of damage inherently becomes progressively less effective as the person gets older. All right, now, about 100 years ago, in the early part of the 20th century, a few people started to realize what I've just told you. They said, geriatrics is not going to work. We're not going to be able to cure the health problems of late life. Instead, another way to separate metabolism from pathology would be to separate metabolism from damage. In other words, to try and effectively make the body run more cleanly, to get it to create damage more slowly than it naturally does. And that's a really neat idea. It would obviously postpone the age at which the damage gets to the point that kicks off the right-hand process, the point that becomes pathogenic. But that doesn't work either, it turns out, essentially because metabolism is just too complicated, and more precisely because the creation of damage is just too inextricably intertwined with the things that we need metabolism to do to keep us alive. So we end up, basically, it's also a non-starter. The gerontology approach, as I'm calling it here, also has completely failed to deliver any postponement of the health problems of late life. All right, so where I came in 23 and a half years ago, is I came up with this idea of the maintenance approach. Call it the damage repair approach, call it the rejuvenation approach. And this says, well, okay, we want to separate metabolism from pathology. We can actually do it without separating metabolism from damage or separating damage from pathology. Instead, what we can do is address the damage itself. We can go in, we can develop medicines, maybe, that can remove some of the damage every so often, so that even though metabolism is generating damage at the normal rate, we haven't done anything about that, nevertheless, the damage never reaches the point, the level of abundance that causes the pathologies to start happening. And this approach was quite a hard sell, to be honest, in the academic community. It took maybe best part of 10 years for me to persuade my colleagues that this made sense. But the fact is, it is a common sense approach, because we already do it successfully with simple machines like cars. This is a car that's, of course, more than 100 years old, and it's working every bit as well as it did when it was built, the day it was built. Why? Not because it was designed or built to last 100 years, not at all. It was built to last maybe 10 years. But its owners fell in love with it and have done such thorough preventative maintenance on it over all those years that here it is working just fine. This car has completely transcended its warranty period. And if we get into the specifics of the biology, we can actually describe this in very concrete terms. on the left-hand side of this table, we have a bunch of categories of damage. And this list of categories of damage seems to be exhaustive. It's the list that I came up with more than 20 years ago, and I'm still getting away with it. There is really nothing to add to this list. And the reason this list is important, this list of categories on the left, is because of the right-hand side of the table. It's because each category lines up with a particular approach to actually doing the repair of that damage. So to just give an illustration in the interest of time, let me talk about the first category, cell loss. What's happening there is simply cells are dying and not being automatically replaced by the division of other cells, right? So the number of cells goes down. And the obvious way to fix that is to put those cells back. And that's what stem cell therapy is all about. You put cells back into the body that can replace the cells that the body is not replacing on its own by cell division. So, fine. And in fact, that was already established as a concept 20 odd years ago when I started talking this way. So the organizations that I have led have never actually worked on stem cell therapy to speak of. But the other 6 categories were much less far advanced. And so in some of these cases, I actually had to come up with the approach to deal with them. Certainly the one talking about foreign enzymes to remove waste products inside cells, that was my idea. But mostly I was just casting around looking for things that had been developed in other parts of biology, in other parts of medical research, that were not necessarily looking at aging at all. And so this was the first time that anybody had come up with a comprehensive plan to actually keep people healthy as they get older. And as I say, it took a while to convince people that this was a sensible concept, but I got there in the end. And perhaps the best demonstration of that is this paper that came out just over 10 years ago. It's, when I say too many citations to count, I'm not kidding. This is by far the most highly cited paper in the biology of aging this century. And it's very probably going to stay that way. And it's just a restatement of what I had said a decade earlier. So that really shows you that this is an idea whose time has come, that has actually now been recognized as the way to go. Furthermore, things are getting better all the time. So back in 2000, 2001, I had one plan for each of the categories that I listed. Here are those same categories on the left here. And for every single one of them, there's now an additional approach, at least one, for doing the same thing. Now, that's important because this is pioneering technology, right? So we don't know how long it's going to take to get a particular thing going. Therefore, if we're trying multiple approaches simultaneously, then we're improving our chances of getting everything working reasonably soon. So that's very heartening. And another thing that's very heartening is that the private sector is involved now. I mentioned this actually on the previous slide here at the bottom. This is not just being done in academia or in non-profit organizations like mine. This is being pursued by startup companies that are getting the kind of money that you get when your investor is hoping to get money back. So that's great news. So now, let me talk about what I'm doing at the moment. I have this new organization, LEV Foundation, Longevity Escape Velocity Foundation, and our main work consists of unprecedentedly ambitious and audacious experiments on mice, trying to get them to live longer. Mice are, of course, the organism of choice in medical research. Everything gets tested on mice. And longevity research is no different. But what we're doing is we are trying to improve the quality of information that we get from mice by doing experiments that nobody else is doing. Specifically, we are Number one, we are working with mice that are already in middle age before we even do anything to them. That's really important. It's much more relevant to humans than things that are done by congenital mutations, for example. So the mice that we work with normally live about 2.5 years, and the experiment that we're doing started when the mice were 1.5 years old already, with only 1 year left to live on average in the absence of any treatment. The second thing that we are doing, which is not being done by hardly anybody else, is we're not just testing individual interventions, we're testing a combination of interventions. And of course, the goal is to try to get a lot more benefit than you could get with only one. We have actually chosen our interventions for this experiment on the basis that individually they already have some effect when you give them to mice late in life. But we are hoping that that magnitude of that effect will be much greater with a combination. And the third thing that makes our experiment very unusual is that we are looking at damage repair interventions. We're not trying to just slow aging down and mimic other things that might do that. We're actually trying to take mice that are already in middle age or older and fix them up, genuinely rejuvenate them. So I have here the list of the 4 interventions that we're doing at the moment. These are all things that are already established to have benefits in mice. And the experiment started nearly a year ago. And we're very happy with how it's going. I haven't got any data to show you today, and that's kind of on purpose, because I want you to go to Twitter or indeed to our website, levf.org, and look at the updates that I'm putting out. One of the advantages of leading a non-profit organization that's funded essentially entirely by philanthropy is that I'm able to tell the world interim results. I don't have to worry about protecting my intellectual property or getting priority of publication like academics need to. So there's plenty of interim data online right now, and I'm delighted to say that the experiment does seem to be going awfully well. The mice have got to the point of their average lifespan, and sure enough, about half of the control mice that are not getting any of these interventions have now died, but only a rather small proportion of those mice, of the mice that are getting the interventions, have died. So we're pretty happy about that. Now, as you can see here, we're also measuring health, not just lifespan. So I want to talk a little bit about that. I'll skip this slide because it's just talking about the details of the of how we're structuring the experiment with the treatment groups, and that's something again that you can read up in a lot of detail on our website. And this is about where we measure things. But the key thing I want to talk about right now is what we're measuring, which is here. We're measuring a lot of aspects of health. And luckily, here is something where we did not need to invent all of this, because the measurements that we're doing are things that have been established and refined by other researchers working on mouse longevity over many, many years. So everything we're doing here is very established. Some of the things that are biomarkers of mouse health are just visual. You can look and see, are they losing hair? It turns out that alopecia is something that, excuse me, that progresses quite clearly in mice. So you can just look for it. You could just say, okay, how much hair have they lost? And is that being postponed by the treatments? Another thing you can do is look for curvature of the spine, because it turns out that mice get hunchback. That's what's called kyphosis. That's the technical term. We can also measure functional things, such as memory, cognitive things. There are established tests for that. We can measure muscle function and agility. So a rotor rod is basically what it says on the tin. You put your mouse on a horizontal rod, and then you have a system that rotates the rod. and it rotates it progressively faster and faster until the mouse falls off. And you ask, how soon does the mouse fall off? It turns out that as mice get older, they get less good at that. So you can get a measure of biological age that way, and so on. And the key thing that I want to close with in this part of the talk is the analysis of organs and tissues after mice have died, because that is something that we are looking for collaborators on. If there's anyone here listening to this talk who works with mice or who knows someone who does, we are eagerly seeking collaborations with researchers who have the relevant expertise to look at these various tissues and ask questions about how old they are biologically, questions that can't be asked non-invasively by mice that are still alive. So the question you may have is, okay, well, what's next? This experiment is happening. That's great. It's not going to be over for at least another year and a half. And we hope it will be a little longer than that, of course, because we hope that the experiment will really allow mice to live a lot longer. But it's happening. So you may ask, what's going to happen next? And the answer certainly is we want to do another experiment of the same type, which we're calling RMR2. Let me explain what RMR stands for. It simply stands for robust mouse rejuvenation. So we could just do the same experiment with different doses of the various treatments. And that would give some information, but it would not give as much information as we can get from other things. Furthermore, we could also just wait and not do anything until we get results from the current experiment. But that doesn't make sense either, because there's a lot of literature out there that is showing the promise of a lot of different ways to keep mice alive for longer and healthy for longer. So we want to start the second experiment at once. And for that reason, we have already very much designed it. Here it is. As you can see, again, we have 4 different interventions. So the overall design of the experiment will be the same as it was in the current one. We're also going to do a few other different things. We're going to give mice a couple of things that are pretty much proven to be really good for mice, so as to have a better baseline, essentially to make it more difficult to improve things with the therapies. The idea here is we want to get as good a signal to noise ratio as we can, so as to maximize the likelihood that this therapy can be translated to humans. I'm going to close this part of the talk talking about what LEV Foundation is doing at the moment with one thing that is not a research thing, but is very much an advocacy thing and a very important one. We believe that the world needs to wake up to the critical need to work more on bringing aging under medical control. And we believe that a fundamental reason why it's been so difficult to wake the world up to that is that most people simply don't want to get their hopes up. They believe that, yes, maybe we might be able to do this in the future, but they don't know how soon. And they know that we don't know how soon because this is pioneering technology. So they say to themselves, well, we'll believe it when we see it. But that means that there is no incentive for elected representatives, for example, to spend taxpayers' money on this. And that's appalling because it slows the research down a lot. So this year, one thing we did was we got together with a bunch of really high-powered luminaries in the field, completely, unassailably credentialed mainstream researchers in the biology of aging, especially Brian Kennedy, who runs the Center for Healthy Aging in Singapore, worked closely with us on this. And we came up with some extremely aggressive text saying that, look, it is simply no longer scientific to claim that aging is just off limits to medicine and we're never going to get anywhere with it. We are making headway, rapid headway, and the more we try, the faster we're going to bring aging under truly comprehensive medical control and thereby save an enormous number of lives and alleviate an astronomical amount of suffering. So we believe that this is a really important thing to do. And the thing I really want to emphasize here is that we are not only collecting the names of top luminaries in the field, we've got more than 100 of them, and that's most of the field, but we're also collecting names from the general public. And we've already got more than 2,000 of them, but we want 200,000. We really do. We want this to be a truly mainstream grassroots movement. And so that will be a huge goal for us over the coming year, will be to broaden this, to get it much more exposure, especially in the most high-profile mainstream media, and to get hundreds of thousands of signatures. Okay, so that is talk number one. So now for talk number two. Most of you will know that in May or so of 2021, Richard Hart decided to help out the longevity research that I was doing by making it possible for people who wanted to get in on Pulse to donate to Sense Research Foundation, the organization that I was leading at that time, and thereby to get Pulse for cheap, but also to help longevity research. And that all came together in the middle of July of 2021 in the form of a 2-week sacrifice phase, during which hexagons, among others, but mostly hexagons, donated an enormous amount of money, $27.5 million, which was completely transformative. Sense Research Foundation's research budget was maybe $3 or $4 million per year at that point. So this was enormous. But somehow or other, the board of directors at Sense Research Foundation, which consisted of people that I did not appoint, because they were appointed way back when I didn't know anything about how to run an organization in like 2009, they decided to get rid of me and to turn the organization into something different. They did this just 1 month after the airdrop, after the sacrifice phase. This caused a bit of consternation. My staff didn't think much of it and were able to force the board to bring me back in a kind of partial way, but not for long, because in March of 2022, as I mentioned at the beginning of this talk, I gave a talk to the hexagon community in Las Vegas and highlighted what was going on. And lo and behold, the board didn't like that. And they especially didn't like the consequence of that talk, which was a lawsuit. The 3 of the 4 largest donors to the airdrop sued Sense Research Foundation, and they didn't like that very much. The suit, of course, was for fraud, that Sense Research Foundation's board had already been plotting to oust me at the time that they were representing to the wider world that I would substantially control how donated money was spent. And then they made that not possible. Now, a remarkable thing happened in 2022, which was that the lawsuit only lasted about 3.5 months. Towards the end of July of 2022, the foundation settled the lawsuit, perhaps not so coincidentally avoiding the discovery phase that would have ensued thereafter. So some of you may be very interested to know what the settlement was. And unfortunately, I can't tell you. And the reason I can't tell you is because Sense Research Foundation insisted that the specific terms of the settlement should not be made public and should only be known to the parties to the settlement. And of course, I myself was not a plaintiff. However, a certain amount of information is at this point public, and I'm listing some of it here. Very shortly after the settlement, Sense Research Foundation paid $2 million to another foundation, the Methuselah Foundation, which actually was the organization, the first organization that I co-founded. And a year later, they paid another $1 million. Now, I can only tell you that it's coincidence, but the fact is that the Methuselah Foundation donated the very similar amounts to LEV Foundation shortly afterwards on both occasions. So you can draw your own conclusions as to what the settlement may have said. But the fact is, $3 million is a small proportion of $27 million. And sure enough, if you look at the IRS form that any nonprofit has to submit for 2022, you will find that indeed the Sense Research Foundation has about $20 million in the bank. And this is indeed also recorded in the annual report that the foundation put out in 2023. Another thing that is noted in that annual report is that the research budget has not increased. In fact, it's gone down relative to what it was in the days when I was in charge. That, I would suggest, is probably not what the airdrop donors were expecting when they donated to the foundation. And it is certainly not what would have happened had I had a say in what happened. Another thing that was revealed in the most recent annual report from Sense Research Foundation is that they're hardly getting any money in, any income. The numbers that are shown in the annual report are somewhat distorted, but I can tell you that $500,000 of the 1.4 million that is reported there was actually airdrop money. The reason it's reported as 2022 income is because it came via our UK affiliate, SRF EU, which was the place for donors from the UK and Europe to donate to if they wanted a tax break. That money sat in England for a year, and that's why it was reported as 2022 income by SRF. There were various other, let me call it distortions of income. So the number I'm giving you there of less than $500,000 is generous, to be honest, in terms of what actually came in from donors. And I have it on very good authority that 2023 has been no different. And that's no surprise, of course, because the fact is Sense Research Foundation no longer has a value proposition. It no longer has proper scientific leadership. You know, who would bother donating to Sense Research Foundation now? So you may ask, you know, what's going on? What is Sense Research Foundation about? And it's pretty obvious. The board of directors, as of now, consist of 4 people, all of whom were directors at the time that I was ousted. And they know that they broke the law. After all, that's why they capitulated in 2022 in order to hide the fact that they broke the law. They also know that Sense Research Foundation is a dead man walking. It is a completely moribund organization. Therefore, in the interest of their own, not just ego, but also professional reputation, they only have one thing on their mind, which is to stretch out the capital, in other words, your money, until everyone forgets what they did. Problem is that that's actually slowing research down a lot. And I don't have to tell you guys that every day that we delay the defeat of aging means 110,000 people dying, 30 World Trade Centers. That's a lot of people. And of course, it's not just the death, it's also the astronomical amount of suffering that precedes those deaths. And the vermin who populate the board of directors of Sense Research Foundation are just not thinking about that. They just don't care about that. They are willing to prevent research from happening and cost innumerable lives in order just to hide from the things that they did a few years ago. And it's having practical consequences right now. I mentioned to you 10 or 15 minutes ago that we already know what we want to do with our next tranche of money. We need to fund another of these experiments. These big experiments that look at combinations of late onset interventions, they are not cheap. They cost $3.5–4 million each because it's 1,000 mice that we're treating. And the current experiment that's happening is already paid for by and large, so that's fine. But we want to kick off the next one. We need to kick off the next one. And the longer we don't, the more lives will be lost through delay in the defeat of aging. So the fact is, I'm not just grandstanding here. This is not just rhetoric. This is not me, being hurt, taking personally the fact that people turned on me. This is truly a crime against humanity that is being committed today by the people who are controlling your money at Sense Research Foundation. So we have to ask, what can be done and who can do it? Before I get on to that, let me point out this. I have brought this up, you will not be surprised to learn, with Sense Research Foundation. I've done so publicly. And I embarrassed them into having to say why they are not increasing research budget in consequence of having so much money in the bank. They say, well, that's the responsible thing to do because a responsible organization has a nice long runway, a nice long amount of time that it can stay in business, even in the worst case scenario in terms of income. And currently, sure enough, their runway is 4 years, maybe 5 years, even with no income, which is basically what they have. But the thing is, that's not how Sense Research Foundation was ever run. We always had a runway around 1 year, never more than 2 years. And they're trying to say that that was fiscally imprudent. Now, you could say that if you were running a different nonprofit. But they're not running a different nonprofit. They're running Sense Research Foundation. They're running an organization that had a deliberate policy of living hand to mouth, spending money pretty much as soon as we got it, having a short runway. And what do you know? Donors liked that because they wanted to save lives. They wanted us to save lives. You did not donate to an organization that tried to have a runway of 4 or 5 years. You donated to Sense Research Foundation with its commitment to spending money and saving lives as quickly as possible. So what does this mean in practice? Well, fact is, there was this lawsuit. It was rather successful in 2022, and it was settled, which means that there is nothing to stop other people who gave money in the airdrop in July of 2021 from doing the same thing, from suing Sense Research Foundation. The chance of success of such a lawsuit is obviously extremely high, since it will basically be a copycat of what happened before. Furthermore, the evidence that donor intent is being flouted, in other words, that there is fraud going on, there was fraud going on at the time the donation occurred, that evidence is even stronger than it was in 2022, because we have now 2 years of hoarding of money that was supposed to be spent. This time, the chances are that such an action will be a class action. In other words, it would include all the airdrop donors, all 2,000 of you, and of course, what we'd like is for the lawsuit not to happen, but rather for the directors to cave in and recognize the error of their ways. We have to give them some kind of carrot for that. And of course, the carrot will be non-disparagement. I've been fairly disparaging of the directors today, and I've been so quite a lot, but I can be a great deal more disparaging if I want to. However, I'd be happy not to if and once I get all your money back and am able to direct it to the place that you wanted it directed to place. Now, key thing here is that this is already underway. People who are up for being the named plaintiffs on such an action are in place. We have the retainer in place to get top lawyers to get this going. When I say we here, of course, I do not actually mean we, because I would not be a plaintiff. This is something where the people who have been defrauded are the donors, and I did not donate in the airdrop. So I mean you. The fact is, though, if you want to know more about this, if you're interested in getting involved, then you know how to find me. So I'll stop there. I'd be happy to answer questions if there are any. This, of course, is our website and my email address. And I am happy to have been here, and I thank you for your attention.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm really excited about the work that you're doing and how you're trying to make this right when it comes to the intentions of the airdrop donors. It really impresses me, your character and how you're, trying to make this right. I think that it's just such an obvious win for the longevity space to have you in charge of the funds that you're supposed to be in charge of. And, to have the court settle that is going to be great.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience? I don't know how that works.
Go ahead and put your questions here in the chat. Lots of just support going on in the chat right now. We have 340 people watching live. Typically, we're getting about 10 to 20,000 views on the rewind version of this. And so go ahead, and it'll take a couple of minutes for people to get their questions in. Now, one of the things I know that you're interested in doing is another mice study, to have another 1,000 mice. Even though the current one is still going super well, there's more treatments that can be tested. Can you tell us what are the other treatments that are wanting to be tested if
Certainly.
you're able to get the amount of money that's needed?
Certainly. Let me see if I can go back to my slides. Is that possible? I don't know whether I can. Okay, so I had a slide on that. Here it is. So let me go through these 4 things at the top here. So deuterium, as most of you will probably know, is heavy hydrogen with an extra neutron. And it turns out that you can replace the hydrogens in any molecule you like with deuterium. There are various ways to do it. There's a particularly efficient catalytic process for doing it with fatty acids. And 20 odd years ago, someone named Mikhail Shapinov decided this might actually have therapeutic benefit, because you might be able to do it in a way that would slow down unwanted reactions, in particular the oxidation of fatty acids. And sure enough, it works. So this is something that's now been used not only in the lab, but even in the clinic for various congenital diseases that are characterized by high oxidative stress. And there's good reason to believe that this will have a significant impact on lifespan. So, and you don't even need to give very much of the stuff, because even if a small proportion of your fatty acids are deuterated in this way and thus essentially prevented from being oxidized, then that's works like, cobalt rods in a nuclear reactor. It kind of prevents a chain reaction. Then the second one is something called partial reprogramming. This is something that's very popular right now. It has led to the creation of very large companies like Altos and New Limit. New Limit, of course, is well known to the crypto community because it was created by Brian Armstrong from Coinbase. So The idea here is that you do in the body of a living organism the same thing that a guy named Shinya Yamanaka discovered you could do in cell culture about 15 years ago, or more like 18 years ago now. Namely, you overexpress a bunch of proteins that essentially turn the developmental clock of the cell backwards. It was shown by a guy named Belmonte in several years ago now that you could do this in vivo, in the body of mice. And this has become quite a big deal. So we want to try this. But we want to try it in a manner that is delivered as gene therapy, which is not something that's been done before. The next thing we want to do is look at exosomes. So it's been established that that there are these little vesicles, little bags of stuff that cells secrete and that other cells take up. And they're very important in cellular communication. And a particular type of cell that releases these things quite heavily is what are called mesenchymal stem cells. So we want to inject these cells so that they can secrete exosomes and rejuvenate the body. We get these cells from either young mice or else we make them in a manner that makes them biologically young. And then finally, albumin. Albumin is by far the most abundant protein in the bloodstream, in the plasma. And it plays an enormously large number of roles in essentially keeping the blood uncontaminated. But the albumin itself becomes contaminated with age. So we want to put in pristine albumin that is like younger than young almost. So those are the four things that are currently what we're wanting to combine.
Awesome. Now, when it comes to, I guess, like how big of a deal you are in the longevity space, let's just review like all the name dropping you can do of people, other people that our audience would have heard of. What are some of the big names in longevity tech that you go a long ways back with? And how is what you're doing different than what they're doing?
Oh yeah, I mean, I go back with everybody. You know, I've been around a rather long time, but yeah, the main difference between what we're doing and what other people are doing is that because we are funded by philanthropy, we are able to do things that are outside of the, if you like, the incentive structure of other people. So let me group other people a little bit, you know, oversimplistically, but nevertheless into two parts. There are people who work in the private sector, and there are people who work in academia. In the private sector, clearly, you know, people have to prioritize things that are going to make their investors get rich later on, which means they've got to worry about things like intellectual property. They've got to invent new drugs. You know, the things that we do tend, either they're off patent or they're never patentable in the first place. And, you know, no one in the private sector is going to work on those things. Then in academia, there's a different problem, which is the peer review system. The fact that essentially you can only work on things that are fashionable because the money that comes from the government is allocated on the basis of essentially whether your colleagues think that the experiment you want to do is a good idea. And deciding that in advance, you know, it's almost the antithesis of how science is. You know, science is supposed to be a process of being wrong, being in the minority of one, you know, as often as possible by thinking of things that other people haven't thought of. And, you know, so basically, yeah, I mean, public funding for science in general, and certainly for longevity science, is an absolute catastrophe right now, and has always been, really. So again, this is something that nobody else is doing this work because they can't get the money to do it.
However, all the millionaires and billionaires out there in cryptocurrency, they can donate directly to what you're doing at levf.org. Is that correct?
That is exactly right. So I'm going to just work through the various questions I'm seeing on the public chat, because that's going to be the simplest way for me to do this. I think
I've started. Yeah, I've started a couple of them. Here's one that I think represents a lot of what people are thinking.
Okay,
What supplement should we be taking right now? You
And
might
that-
not be able to speak to it, but it's a
well,
question.
that's right. This is one of the questions I get all the time, but I cannot speak to because that's not what I work on. You know, I work on things that don't yet exist. I work on things that you know, will do much better than anything that you know, we have today. And there are plenty of other people who are expert on this, on recommending which supplements to take. And of course, different people recommend different things. So I don't really have something to say there. I do want to focus on the next one, which is, would I be happy with 10 million settlement and they can keep the rest? Honestly, no, to be honest, you know, because, you know, it's all your money. All 20 million, not just 10 million, is yours. Now, arguably, one could say, well, okay, we leave them the 10 million, they'll just carry on doing the stuff they're already doing, which is, after all, broadly speaking, the projects that I had already put in place before I was kicked out. So it wouldn't be the end of the world if we had that kind of settlement. But honestly, the projects that are still going on at Sense Research Foundation are definitely drifting. They are not being pursued nearly as efficiently and effectively as they would be if I were there actually providing scientific leadership. So honestly, no, I wouldn't. Then somebody says, go on Rogan. I'd love to go on Rogan again. I've been on Joe Rogan twice before. He's a great guy. He seems to like me. So yeah, Joe, you can have me back whenever you want. Then you know, people saying things like, how do I regrow my hair? That's again something I don't work on. You know, loss of hair is not life-threatening. Someone says, is LEV still on course for 2032? Well, actually, 2032 is not quite what I said. It's more like 2036. But I believe, yes, it's just as on course as it was. It has. My time frames have not slipped in the past decade, really. I've been saying, you know, mid to late 2030s since about 2014, 2015. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about that. Yes. No, the whole point is, you know, someone said I only have access to undeuteurated arachidonic acid. Yeah. No, the deuteration is the point. Yeah. Someone's making some snarky comment about my beard. Yeah. Right. That happens. I'm just looking down the list for anything that is a meaningful question. Yeah, someone says, is there a way to lengthen my telomeres? So first thing I want to say is it's not by any means clear that lengthening of telomeres is a good thing. There are reasons why we might not want to do so, because lengthening of telomeres would be helpful for cancers. However, there are arguments that says that on balance, lengthening telomeres may be a good thing. And sure enough, it turns out to be a good thing in mice. This was shown by a couple of groups over the years. And it's for that reason that we are actually doing exactly that. We are expressing, we're doing telomerase gene therapy in mice in our current experiment, RMR1, the one that's going on right now. So yeah, that's definitely there. Then let me see what else we have. Peer-reviewed science is losing its significance because the peers are all biased. Well, not exactly biased. They're covering their asses, I think is probably the answer to that. Will I wear a Hex t-shirt on Rogan? Absolutely, I will. No question. I'd be delighted to do that.
Wow.
Do I do any research on the inhabitants of Okinawa? No, but I know people who do. However, one thing I want to emphasize about Okinawa and other blue zones, as they're often called, is that people there do not live all that much longer than people in surrounding areas, maybe a couple of years. And furthermore, they die of the same kinds of things. So I'm aiming a lot higher than blue zones. That's the important thing. Someone says they'd love to hear my thoughts on spirituality and longevity. So let me briefly say something about that. I think that spirituality is perhaps too narrow a word here. What I think is very important to appreciate is that there is a meaningful thing called the mind-body connection. In other words, if you're less stressed, you're probably going to be less stressed physically as well. We've certainly found over the years, when I say we here, I mean the longevity community in general, the research community, that people who live exceptionally long, such as centenarians, are particularly good at handling stress. Nothing bothers them. And that's more or less the only thing that centenarians have in common. So definitely, you know, whatever works for you, whether it's spirituality or meditation or yoga, or, you know, for me, I stare at the sky from my hot tub, right? You know, whatever works to minimize stress is definitely good for you. Someone says, how can we regrow a limb? So this is actually a really interesting area of research, which people are very much looking at. Of course, certain amphibians can regrow limbs multiple times, no less. And we're getting closer to being able to understand how and what we might want to do to get a mammal to do that, and of course, eventually a human. We can't do it yet, but it's a very vibrant and promising research area. Someone says, who's taking care of all the mice? We got so lucky there. This experiment is being performed by a company named Icor Life Sciences, which was actually one of our first spin-outs from Sense Research Foundation. We spun it out to pursue one of our projects, a project that's focused on macular degeneration. And that work has gone really well. And it was already going well when we spun it out, of course, but it's gone next few steps, and it's now being sold to big pharma. So that's a really big breakthrough. But in parallel with that, Icor decided several years ago that they would start a CRO division, a contract research organization division. So they do a lot of work, including mouse lifespan experiments for longevity companies around the world. And so we thought we'll use them for our work. And this is the biggest experiment they've ever done by a long way, but that's the only real difference. They've got the skills to do all this. So we're really delighted, and they've done a massively wonderful job. I'm really, really happy about it. I'm just going down. Yeah, someone says, Hex t-shirt on Rogan, you heard it here. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I mean that. I'm just going down. Are aspiring medical students being taught this curriculum? I wish. But of course, the thing about being a medical student is you've got so much to learn about what's already prescribable, right? What's already got through the whole process of research and regulation. And what I'm doing hasn't happened yet. Somebody says, who will be my successor? How dare you say anything like that? I'm not planning on dying. I mean, honestly. Would longevity enhance wisdom? We shall see. We shall certainly see. My grandmother is 100 and she hates everything. Yeah, I understand that. Is it true that Amish people are less prone to diseases? I don't think so. I think the Amish have good dietary habits. Not the Amish, but one blue zone is Loma Linda in Southern California, which is the epicenter of Seventh-day Adventism. And, they don't smoke at all. They don't drink at all. The joke is that they die of boredom. Possible. I'm still going down the list. I'm nearly there. Do we share research or collaborate with others in the field? Absolutely. We do not really generate IP. We are all over collaboration. We do stuff that other people can't do precisely because they have to care about the IP. And so we are in a position to be a resource for the community, to provide information and reagents, actually, like, for example, the tissues from our mice that we're freezing and fixing. So we are all over collaboration. The mice are indeed from Jackson Labs, as somebody asks. Yeah, Brett Weinstein is kind of right in saying that. The mice are healthy. And actually they have another strain of mice called Het3, which is even healthier than the ones that we're using, which is C57 Black 6. And in the second study that we want to do soon, we may switch to this other strain, Het3. This is important. We want to use mice that start out already being very healthy. We don't want to start with mice that are sick normally, because then extending their lifespan might be just fixing the thing that those particular mice are sick of, which is definitely not something that we want to be doing.
Well, Aubrey, I've got my next panel of 7 people here, but I wanted to take a couple minutes to brag about 4 things in the Hex community, since this is the 4th annual Hex conference. There are some things I'm really proud of this year. One, Hex is up 33% today. That hasn't happened every day, but today it seems like people are really taking advantage of the opportunity. So that's notable. This year at the 4th annual Hex conference, we have 102 speakers over 4 days. That's incredible. That's a new all-time high in the number of people participating in the conference. We also, there's no other cryptocurrency who has people who have time locked and sent money to their future self as much as in Hex. And I think that's where the real synergy is between what you're doing with longevity and between Hex. And so with Richard Hart kind of, pointing to the opportunity for people to support you, I think that's only going to continue. And because crypto goes in these 4-year cycles, I anticipate more good times again in the future where people will be able to donate more than maybe they can now. Although nobody should be stopped from donating to you now. The 4th thing that I want to show off is the Hex conference is the first crypto conference to use artificial intelligence to do lip syncing translations into other languages. And I have like a 20-second clip here of you speaking Mandarin. Now, is that a language that you're fluent in?
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay. All right. Well, here we go.
关于面对面会议，当然，你知道，我理解这需要更多的努力和更多的金钱等等才能完成其中之一。由于 COVID 很多人停滞了这些活动，很多组织，但是现在我又开始组织自己的会议了。从去年9月在都柏林举办的那个开始，这真是太解放了，因为我完。
So
It's absolutely extraordinary.
I've run that by people who speak Mandarin, and we have lots of examples that we've been showing off, like Richard Hart speaking Portuguese and Fashion Coder speaking. I'm not sure. Well, she was speaking Mandarin and another language as well, Japanese. I mean, this is a huge breakthrough, and the better somebody's lighting, the better it allows the voice. Well, the voice cloning is a feature on its own, and then the lighting helps with the lip morphing and that sort of thing. But anyway, yeah, really excited about the future of technology and longevity. And so I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for you coming on again the conference this year.
Well, thank you again, Matty. It's always a pleasure to be here. So that's and congratulations on another really successful event.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Bye.
All right. Amazing. Awesome times having Aubrey on. Really appreciate him. Now we have 2 minutes of commercials, and then we'll be back with our final hour of this amazing panel. So really looking forward to it.
GoPulse was founded in May 2023, only a couple of days after the PulseChain mainnet launched. Initially called plsburn.com and only showing a couple of basic statistics, it quickly grew into the PulseChain suite, a fully fledged suite of tools with a direct PLS on-ramp, portfolio tracker, Hex frontend, and so on. The team behind GoPulse has been adding useful functionalities non-stop, with their latest addition being GoPulse X. GoPulse X is PulseChain's all-in-one trading platform designed to both save and earn you money. It's a DEX aggregator, which is like a search engine looking for the best and cheapest route across multiple decentralized exchanges to swap your tokens. It will determine the most efficient route at the optimal rate within milliseconds. This eliminates the need to use multiple services and having to worry about getting the most bang for your buck. It is designed to onboard many users to PulseChain through its simple and user-friendly interface that works on every device, in every browser, with every wallet. It is 100% decentralized and censorship-resistant and has no token duct taped onto it. Simply put, it is nothing like Uniswap. Its focus lies on PLS and PLSX, as it burns PLS with every swap and buys and burns PLSX with almost every swap. There are more than 450,000 tokens available on GoPulse X. Even the newest tokens will be available within seconds of their release. There are no signups, tracking, personal data, KYC or ads. You can use GoPulse X completely anonymously. Save money by taking the cheapest swapping route and earn money by creating your own referral link, which gets you 0.25% on every swap your referees make.
Without any further ado, I'm going to bring up our social panel.
We're the hexagons coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the hexagons. Yeah, I'm a hexagon. Now, we're the hexagons coming for your neck again. This cryptocurrency space ain't ready for us yet again. We're the hexagons. Yeah, I'm a hexagon.
Welcome.
Hey,
Hey guys.
What's up? What's up?
Bang bang.
Maddie called us the social panel, but with this group,
Social
it's probably
panel.
the anti-social.
Social like a social disease in your case, Hex Monkey.
Yeah,
We gotta set a record for being a silent panel.
We got 350 people watching live, 10 to 20K on the replay. Hit the like and subscribe button, and really excited to have this group of wild characters here together. We can go around the room and you guys can introduce yourselves and say what's on your mind regarding Hex.
Perfect.
All right. Are we in that order? I guess I'll start. I'm the next one. So
That's good.
I'm Danny. I go by the Singer, and I've been involved in Hex for quite a while, and love the everything that Richard stands for, everything that he basically taught us. You know, we're all kind of here for the same reasons. Lost a bunch, but thanks to Richard and thanks to his these principles, you know, was able to gain it all back and then some. And so just love the community and want to be here for support the community in any way that I can. And you might have seen a couple of songs out there, a song called the PulseChain Chain. We did that one a while back. Whenever PulseChain was before it launched, and then did one here recently called Bear Market Blues. It was written by a guy named Frank Polancic. He's real involved in the community as well. He wrote the song. So anyway, that's who I am.
Awesome. Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
I guess it's my turn. So yeah, my name is Bullish Ox. Been involved in the community for a little bit over 2 years. Representing the Tang Gang, which is a sub community of the Hex community, PulseChain community. Without Richard Hart, without Hex, I don't think Tang Gang and HOA and all that stuff would have existed. So yeah, just been behind the scenes a lot, helping a lot of creators, projects, and community members any way you can. I'm a strong believer you're only as strong as your weakest link. This community definitely expresses that at all levels. And I'm just here to, just do my part, show support, and thank you, Maddie, for putting this on. I know the amount of work and effort it takes to put this stuff together. Been getting a lot of heat, but I know that as someone who's ran events before, I know the amount of work that goes into it. I've always respected you for that, and also the community. Like the relentless effort to shill Hex is like incredible. So I'm just glad to be part of the community.
Yeah, if you like Hex, put some oranges in the chat now.
We're flowing.
It's nothing but oranges already.
Monkey.
Crypto King, welcome.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Hex Agents in the house. Thank you very much, Maddie, for inviting us and holding this wonderful conference. Thank you to Richard Hart for creating such an amazing product. I'm wearing the BCH Please hat in tribute to Roger Ver. Roger, I was just talking to Roger Ver before in the green room, and Papa B was there as well. He says, hope the conference goes well. So there's once again another message from Roger Ver himself. I'm happy to be here, and let's get this
That's
game
awesome.
going.
He's the earliest advocate of Bitcoin that there was. He had the nickname Bitcoin Jesus because he was onboarding so many people at $1 Bitcoin. So really amazing to have him. And thanks to you for keeping us on his radar.
Yep.
Thank you,
Always.
Crypto King. Papa B.
Papa.
Welcome.
How you doing? I'm Papa Boner, and I'm looking forward to hearing that translated real time into Arabic. Thanks to you, Maddie, with all the tech that can now bring these types of body things to the masses in every language that there is. No, but you know, maybe I represent the lowest common denominator when it comes to infotainment within our community. We may not on the What the Hex show, which is premiering on the 11th of this month, always bring you the most accurate and timely details when it comes to the pulse of the community for price points and whatnot. But we'll always give you good security advice where we can, so you can keep your goodies safe at all times. Hence the offshoot of the security practice that we created called B9.xyz. It's a subset of all the great minds in our community, and a place where they can post all of their great details to keep you safe. Jexa down below won't admit it publicly, but he's an avid member of the community where it comes to security, and he is also a member of our practitioners chat. So thank you very much, Maddie, for having me here. I'm so happy to celebrate the fourth annual Hex conference. It just seems like yesterday it was only the first annual Hex conference, and I still have the same equipment. As you can see, my beautiful black box behind me, showing that I haven't upgraded yet because we haven't yet hit our stride price-wise. So there you go. Hex Monkey, take it away.
Well, and Papa B, you've spoken at all 4 events, so I really appreciate it. And I would like to remind everybody to make sure to watch your show, What the Hex, and well, you have a couple of them, I think, each week. They're not only entertaining and funny, making me laugh out loud, but also you have great security advice. For example, when Trezor came out with their new line of products, you had the best take I had heard, almost to the point where I wanted to send it to the company and be like, listen here.
Oh, thanks a lot, Maddie.
Hex Monkey, welcome.
All right, I'm up. Yeah, thanks for including me on this, Maddie. I'm really excited for everybody and for you for pulling this off. So
Thanks.
Shout out. And yeah, I'm Hex Monkey. I've been in the community since the beginning, I guess, or even since before Hex was launched. In fact, you remember those days, some of you, that Richard Hart was in the chat and chatting with us about the various intricacies of Hex. And I remember getting booted by him a couple times. In fact, I used, when I was originally in the Telegram chat, I had a different name, and he booted me, blocked me, and wasn't letting me back in. So I pulled this name out of thin air and rejoined. So like, I worked around that blockage pretty quick. But anyway, been here ever since, and I don't have a channel or a product offering. I just like offering support to the people that do. I think that's where I can add the most value, actually, just behind the scenes support. So I do that however I can. And I enjoyed going in the last few years to all the in-person meetups as humanly possible, and looking forward to more of those in 2024. I've made so many permanent friends in this community. I'm forever grateful for that, and connecting with more people all the time. So one
Awesome.
theme I'm going to do a positivity rant now and throughout my opportunities here in the conference. Hey, we're a very large community now, as you may have noticed, and there's different factions or different sub-communities. And sometimes this has been growing pains for everybody. Sometimes they don't really see eye to eye. Since Bullish is in here, I'll call out the Tang Gang as a sub community, and let's say RH Maxis is another one, and maybe the Texicans, if we want to talk about that group, Crypto Heartbeats product. So look, these guys throw shade on each other sometimes. They name call, they say you're doing it wrong. Stop doing the meme coins. You should stick to just these core projects. Why are you doing that? You're a vampire. My message to the community is stop all that, because we came here as Hexicans, and that's what we still are. And what unites us is much larger, in my opinion, than what divides us. So what I would encourage everybody to do is open your mind a little bit more. Possibly reach out to some of these groups or individuals that you may have had a falling out with or a disagreement with, and just try to make amends and patch things up as best you can. Because let me tell you something, maybe I'm weird, but I'm just able to sit in the center looking at all of them, and I see the commonality, and I see us all as Hexicans. The Tang Gang, looks like they're fully represented in the chat. Amazing group. Like, I don't do NFTs, which is their bread and butter, bringing those to life. But I've learned more from just listening to those guys than I even have time to go into right now, about the way they drive the community and the way they, quote unquote, bring it back to the Grove. It's really impressive and reminds me of the early days of Hex, to be honest. And RH Maxis, love you too. It's possible to respect both of these positions, because everybody's different. Everybody's bags are different. Life situation is different. Desires and goals and aspirations are different. So you don't need to pick a side with one of these tribes. You can just be a Hexican and support who you want to support. And I'd recommend, if you really just fundamentally have a problem with someone or some group, don't come in and troll and insult them all the time. Just ghost them, just ignore them. Because are you really helping to be antagonistic? So that's a little bit kumbaya. Thanks for listening. But this is a Matty ALLin conference, and he is a therapist, and he has a channel called Hex Therapy. So we're allowed to do emotional and psychological takes.
To bridge what you're saying and what Aubrey just said, one of the best ways to live to 100 and be in really good shape is to not stress out about stuff. And so if being in crypto or being in a subgroup of crypto is stressing you out, then try to do something to make that better, whatever that might be. So yeah, thanks for your message, Hex Monkey. And Jexa, what's up?
Yeah, I think we're going for a few world records today. That might have been the world's longest introduction, I think. So well done.
I was waiting for you to say that. That's fucking great.
Yeah, so Jexa, I've been around the community a minute now. I guess my claim to fame early on was doing the hexsafe.win site, which was purely focused around security. So that seems to be where I spend a lot of my time, and my passion is making sure people look after their stuff properly and watch it go up nicely, but also don't lose the whole bag at any one time. So that's where I lend a hand to the community. Really, I'm here representing the Australians as well. So DeFi Down Under, we stream multiple days a week now. So Tuesdays and Fridays. I try to join in as much as I can. I'm probably not as vocal across the socials as many other people, but I'm always around. And I think just what I've been hearing a lot of lately is that the OGs, I don't even really like the term, but the OG guys are disappearing. They're not around, and they're dumping their bags on everyone. Guys, everyone's still here. This conference is testament to everyone still being here. No one's gone anywhere. So yeah, and I agree totally with what you said, Hex Monkey. As the community grows, and the good news is it's going to get bigger. The bad news is it's going to get bigger. So we're going to have more dissenting voices and different groups. I think that's just, like you said, growing pains, and we're all going to have to learn to live with that and embrace everyone's different thoughts. And yeah, that's what a decentralized community is all about. Bring things to the fore when they're important, but ultimately also just ignore the things that are trivial and just a waste of time if you can, guys. Yeah, that's all I'm about.
Good prediction, and another great show for people to watch, something that I tune into myself. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Jiraj Moore, how's it going?
Yes, namaste. This is Dr. Dheeraj More from the Philippines. I have been an Hex OG. Like, I proudly use that term, and some may even call me a toxic maximalist, but live with it. Yes, I am also known by the alternative name of the man with the golden mic, but sadly, the golden mic was made in China. I am happy that it lasted 4 years. I was hoping it would last longer, but still. And so many things to say. I like, I had a script written, but I get camera conscious. All in all, yeah, I do still stream every day, every week on the Hex Asians show, which currently I am the administrator for, and also on the Hex Guild. Every Wednesday with Davin, and I hope already people have talked about it, and people are aware of the million hex challenge that is being put out, the DeFi puzzle challenge. If you haven't just look into it. I'll keep quiet for right now because there are 9 people and we have just 1 hour. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for that. Yeah, the
Let's start a
DeFi
fundraiser as
puzzle
soon as
challenge.
possible for a new golden mic. End
That's
of an
right.
era.
Yeah, let's sacrifice.
I'm expecting
for
a
one.
golden mic.
See, I don't need any sacrifices or funding. The thing is, I had ordered a new one, but it's still in shipping. So sadly, I can't get it here on time. That's it. Plus, I am rich. Thanks to Hex, I am rich. So I don't need any fundings.
Can we count on the golden mic to be here by the 5th Hex conference?
Probably, unless I make too much money of Hex and I disappear from the internet. That's a different outcome altogether.
Listen, I'm gonna send you a Fisher Price one. We're gonna spray it gold. It's gonna be fine.
A good outcome either
There you
way.
go.
Well, let's go back around the room, and maybe there's some message you're wanting to share with the Hex community, more than what you've already said. The singer. Danny?
Sure, I would. I didn't say thank you for putting this conference on. I should have said that, but I wanted to kind of talk and just say a little bit about the in-person conferences as well. I know that you already had some speakers talk about the meetups, the get-togethers, the different things that have been going around. I do really, really want to encourage folks to try your best to make it to the in-person events as well. There's just something about being together in person at these conferences that is something you cannot get from the streaming. I've realized that the information, and maybe a lot of the same information, but as far as the delivery, as far as what happens outside of the actual conference and conversations, the side conversations and camaraderie, you can't get that through sitting on a screen and watching it in 1.5 speed or 2x speed if you can put up with it through a conference. It's not the same thing. You're not going to get. So just as an example, whenever we had the conference in Austin here in, was it May? Wasn't it May? It was May.
There was
Anyway.
There was May, and then there was also August, I believe. So we did Miami in May, and Austin. Was it in August?
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about it was right after the movie launched.
Yep.
So that was August. Okay, yeah. It was a busy month. So anyway, August, I met a gentleman named Frank Polancic. Well, just in visiting, and he was real great, trying to help people, make people comfortable, and everything else, getting their food. I mean, it was just that kind of thing. But we started talking about music, and he was like, "Hey, I'm a writer, and I've written some songs." I said, "Really?" I was like, "Well," so I said, we basically pulled off to the side and said, "Hey, let's talk about, our community that needs a song or multiple songs that would be like uplifting." We have a lot of great musicians that are out there that have done songs for different reasons. Some are just kind of, I would say, uplifting to kind of get people pumped up about Hex, or Corey the investor. He's basically teaching someone how to do steak so through a rap. He's like, it's pretty cool. But I mean, all these guys are very, very talented. I haven't really heard like an inspirational song. I'm not saying like, I believe I can fly. Not like something like that, but do something that would be. People were literally in a situation where they were hurting. They were financially stressed. My camera's freaking out here. Just a second. It does this.
Show again.
Okay, I put my hands up and it was like, where'd he go?
So you were about to shoot a music video.
I believe I can fly. No. But the point is that we do care about each other. When you talk to the Hexicans, you talk to people, and we all have been hurting through the bear market, some more than others. Because be honest, I mean, some folks have been onboarded at 50 cents, 45 cents, and so they're hurting. And some put too much in, so yeah, so people are experiencing pain, and so it's like, what can we do to encourage them? So we actually started putting together a few different ideas for songs, and he took off with the idea of bear market blues. I mean, he came up with that, and so anyway, I just wanted to say that wouldn't have happened if there wasn't an in-person conference, because I would never have met him. And I'm sure that there's people who can give you story after story where they've met. I have about 3 or 4 other stories I can tell, but I'm not going to take all the time, of Austin and what that was like, and being able to help people and encourage people and literally help someone get through some security challenges at the conference. There was a lady there that was just really stressed out because her account she felt compromised, and so she got help right then and there. She couldn't have gotten that elsewhere. So anyway, so I want to encourage people to continue coming to the in-person conferences as well.
Awesome. Yeah. Thanks for sharing your positive experience. And by the way, I would love to include more songs about crypto in the transitions for these conferences. And when people make songs and I know that it's not going to get us a copyright strike, then I make sure to include it. And so if we can figure that out behind the scenes, then that'll make it easier for me to include more music that way, but still get the message out about Hex without the algorithm censoring us. So looking forward to that as well. So Bullish, you're up.
What's up? What was the question? I'm sorry. I've been like messing around with the Tang Gang in the chat.
What else do you want to share with the Hex community? It's a pretty open-ended question, I know, but I really want to capture everybody's diverse thoughts.
Well, to be current, we're super happy today with the pump. All our bags are pumped today, so we're happy about that. I think a lot of people think because the chat is full of oranges that we don't have Hex, so or PulseChain or PulseX, so we're happy about that. But overall, regarding Hex and the Hex community, I've been behind the scenes a lot. I'm gonna actually piggyback of what the singer said regarding the events. I've done a lot of stuff behind the scenes, from Pulse Masters and the Vegas stuff and the pool party and the PulseChain tour, and been behind the scenes on that kind of stuff, and seeing the kind of impact that it has and the joy that it brings to people when people meet up and actually get to meet people face to face. I've had the pleasure of meeting, certain Hexicans behind the scenes. Like, and some people here, even on the panel, know what I look like. It's just I'm not doxing myself to the public because some of you guys are a little crazy out there. But aside from that, overall, the community is very positive for the most part, very long-term thinking. That's usually like my background and like the way that I naturally think. I'm looking, years ahead, not just like tomorrow, next week. That's day-to-day stuff. But if you're trying to survive and you're thinking long-term, you gotta plan, 2, 3, 5, 10 years ahead. Those values, those morals are there. I'm super grateful for Hex, more not necessarily the coin, because I came in on the way down. I'm just being honest. I came in 21 cents on the way down. So I haven't seen the gains, like the monetary gains that some people have witnessed. But on the other side of it, I've seen some very positive gains from the people I've met, the experiences, what I've learned from this community. So, whether you came in on the way up or on the way down, you're probably still around because of the community. And I think that's one of his biggest assets when it comes to Hex.
Awesome. Yeah, great message. Crypto King?
Yes. I want to, the way Richard Hart has changed a lot of our lives. I think it was 2022 when he went to visit the States, and he installed that bidet for his mom, and he did he recorded on Instagram and posted it. So I did the same that same year, the holidays. I went and installed the bidets at my mom and my aunt's house. So this past Christmas, I was back in Japan, and I got 2 bidets for a couple of my coworkers. So I think that's going to be something I do every Christmas, is spread the love with the bidets, that some that Richard inspires me, that some that I took to heart.
That's
and
great.
I love bidets, being in Japan. So Papa B knows that bidets is nothing like it. But another thing I want to shout out is to our wonderful our creators in the Hex community. Markable Thoughts, or Proof of Beard, and I believe Papa helped with this treasure case. So this is awesome. So if you haven't seen that, check it out. Reach out to Proof of Beard. Another shout out I want to do is to Discourse Syndicate. We will be having another presidential candidate coming to the channel. So stay on the lookout for that. I think it's on the 11th. Yeah, I just love being a Hexican, and let's keep rocking.
Wow. And shout out to you for lining up so many great interviews with such a diversity of speakers on Discourse Syndicate channel. You've been doing that for them for years, and not everybody knows that you're the one who's been lining those things up. So thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Papa B.
Yeah. So me. All right. So Maddie, listen, my message, I'd like you to keep me honest and make sure that from a psychological standpoint, I'm on the right track, because I need you to fact check this one. Okay. Well, over the last 4 years, we've all experienced the joy of onboarding people into a community that we really, feed our health, our mental health from, right? We love this thing. We love each other. We have sisters and brothers here in this community. It's very important to us and very serious. So my message is that we can grow numbers like Jexa warned is going to be inevitable. But what I really want to urge people to do is be your brother and sister's keeper. Community retention has to be something that you always keep in mind. And that's not just by picking someone up and dusting them off when they're down in the dumps over price performance. My Kuliana is telling people how to secure their assets and make sure that the bad guys don't swipe all their assets from them prematurely and go and dump the market price on all of our heads. So there's a selfless feature of this, and there's a very selfish feature of this. The selfless feature is you don't want to see people that you cared about brought into this community and then get rinsed. Period. It's not a good thing, and they then don't do the good work and spread the gospel of what you believe is important and bring more people in exponentially. That's the key to our success. On the selfish point of view, you don't want to see them not put in that work and exponentially grow the community for you, and also prevent from price performance dumping from attackers doing the wholesale of their assets from their ill-gotten gains. So if you believe and if you use a hardware wallet today, then you owe it to your onboards to at least teach them how to use a hardware wallet with a passphrase. And if you don't, you're doing them a disservice, and effectively you're doing yourself a disservice as well. You're doing all of us a disservice because you're putting us all at risk. Like if Hex Monkey over here was rinsed, or Jexo, or any one of us were rinsed, the impact on price performance would be palpable, and no one would like it. And then you wouldn't have them streaming anymore, and they'd be down in the dumps, and we'd have a residual effect like that. So what I really urge is, when you see streamers or people that you trust giving you questionable security advice, like soft wallets alone are okay, or 12-word seeds are okay if they're held in your browser extension, or any stupid type of stuff like that for the ease of putting more and more people into the inevitable meat grinder, then you owe it to them and to the rest of the community to point that out and say, hardware wallet is a minimum to keep your goodies safe. And that's my message today.
Yeah, that's a really important message. I would echo that and encourage people. Maybe it's been 2 years, 3 years, 4 years since you reviewed your security practices. You can always level up no matter what stage of the game you're in, and you can always refresh yourself. Go through a drill. Make sure you still have your seed phrases sorted as you think they are, right? People's memories are so bad, and a lot of times you can think you're good, but then you don't want to find out later on that you're not. And so I think it's a continuous message we need to keep echoing, because look, today Fashion Coder put out a video that she lost some crypto. I thought that was really big of her to admit the mistakes that she made and to review best practices. So the more that we can have that where it's constantly on the front of our minds, the better.
Mm-hmm.
So thanks for that. Hex Monkey.
Hey, all right. Yeah, I guess I can elaborate on what I started with earlier. I asserted that as Hexicans, we have some powerful principles in common that are much stronger than our differences. So I wanted to try to identify a few of those. Like, we're all Hexicans, which means what? We believe in DeFi, for one. If you take like the entire universe of financial investors, you shrink it right away just being in crypto at all. And then you shrink it even more if you narrow it down to believers in DeFi, like we all are. So this gets to be a small group really quick. So with DeFi, that also leads to our belief in self-sovereignty and responsibility. Richard was a powerful teacher, not the only teacher, but a powerful one for these principles. No middlemen, no trusting middlemen required, just trust code. Even, like, I use the phrase, no Ponzi required. Because if you remember, like back in the day, we kept telling people, no, Hex is not a Ponzi. You get the inflation regardless of whether new people come in. The inflation comes from the contract and the code, not from new buyers. And then people like conflate that with, well, everything's a Ponzi. Okay, in the grand scheme, but that's when you introduce market pricing. And that's not what a definition of a Ponzi is. So DeFi, self-sovereignty and responsibility, no middlemen, no Ponzi required. We can go on, but those are the big ones I could think of. Even like fulfill your commitment, like in terms of when you create a stake. You know, if you create a 5-year stake in other platforms, you can kill it a week later without much harm. In Hex, you'll get obliterated. So it's a different mindset. And delayed gratification. These are the principles that unite us. And if a subsegment of people takes those principles and is also passionate about NFTs or meme coins or a political movement in Texas or leveraged investing, as has become enabled recently on PulseChain, that's okay, because these are all minor differences. Like I would expect, my hope is that in a real world or even a virtual setting, Tang Gang members and RH Maxis could high five each other and root for each other to succeed. That's what I want to see. Because if you want to go insult and troll people, I suggest go to if you must do that, I think it's a waste of energy anyway, but if you must do it, go troll the banks, go troll the centralized exchanges.
Yeah.
Go troll government officials who are trying to shut all this down. Those are the people you should be giving shit to, not each other.
That's a hot take.
So like,
I
if
like
you
that.
have that energy where you need to troll or insult or taunt or whatever degree is appropriate, go do it with those common adversaries, common enemies that we have as hexagons. Because that's what brought us here, and that's still what holds us together, in my opinion.
That's actually how the Tang Gang got started. It was when the SEC news broke. We started where the ETH go and just started memeing. We're like, we're not gonna be spending 5 hours explaining to people like what the SAC address is. We're just gonna meme them to death. Then a couple days later, the Tang Gang was born. It's like,
yep, and that was powerful. You didn't, instead of just going with logical persuasion, you just meme the crap out of everything. It was
yeah, that's why if you
to
notice, like
watch
a
it.
lot of the ETH people didn't come over and like flood it because we just flooded them with memes. It's like, yeah, where the ETH go. Like we're gonna be louder about saying where the ETH go than you are because we understand. We've been around. We're not gonna spend the next 3 to 6 months explaining where the ETH go. It's like, go look at it.
Yeah.
That's
Go
right.
look.
So if there's a call to action here of any kind, I guess it's to get reinvigorated, re-inspired with those principles, those DeFi principles, hexagon principles, because all these different groups are just as passionate about them. And you would only know that if you dug a little deeper. In fact, along those lines, the things to do are support each other, remember where we came from, remember our principles. And the things to stop doing are quick judgments and lumping people together is one I'd suggest. Sometimes it's like a bad game of telephone, like rumors start. Oh, some OG dumped something. And that turns into all the OGs are dumping on our heads. All the OGs told us to stake Quattro Cinco. And it's like, wait, back up here. You don't know who sold what. Even if you know one person's doxed wallet and they sold some stuff, how do you know how many wallets they have? Like nobody knows anything. So like just stop that. If you want to nerd out on chain analysis, go ahead, but I would stop drawing broad conclusions about what people are doing.
Every time you have somebody able to buy Hex, there's a willing buyer and a willing seller on both sides of the trade. That's just how it works. So
yeah, for sure.
Agreed.
So I just hear people making assertions with such certainty, and in some cases, I know the people in question, and I just know that it's false. So that's frustrating. So I would suggest to stop doing that. Just like in real life, we shouldn't stereotype and lump people together. Well, same here. The OGs do this. The meme people do this. No, they don't. We're all just a bunch of individuals trying to move forward in this life.
Don't believe everything you hear on the internet.
Yes, sir.
I want to apologize to Thothschild because I didn't realize he was backstage. My the size of my window wasn't showing me the next row of people. So welcome. Sorry that I didn't add you. My bad earlier. And let's hear from you. Right now you're muted.
Yeah, my bad for showing up late, everybody. Happy fourth conference. I was invited to speak at the first PulseCon, and that never happened. But I did get to speak at the last Hex conference, thanks to Maddie a couple times, and that was pretty cool. I apologize for being the band apart here with the background. I was supposed to be on a 4-man work crew for a heavy moving job, and nobody showed. So this old man here had to move heavy furniture by himself. The hernia isn't too bad, but we'll get through. At least I got Hex.
Well, I'm glad you're here. And
thanks.
Right on.
We've been going around the room just asking people to share whatever message you wanted to say this year regarding Hex.
So this would be like last year's intro, except now at the end of the conference. Okay, Maddie. I'm going to be the guy who's going to build off of what Hex Monkey says. And I'm going to say it's not without purpose. Here's what I counsel. I notice a lot of these guys have a Mossberg shotgun with the choke all the way open. And they don't care who they catch when they're out here taking their shots in the name of what? Their bad mood? Their opinions? No, first principles is the bag you better be coming out of. If you're not coming out of that bag, then pardon me for saying so, but shut the F up, right? The problem is these guys are doing this shotgun blast. And I don't think too many of us are being considerate enough about the damage you can do to another man or woman's reputation with some of these assertions. Now, that having been said, I am for defending this product, this community, true DeFi and first principles to the bone. And I will never, ever, ever shy away from that. And I don't care what somebody calls themselves. So what I counsel guys to do is to get the high-powered sniper's rifle of pure accuracy and granular observation and get the most high-powered optics their intellect can allow them to have and put that to work and stop catching maybe some innocent bystanders or some people who ain't done nothing wrong to nobody in the crossfire. I say, open your mouth, okay? But don't cast aspersions that are going to damage people who you don't have proof about, guys. You can't just go out here willy-nilly and be just chopping legs off left and right because you can and it feels good. That's not good either. And sometimes you may have to let a bad actor go so that you don't hurt the innocent bystander. But that having been said, I'm never going to agree, guys. Kumbaya, kumbaya. No, because I have run across too many people who call themselves Hexicans. I love you guys. I love this place. I love Richard, and I love this product. So much so that I'll be that ass. Kumbaya
Well
ain't
said.
going to do it, though. All right.
Mm-hmm. If I can build off of all of that. So, guys, there's a common theme that we're all about here, and we all understand that it's a big, broad community. And you guys have really focused on the personality side of things here, which is brilliant. I think we're all a bunch of loon birds, let's face it. We've congregated around this thing called crypto and DeFi.
That's
and
true.
The reason why we've done that is because we see a bigger picture. Yeah, we see some dollar signs, but we see a bigger picture of where this is all heading from a technology point of view, and hopefully what change that can bring about for humanity. Well, that's the way I see things anyway. I want to give you a little bit of a take on what happens in every bear market. So besides price getting absolutely crunched and everyone getting angry over red candles, there's teams that don't stop. They just keep building and building and building, and all the good tech that you don't hear about until the peak of a bull market is actually getting built out right now. It's all happening. We've got lots of good builders on PulseChain, but there's lots of good builders in crypto in general. What we seen last cycle was the big DeFi summer. And I think one of the technologies that made that happen was Uniswap. And it was a game changer. That enabled us to get off of centralized exchanges and actually interact with this on-chain with peer-to-peer as this technology was intended. And it's changed everything. That was probably the biggest innovation from last cycle. But did you know that was getting built in the background? Probably not. So one of the biggest things we have as an issue at the moment is cross-chain communication. And that is the thing that stops Bitcoin being able to talk to Ethereum and so forth. And once that final leg is broken down, that will be 10 times bigger, 100 times bigger than what Uniswap was. Because it takes all of these communities that are on separate islands and are sitting there throwing stones at each other and actually brings them into a connected ecosystem where they can all interoperate. There's two big technologies that are playing out at the moment. Both look at this problem from slightly different scenarios. One is about moving assets between chains. Another one is about directly communicating from one chain to a smart contract on another chain. So into smart contract communications. If this stuff is live now and it's operational, but it really hasn't hit its stride yet. So my hope is this cycle, this is the thing that comes to the fore and it gets wide adoption, because this is the thing that's going to unite the crypto space as a whole and actually free us up to get away from needing centralized entities at all for this thing, other than on-ramping. So that's I guess is my message of positivity of what I've seen happening over the bear market and what we haven't seen the fruits of coming into this cycle. Everything shoots past its value proposition in the bull. So the price outperforms value, like the fundamental value of a chain or a product. Then in the bear, it smashes down probably way past value. So finds value and goes below it. And then more value is built during the bear market. So when we come to the next bull market, you're going to get an amplification effect. So just, my message is all the slings and arrows, just hold back. I think we've got good times coming through the next bull market as we see these technologies get pushed out. And we're in the right place, guys. Just like Bullish said, it's not a 3-month thing or a 6-month thing. This is years and decades. So let's stick around and let it all play out.
This group of speakers has really got the chat energized. So keep it up. Diraj, you're next.
So I'm going to divert from everything. Like I do have a kind of a schizoid personality, so I'm going to go off track a bit. So all I wanted to say is what I've learned from the past 4 years. I would sum it up in two things. One thing, or rather, two things that I've learned to judge a project in crypto. One thing when you're looking out for is one that is a contradiction in actions. That is, if a guy is talking about personality changes after amassing a amount of wealth, and then again later that same guy is cosplaying Marty McFly all over the world, then this is called contradiction in action. Then the second one is conflict of interest, which is if you ask a rabbi whether your kid needs a circumcision, the answer is also always going to be yes. So when anybody is promoting a coin, it's because they have a big bag of this coin. That's why I promote Hex. That's why these other guys are promoting Hex Orange or whatever project they are promoting by themselves. I have no problems with that. But if you see, the basic point is the number go up when people buy that coin. No other coin will cause the price increase of the other coin. So if anybody who thinks that buying some other token will help the price of their token, it's not going to happen. If you want, that's why my strategy is just simple. Actually, I don't even promote Hex because I'm not a very good spokesperson for it. Like, and anyways, thanks to my Indian face, like people already uh, 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 cross me off as a scammer looking at me. So I don't do any personal at a personal level or local level promotion. But
Yeah, but you rock the mic. You rock the mic.
You get on here and sing to people, and don't underestimate that.
Yes, yes, that's a different story altogether. Look, I did that because at least for me, like laughter is the best medicine. A day without, I think it's Charlie Chaplin's quote that a day without a smile is a day wasted. So I try to put a smile on everybody's face at least every day.
Well,
I
yeah,
think I
I
rambled
look
on a
to
lot.
you. I look to you for wisdom, like what you just said, but yeah, also for laughs. And sometimes I don't know whether it's a serious thing or a funny thing that's coming out of your mouth until I've like put it together for a while. So
See, that's my style of comedy. I think it's called deadpan comedy, where but it's kind of my underhanded way of getting away with things. Like if people take too much of offense to it, then hey, I'm kidding. If not, it's like yeah,
Wow. Is that
I
what we're
meant that,
calling it?
bro.
Deadpan. I
And
remember some of
yeah.
your one-liners are pretty overt there, Doc.
You're in the community with Papa B,
Hey,
Diraj. I wouldn't worry about you being too inappropriate. Okay.
Oh, no. My favorite D-Raj
Hey, before we
line
go, Matt.
was with the. Can I quote D-Raj? I'm sure that he remembers. I want to highlight one of his best jokes ever on stream ever. Was with the producer of Highest of Stakes, who was plugging right here in the Hollywood Squares center position right here. D-Raj over to his left, and after he was done, D-Raj said, "I look forward to promoting the Highest of Stakes. I will keep the torrent well seated."
I was with him on
Hilarious.
effing Hangout when he said, "I'm drunk and I'm the shit."
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
There is only one person that is more awesome than me. That is drunk me. That's true. And by the way, the Highest of Stakes documentary is now available on bootleg sites, pirate sites, which is the only way I could watch because the not because I can't pay for it. It's because it was region locked. So I watched it.
Hey,
The
Doc,
pirated
they have
one.
an invention, man. It's called a VPN. It's a virtual private network. You might want to look into that.
The producers right now want to strangle
No, I don't want. No, but what? Hey, but I already paid for the documentary by buying Hex. So
Yes, you did.
as a Hex holder, I have the rights.
perfect to
Yeah,
bring it
don't
back
ever,
to Hex.
don't ever
Hey,
change.
before we go, Maddie.
Don't ever change, Diraj.
Before we go, Maddie.
Cut out.
I want to give a shout out to RP Vegas and Brian Magruder for keeping the community in the best hats in crypto.
Magruder.
He constantly sends out these. So shout out to Brian and his team with RP Vegas. Also,
And Marco. And Marco
yeah,
too.
and Marco the Hexkin, yes.
That's is that one of Marco's there? That's dope.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Well, Magruder attacked me too, and if I had been in my studio right now like I was supposed to be, I was going to have the whole array of Magruder hats there, man. It's been a beautiful thing. So I want to echo that sentiment. Thanks for bringing that up, King.
Well, let's go around the room because we're running out of time. I want to hear where people can find you guys and make sure to shill all of your shows and socials here. Danny?
All right. So definitely go check out the singer_DM on Twitter and take a look at those 2 songs. And I mean, if we get enough interest in them, we'll do some more songs like that. Bear Market Blues, do a search for that. And PulseChain Chain. Go check them out.
Awesome. Bullish?
You can find me on Bullish Ox, Bullish 0x on all platforms. That's the name on all platforms. Very easy to remember. You'll mostly find me hanging out in Telegram and Discord with the Tang Gang, hex08coin.com. We host all the front ends. We host Freeman Fridays, Sucker Free Saturdays, and Tang Tuesdays, and try to bring people on from multiple chains. So yeah, that's where you can usually find me, hex08coin.com. Shout out to the Tang Gang. Shout out to all the Hexicans and Pulsicans. And thank you for having me. Feel very honored to be up here with you. I think I'm the one who's been in this ecosystem the least amount of time. So appreciate you guys having me on.
Thanks for being on.
No shortage of work, man. The man put in his work, everybody.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. I definitely got some of his help and product shipped all the way from the States to Japan. Thank you, Bullish, for everything you do for the community.
My pleasure.
Let's see. I'm Crypto King on Twitter. I want to shout out one more thing real quick. Occupy Peace. Something that Gerald Salente puts out within the community on Telegram. I share the Trends Journal issue, but I also encourage people to, please kindly send a donation or subscribe yourself. But Occupy Peace is something we need in the world. So
Mr. Salente is very friendly to Hexicans. He's very friendly to Hexicans, King. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Occupy Peace.
Cool. I always don't catch on with the pregnant pause, whether or not it's my turn or not. So I will now go. Papa Boner on Twitter. It is reversed Boner Papa. You may see me being a pain in the neck, maybe your pain in the neck. So I apologize in advance for that. But you can, if you really don't mind me being a pain in your neck, you should check out What the Hex Show, which will be airing on the 11th on our own channel on the YouTubes. So come on and hang out with us for an hour and not a minute more with DJ Cryptomatic every week. We give you that 1 hour installment so you can digest it, think about it, and then get over it easily enough. And then also you can find the work that myself and the other security practitioners in the community are putting out on the website known as b9.xyz. It's right here below me in a shameless shill. Thank you so much for having me, Maddie. It was a pleasure to be in this pantheon of guests that you have here.
Thank you. Hex Monkey.
Okay, I can go. Yeah, you guys can find me on Twitter and Telegram, HexMonkey369. Sometimes a search for Hex Monkey will find it. I'd love to chat with those of you who I'm not already chatting with. Would be great. And yeah, I guess I'll just reinforce my earlier message, which is find somebody. My challenge, a way to make this concrete, find one person, hopefully many, but find at least one person who you were connected with and have a lot in common with, but then had some kind of beef, like some kind of drama. Maybe you went at each other with the E-Hex versus P-Hex thing. Maybe one of you memes and one of you doesn't. Let that go. Like if you guys had 5 or 6 wonderful things in common and then you had one little glitch, well, it's worth rewinding and letting bygones be bygones. And it feels good for you, it feels good for them, and that spreads outward. So do it. And shout out to Thoughtchild, because, Kumbaya does have a limit. I'm not talking about, being friendly with the occasional, very few and far between genuine bad actors out there.
Mhm.
I'm not talking about that.
Very good. And I'm not against getting along.
Yeah, and genuine scammers. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who've been in
Yeah, I
the
got you.
community together for a long time, but they got butthurt, usually
Yeah.
by accident. Like,
Yeah, and it should be said, I
reconcile
don't
that
feast,
stuff.
and it should be said, I don't feast on chaos, guys. I haven't been here putting this much of my life into this thing because I get off on chaos. I have love in my heart, like Che Guevara said. Okay, so
Look
big
how
up,
special.
big up, Hex Monkey, man.
Yeah, look how special this community is. A guy like Doss Child, I would never bump into in real life, and if I did, he might be tempted to murder me. All right.
No, I would just take your wallet, man.
Daddy, chill.
So what we have here is very special, and let's continue to nurture it. Thank you.
Word.
Amazing. Let's go to Jexa.
Yeah, I can be found on Twitter at J_Jexa. From there, you can jump out to a few other sites that I've got up and, up and running for the security side of things. What I'd really like everyone to do would be do a great favor for me and visit the DeFi Down Under channel. We used to stream solely on Discourse Syndicate, and just so we don't land that channel in trouble, we do a lot more of our streams on our own channel now. Unfortunately, not all the views come across with that, so it'd be great to see some people go over there and subscribe and like that channel and give that a bit of a boost, so it gets a bit more recognition on the algorithm side of things. And yeah, and drop in and have a chat with all the Aussie side. They work pretty hard and they love the community and love a good chat. So yeah, come and spend a bit of time with us over at DeFi Down Under.
Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks. Doss Child? Are you frozen?
Yeah, he got wrecked. His signal got wrecked.
Okay. And Diraj, go ahead.
Yeah, my Twitter handle is Dheeraj, DHEERAJ_ONE, one as in one world government. So follow me on Twitter. That's the most. My Telegram handle is also the same. I am more active on Telegram than on Twitter. I just lurk on Twitter. And I've kept my DMs closed because I am getting too many of spam messages from girls on Twitter like, oh my god, you own Hex, can we go out on a date? Can I my DMs down because of that. So yeah, the other place I would like to shill is the Hex Guild. You can find us on Telegram. The handle for it is Hex Foodies. You can also use the Hex Guild. It will give you the link to the channel. Yeah, that's the main places. And of course, please follow us on the Hex Asian YouTube channel.
Amazing.
That's about it.
Awesome. Well, I've got 3 points of information before we sign off here. Thank you to all the donors of all 4 days of the conference, brands that I believe in, liquidloans.io, love.io, GoPulse.com, and 9inch.io. We have coming up here on Saturday a world record attempt. We've proven that this is possible. Last week, we had about 30 or 40 people show up to the practice. And now if each person who speaks at the conference brings just one person on Saturday to our hour-long event, we're going to put everybody on screen all at once, and we'll have 200 people on screen. We will break the world record for the most YouTubers live on one screen, not just in crypto, ever. So please consider coming and bringing one person to that event. If you can't make it, send 2 people, okay? And the information for that is going to be coming out on t.me/Hex Conference. It's kind of a new segment that we're adding this year to spice things up. So I really appreciate your support in that regard. Let me see. Thank you to all the super chats tonight. Many of them I already highlighted, but I'm going down the list here. Thanks to everybody who contributed. Fast Abdul, always talking about bribes. We highlighted a lot of these already, but I just want to hit them again and thank everybody. Fiat for the $500 super chat for sure. And everybody who did a super chat here, really appreciate you.
Perfect.
Even one here for Tang Gang for
Maggie.
Franklin. And now what we've got coming up next in the Hex conference, we've already had 3 extremely successful days. I am very thankful to everybody who's spoken already. It's really exceeded my expectations. So thank you all for speaking. Up tomorrow, we're going to be kicking off the first hour with Axis Live doing a 20-minute talk. Hexy Bastard of 9 Inch doing a 20-minute talk. And then I'm going to give my 20-minute talk about attracting Ethereum Genesis whales. Then we'll have a panel about onboarding to Hex with Toby Wan, Kareem, Whitney Magic, and Ben Dubard. And then we'll have 2 10-minute segments from Randy Holarski and Hex Tangent covering Hex and crypto history. Then we'll have Toby Wan, Kinetics, and Big K on for a 20-minute talk about the highest of stakes, followed by Mikey and RG3 head-to-head in a 20-minute talk. Then we'll have a power panel with Axis Live, Westcott Crypto, Hex Monkey, and Cultivate Crypto, which I'm really looking forward to. And then I've got an hour to 2 hour spot earmarked. If Richard wants to throw a video out there, I would, I would love it. If not, then I have a different segment planned, a mix up probably between a Richard Hart rewind and a game show. So that will be crazy either way. And finally, for the last hour of the last day of day 4 of the 4th Hex conference, we'll have a panel with Crypto Coffee, Johnny Chaos, Axis Live, Walrus, Dollar Cost Crypto, Westcott Crypto, Sticker Guy, Win, Fashion Coder, and myself. So a lot to look forward to. And again, I want to thank all of you for being on screen with me tonight, and looking forward to more years ahead in the future.
And here's Hexo. I brought Hexo with us.
Thanks a lot, guys. We'll catch you later. Have a good night.
Thanks, Matty.
See you, everybody.
Thanks, Matty.
Peace out, everyone.
Bye.
Perché useremo l'intelligenza artificiale per sincronizzare il labiale di tutti nel parlare in altre lingue.
有大约几千美元的产品，我必须用自己的双手在另一个房间手工制造，而且我需要几天时间来完成它。
और हम इतनी सारी भाषाओं में लाइव हैं। मैं मैडी एलन हूँ। मैंने hexconference.com बनाया। हम चौथे वर्ष में जा रहे हैं और वर्ष पहले से बेहतर होगा क्योंकि हम हेक्स पर बात नहीं कर रहे हैं, बल्कि हम कृत्रिम बुद्धिमत्ता का उपयोग करेंगे।
Hej, som to ja, módny programátor, tvoj kryptokamoš. A som tak nadšený, že si prejdeme, čo dnes máme. Takže ak ste si všimli, Richard Hart v poslednej dobe tweetuje o skvelých správach, že všetky tieto rôzne produkty sú teraz dostupné miestne.
私はただ願っています。これを聞いている人がチャンスをつかみ、自分自身で実際にこれがどれほどの可能性を変えることができるかを見ることができるといいです。ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
قم بالرهان بحكمة يا أصدقائي واستمتع بالسلام.
Muitas pessoas fazem um trabalho melhor promovendo Hex e entendendo do que eu, o que é louco porque eu inventei e sou muito bom em marketing e vendas. Acho que Maddie Allen se destaca ao falar sobre presentear-se no futuro, como teleportar-se no tempo usando o bloqueio de tempo.
And we're live in so many different languages. I'm Maddie ALLin, and this year is going to be better than ever because we're talking not only about Hex, but we're going to use artificial intelligence to lip sync everybody's speaking into other languages.
BTC, no compres Doge, no compre Luna Segura, no compres esos tokens, comprar Hex.
Ich war damals super begeistert von Krypto und investieren und so Kram. Ich war so, wow, oh mein Gott, das ist die Zukunft. I was super excited about crypto and investing back then. I was like, wow, oh my God, this is the future.
Now crypto can be a human right that is decentralized beyond the English language. So I hope you tune in and participate January 6th through 9th. So until next time, stake wisely, my friends, and peace out. 다음에 또 만나요. 친구들이 지분을 잡고 평화로워지세요.